Europe has arrived again as we end into our second European qualifier. Welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series. I'm Leaf, and today's going to be a below average pre-show.
Right.
What do you mean by
you
that?
described it
Subpar?
as subpar.
Because you guys are... Okay.
That's our company name.
That's it, right. And it was a great joke to start off the day. How you guys doing? You ready for some European broadcast, Stubby?
Yeah, mate. Yeah, we're back. We've had a lovely, lovely time via North America. What a weekend that was last weekend. Had a huge amount of fun watching the boys and girls over on that show. The teams were phenomenal. Back over to Europe. We're going to be seeing if we have a little bit of a different shake-up. I'm quite top-heavy so far in Europe, but maybe that's going to be changing.
Right, cool. Well, I guess I got to get your thoughts. I asked Stumpy, so I may as well.
I mean, I was feeling better until you introduced us as not very good. But apart from that, I'm feeling wonderful, Leaf, here. Whenever EU Rocket League is about to be played, I get excited. It's great.
It's going to be a great day. Let's get through some of the homework before we start talking about these teams. Up first, let's take a look at the season, what we're doing. You guys know what it is. Simplified this time down. Cole, we've got 2 majors into a world championship, and that major is coming up close.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to come up faster than anybody possibly thinks. Already a few teams are starting to fill the spaces there from around the world. No one in EU yet, but a decent performance from last week's top 4, and maybe we'll start sending some European boys over.
And it says Copenhagen on the graphic now, too. It's
official.
It's official. We're going to Copenhagen. We're going to Denmark. Yeah, if you've not got tickets, have a little gander, get some tickets. It's going to be a belter.
They should pop up down here. The link for you guys, of course, you guys can also head to socials if you don't want to type things out and you like clicking them instead. It's one hand on the controller, one hand on the mouse. Go get
Say
your
the
tickets,
URL,
get back
Lee.
into your game.
Say the URL.
Go on, in your best accent.
I heard Wave trying to say it, and I don't know if I can trust it.
Chat can say who's better, Wave or
I'm
Lee
just going to
for
say
saying this.
Billet Lugan. There's probably like
I'd
he was
give it
saying
to Leaf.
he was saying something like Bilu or something. I don't
Yeah,
know.
but he's
I'd
also
say
got,
like Canada.
he's got that
It's
thick,
more worldly
he's
than
got
America.
that thick Texan drawl going on as well with
Right.
Wave Punk. So,
Bill-
yeah, 1-0
Bill-
Leaf.
But either way, type that in. It should work for you no matter how you pronounce it. Anyways, let's look at the weekly schedule. Let's micro on down here and let you guys know what's on the docket. Of course, throughout the week, you're always going to get your First Touch podcast to make things spicy through that mid part of the week, and then into the weekend we have our European show. And next week we have all the other regions finalizing their last open qualifier. So, Stumpy, things are getting down to the wire now.
Yes, very much so. There's only going to be, bear in mind as well, 2 splits this season. There's going to be 6 of these regional weekends per region, not just over in America and Europe, but also you got the MENA, SSA, you got OCE, APAC and SAM taking part too. So make sure you tune into as many regions as you can because they're all going to be represented at our majors going forward. But yeah, if you're not doing well at this point in the season already, you need to be looking forward to what is happening at Worlds, because you miss a major, it gets more and more deadly from that point onward.
Well, it's time to recap in a few moments, but first we need our pre-recap from these two lovely folks here.
Oh, Europe, how we've missed thee. If you're anything like us, your heart rate's still not quite come down from Open Qualifier 1. But if you've somehow forgotten, here are the 3 best moments from when EU swan back onto the main stage. Top 4 dominance. EU depth ain't just some cliche, and when 100% stunned Vitality in Swiss Round 1, it looked like yet another topsy-turvy EU stravaganza. But then, something weird happened. Nothing weird happened, leading all the way to the quarterfinals, when a legitimate Big 4 emerged.
Yeah, this is where we're spending an awful lot of this series. Oh my goodness, juicy!
It's not the be-all and end-all points in Rocket League. Exotic going for some of his own. Oh, what a finish! Exotic from the backboard!
So many clean touches for Vitality right now, Moist. They have to get in the way, they have to block it. It steals the goal, and then Vitality will carry.
The Tame was there looking like a tortoise the wrong way down a water slide.
Oh my goodness!
I'm sure Moist, Magnifico, even Oxygen, and the rest will have something to say about it. But with just 2 games won between the 4 losing teams, this lot are seriously pulling away. Semi-final 1. Come on, it's just a semi-final. How exciting could it be?
Directly into the path, now Juicy. Has he got it? Yes, he has!
done it!
Gentlemates have got one more chance at this. It's off the kickoff. It's
Are you joking? You are absolutely joking! Play a safe kickoff, give us an overtime goal, please. That'll do. Okay, we're into midfield play. Juicy's got it though. It's not good for Vitality. He's got a flip to work with. He censors it, and it's in for Seiko!
Alright, Semi-Final 1 was one of the most exciting online series of all time, as Team Vitality and Zen finally lost their 100% RLCS event record in dramatic fashion. By the way, shout out to anyone watching RL Esports for the first time through Gentlemate CEO Gotiga's mahoosive view party. What an intro that must have been. If only they and the rest of us were served up an equally exciting Semi-Final 2. Semi-Final 2. Wait a second!
They have to win this. They don't want to go down 3-0. Monkey Moon face top bins. Every touch from here, Stumpy's so crucial. Fatira, not again. Another one out.
Carmine Corp completed a rare best-of-7 reverse sweep to leave Team BDS asking what on earth had just happened. The answer? Rise, Vatira, and Atto had flipped the switch and shown why they were power ranked highest by their peers before all this kicked off. They then rode that momentum into the final. Carmine Corp and Vatira have now claimed their first RLCS gold since last season's Winter Major. But who knows, maybe this weekend Europe will go crazy again. EU depth! EU depth!
Now, I know what you're all thinking. Brilliant voiceover, brilliant script, wonderfully made
right.
video.
Good
Stumpy,
job.
what were you on about in your one voice work in that? You were talking about a turtle.
I was talking about
scuba
Atto, who
diving?
was sliding on his roof like a tortoise down a water slide.
Why do you say things?
People know what I meant. People know what they were on about.
Nobody knows what that means.
All right.
This is what that kind of show is going to be, I guess. I'm down for it. We got to get a little more homework, get out of the way first. We'll banter in a few moments here, guys. First up, let's
the
take a look at where that... let's look at where that place does. Looking at the points here. Cole, K-Corp, of course, at the top. We only have one qualifier on through so far. So, of course, this is going to look exactly how the points should if you're looking to line up the points leaderboard.
Yeah, but the belief is the EU has got this sort of top four that's pulling away. They will be hoping that is the case. But as we're going to find out later on in this pre-show, maybe there might be a few spanners to be thrown in the works. And if there are, then suddenly Oxygen, Belagol, I'm just looking at who's sort of made this one. Redemption, even if they have a good run. A few teams out there could be breaking in.
Absolutely, and there are a few more points to get. Taking a look at the prize pool and points, there's still, again, a lot of open spots here from Europe. Nobody's on through yet, Stumpy.
Yeah, no one's through just yet. It normally takes till the second of our open qualifiers. We saw that in North America with G2 making it on that side. We're still waiting to see who is going to be straight up confirmed for those majors. I believe there is a chance that even by the end of this open qualifier, we still don't see who is going to be going to the major, like locked in already because of how tight it is at the top, especially if we get a bit of a topsy-turvy finish to it all and KC doesn't just get a first place yet again. So yeah, still very much open.
Well, Stumpy, Cole was just mentioning how some of those teams that we've seen, like Belagol, still have that shot. We'll see how they perform. But we have some new faces today. Let's discuss some of those because this open qualifier allowed a few more teams, and that's the beauty of this format, to get on through. So let's cover them. Stumpy, you got up first.
Yeah, so we saw a good few teams making it through, and on to have a look at Hosky. They were brilliant. They were so much fun to watch. Over on their team stream, it was Maisie and Sir Pegasus leading the charge over there. Their enthusiasm, their excitement echoed exactly what this team was about. They didn't have an easy bracket whatsoever either. They ended up beating out Wild, a top 16 team in 5. They then went to 5 versus Gentlemates, and that was with Gotika streaming it to like 100,000 people, and they did not care about it. They couldn't win that series out, and then they managed to 3-0 down at the bottom at Bills Bergs, and they make it through. And what a hype team they're going to be.
Moving on to a new team featuring a very old name. Old school RLCS fans will recognise the fella getting that aerial on the wall there. Yukio is back. Yukio, he is the winner of RLCS Season 9 EU. That was online, of course, but he's a world semi-finalist from the season before. 24 years old. Somebody that's almost as old as you, mate, isn't it?
Yeah, close. Nearly.
Yeah.
Wait, how
30.
many KBM players do we still have?
That's a very good question. I presume fewer and fewer, but Yukio is one of the old school, and he's there qualifying with Jazzy and Eugene. All I'll say, Eugene, 16 years old, French. Da-na-na.
Very scary times coming through. But another team that we got, and a country that's seeing a little more representation coming through more and more, is England with Growly on Caliente, teaming up with Sizen and Pisky. This is going to be Pisky's first time over in the RLCS as well. They had not an easy run through this bracket either. They managed to make it through in their lowers by beating out a couple of those top teams. Very impressed from them. They went 3-0 over Redemption. Couldn't take it past BDS, but brilliant plays all around. And Growly, can we see what he's going to be able to live up to?
Mate, you want to point out as an Englishman Growly, a man associated with a Scottish accent and Hogan mode. I've got 3 English players for you right here.
Oh.
Here they are, the top Googers, coached by Gregan. Gregan is back, the Cougars. Acro, Toxic, and Relating Wave. They didn't quite manage to make it last time around. They went up to the upper bracket grand finals, then lost 2 series in a row, but this time they won it in the uppers. They defeated Resolve to get there, they defeated Solary there, and they're looking like a really solid team. Been watching these guys, keep an eye on Acro. He's really sort
But
of...
who coaches them?
Gregan, I said that, but I'll say Gregan again.
No, that's why they're called the Googers.
Exactly.
And also, quickly,
Cougars.
we spoke on Chalkcast yesterday to Ferrer, and Ferrer was saying that he reckons that is a top 8 team, top Cougars. So they're already getting those top teams shaking in their boots.
Top Gate, top Cougars.
I'm looking at the Swiss, so people know this is a Swiss on day 1, and there's 3 chances to make it through to the next day. You win 3, you're in. You lose 3, you're out. But I'm still looking. I'm looking at the first round immediately because there was one story during these open qualifiers, Cole, that I think we could see that second one down there. What?
Yeah, so they ended up beating Carmine Corp, and that meant that Carmine Corp are entering this event as the 16th seed.
After winning,
reasonably,
yes.
yes.
After winning literally the last event.
Bit of a battle of the Titans approaching in game one of the Swiss.
I can imagine most of the other folks are very happy that one's happening there, that they don't have to deal with that right off the bat. Yeah, that's wow. Stumpy, Europe. Europe is making sure that we're going to get a good show from the get-go.
Yeah, definitely. And Carmine Corp, you can't really have losses like that. They're going to happen. And sir, my word, they played out of their minds to beat Carmine Corp. Incredibly impressive. They then come through as the #1 seed, which is an incredible turnaround for them. So yeah, sir are going to be a scary team going forward. But yeah, as Leaf was saying, win 3 before you lose 3.
Right.
And there's also all of these teams, pretty much, I think all of them, are going to be doing a team stream today. So make sure you keep an eye out on socials, on Twitch and on YouTube, on their respective channels. See if you can pick out a team that you want to support and watch them all the way through.
But then if you win 3, you move on to our next round of this, and it's going to be a very crazy, complicated. No, it's very simple. Simple, single elimination. I can't talk. Single elimination. And yeah, you lose, you're out on this. But I think this is one of my favorite kind of brackets, Cole, because it's down to the wire. You just have to perform.
It's simple. I like the way that Stumpy is the only one of us who's not made a verbal typo today. So well done, Stumpy. We'll be all watching you like a hawk right now.
Not going to say a single other word.
How we just make him talk for the rest of the show here?
You guys have both gone in different directions there. Stumpy's going to be entirely silent, whereas Leaf just wants to watch Stumpy be a one-man show. I prefer Stumpy's where he says nothing.
Where he says nothing? Okay. Well, taking a look at that top 8 bracket. Last week, we saw a top 4 that I think all can agree belonged in that top 4. Europe definitely showed they have some very scary faces gatekeeping that top end of it. Yeah, so let's talk about those top. Let's talk about those top teams and see if they're going to make it again. I'm very curious. Yay or nay has not been around in a while in chat. We want to get you involved, so let's get a yay or nay on the board. We're going to go through those top 4 teams from last week and see if we think they're going to make it a top 4 again. Let's just start off with a team we've been talking about, KC. They won that last one here. Do we believe that KC is going to make a top 4 again? Yay or nay? I'll start with the analysts. Feel like we probably could rush by this one, but we got to tally up what they're going to say.
I'm just going to have a little nap while we all talk about how Carmine Corp are definitely going to make it into the top 4. There's
Hey, don't speak for me.
I've pre-thumbed. Go on, give it a down thumb. I dare.
Oh, now you've got your eyes open. See, I know
I
how.
have.
Yeah. No. Yeah.
Oh, what do you make a fool of yourself?
It's a yay. It's definitely a yay.
Boo.
Yeah. Are we all agreed that KC is a yay across the board?
I mean,
yeah.
What do you mean? How can you guys all say it's their 16th seed? Why is this such
That's a
odd
good
fate
point.
to having a team? But no, real talk. They came off winning an event, and it's KC. You can't doubt them. When it comes down to the day, we've seen them kind of falter in those early stages before, but they always come around to it at the end of the day. So I really think you can't bet against them for the most part. Chat, yeah, that's a pretty obvious one, 91%. And just to say alone, it's KC. They got a big fan base. Regardless of how they were performing, that was going to be a lopsided one. Let's go to the next one here. This is a team that we should expect to perform, but finally lost that streak vitality last time. Ending out in top 4. Do we think they'll make it back to top 4? I'm starting off with the easy ones because I feel like this might also be a unanimous hands in the air yay.
Yay. It's a yay. It's a yay for me. I think the only way that we're going to be seeing these teams not make the top 4 necessarily is because of how the bracket might look. Bear in mind that KC are down there in the 16th seed. Either them or, spoilers, next thing we're going to be talking about, Gentlemates, they are going to be playing each other early on. One of them is going to be losing, going in with that losing record. They then could end up in a quarterfinals match versus one of the other top 4. But yeah, clearly KC and Vitality, they have that quality to make a top 4 again.
Yeah, Cole, I don't think there's any doubt that these two teams specifically should consistently, every single qualifier, make it into the top 4.
Yeah, I agree with chat that the nay is slightly higher here. Vitality, I mean, they're coming off the back of winning everything, and they are now not winning everything. So if there's ever going to be like a slight gap in their armor that maybe they'll be started to sort of clawed back by everyone else, it would be now. But equally, they have the talent to pretty much navigate through that, so they should be fine.
Hey, maybe the region's figured out what they need to do to shut them down. I just don't think so quite yet. All right, next one.
Not yet.
Not yet.
It will happen.
Maybe. We could live in the universe where it doesn't. But next team up is Gentlemates. This is a team that maybe surprised a lot of people. We started the weekend, Cole, by calling them the leftovers, but that is gone. That is just, I'm never going to say that again because this squad has proven they belong together. Do we think they're going to make top 4, though?
Yeah. I think they all will,
Hesitation?
barring seeding weirdness. That's
Yeah.
and we don't know how that's going to pan out. So it's tough to say any team isn't until we're watching the quarterfinals.
You wait.
Oh yeah.
What?
Well, let's skip to that
wait.
then.
You
Let's-
wait.
Let's jolly well skip to that.
You wait,
I'm
mate.
intrigued.
Well,
Yeah.
If you just say BDS, I'll be so disappointed.
That's fair. I just lured you on. I think any team realistically that beats Vitality, especially how they beat Vitality, I am going to say yes, they are going to
gotta
make it through
give
to
them
that top 4.
consideration. Yeah.
As Cole said, excluding any of the bracket weirdness. I imagine chat with the massive Gentlemates vote about the same confidence. It seems like alongside Vitality, but leave. Can we move to BDS?
Okay. Stumpy really wants to get us on BDS. So
All
let's
three, yeah.
Let's
I'm
talk
not the
BDS.
guy here.
Well, this is one that I don't know. I guess most people are probably going to say yeah.
They'd be fools not to. What?
Well, speaking of fools, you have a big surprise here. Stumpy, I guess you're going to defend yourself. Very ridiculous answer.
I think they are obviously a team that very much could make that top 4. They're one of the standout teams near there. But they ended up very much losing the ice at the end of the KC series. KC turned it around and didn't really face nearly as much opposition in the final 4 games as they did in the obviously the first 3 that BDS ended up winning. They're definitely the shakiest out of the 4 teams we're looking at, and I think 2 big question marks hover over that team. Number 1 is on, I think, as ever with BDS, Monkey Moon's mentality. We saw that he can be a bit shaky, and I appreciate that's a narrative that's always kind of going on.
Right.
Can be a bit shaky, but he's got a new guy, Drali, on his team. How are they going to be able to deal with that? And when Drali makes mistakes, which he did in the Open Qualifier 1, how are they going to be able to bounce back from it? They did it last time, and this is much more split because of that. So I think BDS are hovering on the line.
Look,
Right.
If you don't claim that split, clearly more people voted for
Okay.
yay, so it's a clear cut down the middle, meaning you are an idiot.
52% is enough to make big decisions.
I like this energy from you, Cole, because I'm going to pit you guys against each other. We got to do this one rapid fire because we're getting close to kickoff here.
Scared for this.
It's time for a little trivia. Let's see who's got the wrinklier brain.
I'm really
coming up
nervous.
by the end of this one. You guys got whiteboards? We'll put your answers down
I
on
got paper.
there. It works fine. Okay, I'm going to go
He
through
hates
these.
the environment.
Yep.
Yes,
gonna burn
he's
it.
just look at him. What a guy. Come on, Cole. You're my favorite now.
I'm really
let's-
scared about this quiz.
Let's do it. Let's just get to them. Okay, I'm going to ask the first question here. Let's start easy. Who is the current unofficial world champion? I said easy, and you both gave me a face that indicated it might not be that easy.
Oh.
We kind of talked about stuff, so.
Yeah. Stop the hinting. Stop the hinting.
Yeah,
I think I've got
okay,
it.
yeah,
Stop the
'cause you got the
I think I
answer.
got it. I think I got it. I think I
Okay,
got it.
flip it. Let's do it. Who's
Okay.
the current unofficial world champion? Oh, you both got it. Okay. Points on the board. We're even right now. Yeah. Sa did it, beating K Corp in the Open Qualifier day 3 to qualify for this weekend. So we'll see if
God,
they can
that
keep
my
that
brain
going
was
on.
like had like the bracket up, and I was like trying to think about where like it's hopped between.
Right. All right, next one up here. Closest without going over. What is Zen's new record-breaking MMR? Oh. This is the updated as of 12 hours ago. I tried to go in and I couldn't get the leaderboards to load for me, so I don't know if it could be above this now. But what is the updated one as of 12 hours ago?
As of 12 hours ago.
As of 12 hours ago.
And you said we can't go over, so it's better to go lower and
I
safe.
think
Probably a bit lower, yes.
earlier.
All right.
Okay.
Well, get the answer down. We got to go. Kickoff is on its way.
Sorry.
Okay. Yeah, I've got it.
Have you?
Yeah.
Did you Google
All right,
it?
flip
No.
them.
Okay.
Flip them. Go.
That's 8-5. 2385.
2385. You've gone way too low.
Have I?
Stumpy is on the mark. 2670.
my memory. Yes.
That is
Oh, you got it
crazy.
right.
Yeah. He's got it
fair
on
play.
the
Well, I was
dot.
never going to win that, was I?
I saw
On
it
the
posted to the
dot.
subreddit earlier.
Yeah,
So did I.
you did.
Like, oh, that's a big number. And then it immediately disappears
All
from my
right.
brain.
Here, let's go maybe a bit easier here, but I'm going to add a bit of hardness to it here. So, what are the 3 teams already qualified for the major in Copenhagen? And just for fun, order them in total demos inflicted.
Okay.
Okay.
So, which team do you think demos the most, essentially?
This season.
Yes, for this season so far, but all the way up to this point right now.
I feel like I'm being silly if I can't remember. Oh no, wait.
Okay, well, I'm going to give you a 10-second lock.
Okay. Oh, he's done.
Ooh,
He's too
this is
scared of our answer.
this is a big 10 seconds. Right,
Okay.
Stumpy, you v me.
Okay.
We're being told to flip the things. Are you ready, Stumpy Goblin?
Yeah, I'm good. Okay. I've
3,
got
2,
it.
1, flip the things!
Okay, I flipped.
Okay, so we've got the same answers, but in a different order. I reckon Power are just... I know that G2... Oh, you put G2 as
I
third
put
for
G2
demos.
3. Yeah, you were right. You got it dead on.
Oh, there we go. I had a
Good
feeling
job.
that Power would be just going about beating up Aussies.
That was
good for them.
That was also my
Good for
thought.
them.
Yeah, did they put the answers up? They have put the answers up. Okay, there. Good. You guys got your answers.
And
Now we can
Cole got
move
it
on to
dead
the
I
next
was
one.
dead on.
Yeah.
I'm going to skip the next one here because we're running out of time and get to my 5th question.
Okay.
All right, you ready for this?
Oh, you love this.
How many teams are still eligible to qualify for Copenhagen? This
In
is
the world.
In the world. This is every region all around. How many teams total? This is, of course, minusing the 3 that have already qualified.
Oh my word. A lot.
It is a lot.
Okay.
Same rules. Closest without going over.
This is so... Because I don't know what's a silly answer, so I might have put
I don't
something silly. Do you know what I mean?
All right. If you got them written down, we'll
Good
flip 'em.
question. You're very good at writing questions, Leaf. I'll give you that.
I'm gonna give credit. This one was actually Gibbs.
Oh!
So if the number is wrong, blame him.
Why have you made me say this?
Okay, I've got mine.
All right, flip him. Chat, you are very wrong. By
Someone
the way.
in chat put the exact same answer as me, I just saw.
Chat is very, very wrong. You guys are both very, very, very wrong.
Oh, really?
You know how in maths an exclamation mark
How
is
many
like you have
teams?
to multiply it loads. The question mark mean anything.
Is it weirdly high?
How many teams are
because-
still eligible to qualify?
because you can get a double win or something?
2,029 teams are still. Anybody that is playing in this qualifier today or next weekend is still eligible. to
Curse
make
you,
the play.
Gibbs!
Gibbs!
There you go. That's a good one for you.
Man,
All right.
this guy. It is in his room writing questions.
Did you guys tie? Did you guys tie?
Yeah, probably.
No, because I got the
Okay.
order right for demos, which you said
Okay.
was worth 500 bonus points. I heard it when you disconnected.
Oh, it was. Okay, I guess Cole very, very much won. Let's take a look at the schedule for today. Kickoff is on its way. We're getting closer and closer here. Screenshot this if you want to know the times. Of course, those might vary from a little bit depending on how fast the matches and rounds go here. But taking a look at what the matchups are. We have a lot of matchups. And as Stumpy said earlier, make sure you have your team streams open. We can't possibly cover every single one of these matches. Look at that. We got Forward, Top Cougars, Endpoint versus Magnifico, Oxygen, Bellico. There's so many teams across the board, so you want to catch an eye on all of them. We will have one specific one here. That'll be the second set that we end up taking a look at. But I love, Cole, when there's so much Rocket League.
It's brilliant, isn't it? These are my favorite days, day ones, where everywhere you look, there are upsets, there are great goals, there are fantastic moments, there are permutations for the future, Leaf. It's perfect.
Well, as you see, that first matchup, I think everyone knew for sure that this is going to be our featured match of the day. We got to start talking about KC and Gentlemates. This was our grand final, Stumpy. Last time we saw these two teams face off, and now here it is, Swiss round 1. They're facing off against each other.
It's kind of crazy that we're having the grand finals of our first open qualifier to then be our first match coming into it. Are we going to be seeing completely different team plays during this first round? Do they play it a little bit differently? I don't know, but Carmine Corp have got a lot to prove here too, because they took them down previously, but they are walking wounded after their loss to Sur in the qualifier.
It's funny you said that, stuff because I think it's absolutely crazy that the first match in the Swiss and EU is going to be higher quality than the grand finals from NA.
You cannot say that.
Are those plants more dead now than they were before?
Are those plants more dead than NA? Sorry, I need.
Whoa! All right.
Okay. Anyway, all right.
To be fair, I'm surprised we got this far without saying anything. So
Yeah, we did well.
Yeah, exactly.
We did well. Well done, everyone. No, it is going to be an absolute rip-roaring series to start us off too, because I feel like normally we're going to be seeing the top seeds against when we see the bottom seeds. It's going to be a lot more wibbly-wobbly. It'll be one side very much going to smash one side out the park. Usually, sometimes there are those upsets. This is probably the closest that we could possibly say, and probably the highest quality that we could say too, as proven by this being the previous grand final. I'm intrigued to see what the viewership is going to be like on Gentlemates 2.
True.
They're immediately kicking off, going up against Carmine Corp, and that was the biggest viewership that we've had for a little while. So yeah, huge showing from Gentlemates fans.
I really believe in Gentlemates here as well. I mean, the fact that they were in the last Swiss, they went 3-0 as a new team that had a couple of question marks over them. You know, we have M80 over in NA who are sort of seen as a Swiss team, and Jore is a Swiss player. Maybe Gentlemates are going to become that Swiss team that when they come up against anyone in this format, they just believe they can take it. But Leaf, this is who they're against.
Yeah, again, I love that this matchup is so early on, too, because as we mentioned, you can lose 3, right? You don't have to win this one. This is a real good indicator of, over the past 2 weeks, how have you been able to adjust? I mean, Gentlemates are going to want that revenge, but they got, as you can see, a strong team behind them, Farah backing them up, the whiteboard's out. You know, this is a KC that's ready to step in and say, you know, that open qualifier loss was an absolute fluke, and that's not going to happen against them.
Farah was vibing there, but can I just say, he was like doing rap hands and all sorts.
I mean, and we know that last night as well, all of Carmine Corp, they were out at dinner together. They were all hanging out, making sure that it's not just that in-game playing together, then they all go their separate ways. Everyone's on boot camp. Same with Gentlemates, all on boot camp, all making sure their relationships are staying as good as possible as well. I think the Carmine Corp, they have that question mark over them. Yes, of course, they won. They are currently the points leaders and also rated highest by their peers coming into the entire season. But that loss to SAR, they're not going to let it bother them, I don't think. But it's something that will definitely be a little mar on their season if that turns out to be a turning point. It's on them to make sure that it doesn't end up being anything that is anything more than a small blip on their radar.
It's also a best of 5 as well, right? Compared to a best of 7, the sort of slight underdog is always going to be slightly more favoured when there's fewer games to play. I mean, if you look at the first 4 games in the grand finals last time around, there was that game 2 where KC completely turned it around. I think they got they scored with 5 seconds left then from a kickoff goal to go 2-0 up. But in those early stages of the series, Gentlemates were well and truly in it against Carmine Corp, and I'm hoping that's how they're viewing them. What I would say though is they're looking a lot more stoic than Carmine Corp are. Carmine Corp are sort of there actively listening to Farah, as these guys are just trying to lock in by the way of seeing them.
I think that's the thing we saw from this squad. They're all about the vibes. I feel like that does change. We tend to call it the honeymoon phase, and it does change. But even this weekend, they've got the smiles on. They're still keeping those vibes going forward. And I got to say, I'm just really happy for the player specifically of Juicy, because, again, there were some question marks around him. And the fact that, Cole, he's still here making his statement is wonderful. I love to see it.
It's brilliant seeing him at full fettle. He looks fantastic. You know, the overtime goal that he scored after the late equaliser that Gentlemates got against Team BDS, I think it was a Fatality, was a beautiful one, the air dribble. That was stunning. And that is what Juicy is capable of. When he was playing for Moist last season, it seemed it was always there, Stumpy. He couldn't quite get it, but now we are seeing him as one of the French players right now.
Yeah, he's been phenomenal. One of the standout players that I appreciate is not new to the RLCS, but is making this sort of feel like his first time coming here. Not his debut, but the time where we've seen him at his highest quality. And bear in mind, as I said, it's the first round of the Swiss. One of these teams is going to be going to the 0-1 side of our Swiss bracket. Whoever loses,
be fun.
you are going to probably bump into Carmine Corp or Gentlemates, depending on your seeding when you go through into that round. So, scary time if you lose your first series to any of those other teams. It is very much all to play for. Who can go through in that in this first win? Can they move through into the 3-0?
Everyone's rap battling someone.
Yeah.
I would not want to be on the end of that. I've got nothing, man.
I wonder, I really want to know what secrets are on there. I don't think he knows. He's trying to look at that. What is that? What did I write again?
Do you speak French, Leaf, being a Canadian person?
Very, very little.
So you wouldn't know what he was saying if he was giving the world's best advice?
No, I would not. I've actually talked with Farah before, and I had to make him speak very slowly to me when he was talking in French.
Was that in English? Because I have to do the same for you in English, don't I?
Wait. Hold on. Yeah, no, I'm learning, actually. I actually am trying to get better because I realized that we're being taken over. Like, everyone better get on French, because...
Everybody in chat, make sure that you learn French, all right? Get on it now. Get the CDs out the loft and see if you can start cramming before the LAN.
Yeah, so I've actually ranked up. I did 10 minutes a day. I did 10 minutes a day of French, and I've ranked up. It's been 3 points.
We just got an app from CJ saying that the KC DQ timer has started because Farah's talking too long.
Really?
There's the CJ cameo.
I don't know if that's a joke, but like,
I think it definitely is a joke.
They don't know that it's 2 minutes past the hour. Oh no, admin said it. It's 2 minutes. It's 2 minutes past the hour.
I think this might not be a joke.
And they're still yapping. Farah!
Oh, right.
Farah, you have a series to play.
Say it in French. Leaf, say it in French, quick.
Quick!
Farah.
Like quick. Just put an accent on.
La series, gentlemen, load into lobby. Is that French? I don't.
That was close enough. It sounded like I couldn't understand what you were saying. Yeah, I don't know. Could this? Okay, say this is what's happening. Could that be a strat too, just to like get in the heads of your opponent?
Oh, that would be wild.
Apparently, they're also typing in the in-game chat saying, "Guys, it's 2 minutes past the hour."
Does someone need to knock on Carmine's door and be like, guys?
It's Juicy saying, "Come on."
What's going on?
Yeah, this is interesting. Well, I mean, if that is a strat, I'm hoping that the gentlemates are saying, okay, this is silly.
If any coach is going to be running a play, it's going to be Farah, Captain America himself.
This is the only time you can actually really
to the
run
grand
whiteboard
finals and all
plays.
that. And now he's like, let's make him wait, let's make him sweat. They're too confident.
Have we ever
they're rocking
seen
the
this?
pink.
Have we ever seen that the players are all definitely there? They're all talking.
Oh, there we go. They're ready
There we
now.
go, happening.
They're like, yeah, Casey are ready. Now we can play.
3 minutes past the hour, and they're like, "Yeah, this is our time. This is the one. Right, let's lock in, boys."
Carmine Corp, fantastic at everything except timekeeping, apparently.
I bet as well we're gonna get to this bit, and they'll say, "Guys, we're ready. Can we get into the lobby, please?"
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they'll take a kickoff when gentlemates aren't looking. But like, what do you mean?
Maybe that's the
were
strat.
ready.
They're gonna take a quick corner.
Yeah.
I'm very intrigued to see how this first game goes now, because if there's some sort of blowout lead immediately by KC, I think we see a new meta develop.
What I'd love in the background is just to see Farah look at his watch and just look really nervous, like, oh no, my bad, lads.
What have I done? No, I don't. I think Farah goes on his own pace, and he's got the team locked in. They look locked in too. I mean, yeah, this is a team. This is one of those, probably one of the most professional teams we've seen in Rocket League. They just around from the support behind them, just the way they appreciate and bring in their fans and make sure that everyone's involved across the board, from people that support them to the players to, again, Kameto is like, this is a strong org with very driven players.
I'd also like to point out as well, we've got yet more correspondence from CJ. Rise, when he joined the lobby, he dropped a no problem after joining 3.5 minutes late. Not even that, probably like 5 minutes late, because I meant to join before the hour. He's like, yeah, no worries, boys, it's all right, we're here.
We've got some very busy people in chatting on here, I'll have you know, young Rise. Goodness me.
Oh, my word.
That is wonderful. Chat, you guys have been spamming your hashtags already, so keep them going here. Let's see what we think on the board.
We've ever had.
Yeah, that you guys had a good chance to make your statement. This is democracy at work here. So we gave you a chance. Now we have to see what the analysts are going to say.
Have been found.
I want to remind people as well that we are tracking this. If you weren't here previously, you didn't know that. We're tracking these predictions, so make sure you guys are getting them right. And we do have an odd one out.
We do. I think I sort of gave myself away during that 18 minutes of pre-talk with this one. I just think because it's a Swiss and because Gentlemates did start very well against Carmine Corp in last event's grand finals, you're going to get an upset. Carmine Corp are the better team, that's fine. It's best of 5. It's not a particularly brave shout. I've also got pen on my forehead from
you do.
doing the stupid scoreboard thing. I'm just like,
How did you get pen on
well,
your
because I
head?
was rubbing my eyes thinking, come on, Farah, get on with it,
I
mate.
mean, missed your eyes by quite the margin.
All right,
My
chat.
eyes.
Our match is about ready. The
Where are
players
they?
are in. 71%, I'll say, is not a
Got
big
1.5.
surprise for me. We've been talking, we've been waiting, and it's time for some Rocket League. We have CJ and Johnny standing by. EU is starting with their grand finals. Let's see if KC defends their Qualifier 1 title, or if the Gentlemates can get some revenge.
I cannot believe we're saying this, but welcome to the grand final rematch, round 1 of Swiss, day 1 of EU. If that doesn't sum up this region, I don't know what does. I'm joined by Johnny Boy, and we are about to see one of the greatest round 1 Swiss stages you've ever seen.
Yeah, I thought we were going to be starting off nice and chill on Friday, CJ. I saw we were up first on the cast thinking, okay, in round one, we're going to get some middle-of-the-pack teams. Little did we know, we're getting the worst team in the entire tournament, Carmine Corp, the 16th seed. So let's see if they can pull off an upset. They've already tried to pick a kickoff, and it's resulted in a goal. It's my favorite day of the week, CJ. What a brilliant opening.
K-Corp took them 3.5 minutes to get this game started. Maybe Pharaoh was just talking about that strat right there. 2 seconds into the game. It is an atrocious kickoff coming through from Gentlemates, but K-Corp, wow, there you go.
I reckon Gentlemates were expecting a back corner there. They were trying to. I bet they were trying to counter a back corner kickoff by KC. Went for a big block. KC just faked it and shot the ball, so that might be 300 IQ. And if that's what Pharaoh is drawing up for about 30 minutes while we're waiting for the match to start, then fair play to him. I mean, it worked out. They're 1-0 up, so yeah, you can't really. You can't hit him. He just keeps winning. He's on a 6 RLCS event win streak. Farah is. Vitality's win streak's over. Farah's is not.
I mean, how ridiculous is it as well that after last week, the kickoff dilemma that happened last week in the finals as well, that we get the first game, regional number 2, 2 seconds in, a kickoff. It goes to show that these teams, Johnny, that we talk about how much they prep, 2 weeks in between this and the last regional, and it still happens.
Yeah, you've got to be paying close attention from the get-go with all these teams. They know each other super well. And I think this is the season when I've been hearing from a lot of teams on both sides of the Atlantic, all around the world, that scrims are just full of kickoff strats now. Teams are taking it to the next level. It's wonderful to see. You do really need to be locked in. It used to be the moment where you can switch your brain off and everybody does the expected thing. No longer. This is the time where teams are really able to strat and figure out what set play they're going to go for.
Yeah, it's just certainly something that's really been overlooked, and I know you're a massive fan of the kickoff strats, but finally I think teams are starting to switch on. We say that, but clearly Gentlemates there got, well, the better of them, but here we go. Vatira's up, little reset fake. He has got 2 here. Rise keeping the pressure on. K-Corp starting off really strong, and importantly, as we said, they didn't have any really warm-up, no pre-game lobby for them. Straight in and straight into the action. Yeah,
I'm looking forward to seeing more air dribble bump passes from K-Corp as well. I think that was really one thing that had them standing out last weekend. It's actually they're covering for Seiko's back corner miss. Always good to have the backup from a player like Seiko. He's been playing the defensive role very well for this Gentlemates team. Very difficult to get the ball past this guy. But will that physical play work out? Not in this play. It's Juicy, who has had the split of his life up until this point. It's actually with a 1v2 in the back corner. And look who's at the back post. Juicy to finish it off.
Yeah, I mean, his first regional was absolutely phenomenal. And if this is anything to go by, again, I just cannot believe. Look at the teams you've got here. Everyone watching at home, this is a best of 5. This is the Swiss stage. I need to remind you, this is not Championship Sunday just yet. As you said, Juicy really picking up where he left off in that first regional. A player that, came into the spotlight under Moist last season, and he was inconsistent. He didn't quite have that. We could see the potential, the mechanics, and when he really put it together. But so far, I mean, with this Gentlemates lineup, he's been super impressive.
Yeah, I've never been more impressed with Juicy. Oh, that's not the 50-50 from Itachi there. He gets extremely fortunate that it hits off the post. That was so risky. Oh, what dropped out pass? Itachi tries to ping it top bins, but it's gone off the crossbar. The 1-2 pass was completely past Gentlemates. They did not have a counter for it, but luckily the crossbar had them safe.
So creative there from K-Corp, and a little glimpse of what we did see in the first regional. They're starting off okay here, but Gentlemates, well, they did take them to 6 in the grand final. Can they get one back here in the first round of Swiss? Again, I just keep having to remind myself where we're at here in this regional.
Yeah.
With the 2 grand finalists, but it's been a bit of
this is the chance, CJ. This is the real chance for the rest of the region. We're looking at EU as a very clear top 4 at the moment, and with the lack of Moist in this event, it looks like an even more clear top 4. But if the rest of Europe are going to break that top 4, one way that it could happen is the bracket having more than 2 French teams on either side of it. Just a quarterfinal matchup with 2 French teams against each other. Ato's got a chance here. He's missed it, but it's gone in anyway. So Rise gets credited with the goal. He does, have the shot on target anyway. And I think he might have just called that was in. And Ato, yeah, he pulls away. Doesn't want to risk own goaling, or is rather saving that one when it is already in from Rise's touch.
Yeah, not exactly quality goals coming through early from K-Corp, but they're getting the job done. They found an opening, and Hitachi really respecting Atto. I don't think he could have got back regardless, but really driving away from the net, expecting Atto to perhaps redirect that one, but K-Corp getting the lead back. That's open. Is it in? It is.
Okay.
Bottom left found from Seiko. A little solo play.
Look at where Seiko started off going with this play. That's unreal. The flip reset and then the little gentle ground pitch, perfectly placed it off the post. He started off air dribbling towards KC's back corner there, and before you know it, he's crossed them over and he's shot it bottom left. 2-2. There's the double kickoff again from KC. They had great success against Gentlemates. This time Gentlemates were more prepared against that. They had players back and they were not immediately put under pressure.
This is strange. I mean, even there, you probably heard in the call, I wasn't expecting that to be a scoreable opportunity for Seiko, but we have seen it just gaps in the defense from both sides early, and, well, it is only the first day. Well, you could say it's day number 4, depending on where you want to look at this qualifier, but this is awkward again. Bumps coming through. Rise gets a good touch. Seiko's trying to get the follow-up now. There's a counter-attack. Vatira trying to work one forward. That's a great coverage there from Itachi, just helping out Juicy on the defensive end. Yeah, this is certainly, I wouldn't say, just for the eye test here, Johnny, to the standard that we saw from the grand final for both of these sides early, but, well, they still can't break this deadlock just yet.
Yeah, the one thing that does remain pretty consistent from that grand final is that it's hard to separate any of the French Big Four as Gentlemates and KC go to overtime in game 1. Atto will pick up the kickoff from the back corner this time, but Gentlemates are all over them. I think Gentlemates are responding very well to these kickoff strats from KC, but I do like the ideas KC are bringing to the table.
Yeah, just players getting dusted to the ball a little bit there. Just mechanics not quite on. That's a poor touch from Itachi. He's thrown the ball away. Juicy's crept as well, but Seiko, there you go. There's the coverage again. Gentlemates, their defense last regional was incredible. Seeing a little bit of it just there as K-Corp still pushing forward. Atto's got no boost, but he's going to stay forward. Itachi trying to get 2. Fakes it out for Seiko. Throws it forward, but there's that Vatira playing the deep third man that we see so many the top players in the world go for. Gives them so much space to work their solo plays. Here he is again, sitting deep third, trying to throw that ball forward. Doesn't have a teammate. Seiko's going to get the clear. Juicy up. All 50s coming through the pace on, and there's another shot, and it's in! I thought for sure one of K-Corp would have had that in net, but it's Gentlemates taking game 1.
It's Atto's touch that takes it towards Hitachi, and yeah, I think Rise and Vatira both thought the same thing. They thought they had full goal coverage. I think it was Vatira had one side of the goal, Rise had the other, but Itachi just shoots it right between them with enough power to go in. So yeah, they've underestimated Itachi there, but he's made such a name for himself over the past year, in the past few seasons, as a finisher, as a goal scorer from positions like that. Yeah, you have to respect him as he puts Gentlemates one game up in the series. What a start for Gentlemates.
Yeah, and I fully agree with Gixels in chat. That ain't going on in NA. What a weird game 1 here from the grand final rematch. There was some interesting goals. Just goes to show that both teams aren't quite fully firing on all cylinders, but a great response, as you said. They conceded that kickoff goal 2 seconds into that game. But they fought back, Gentlemates, and just an interesting. I thought Rise almost had the better coverage on that shot, but almost pulled out for Vatira to make the save. And
yeah.
I think
play. He must have thought Vatira had his half of the goal covered. I think Rise maybe had just about half of the goal covered, but Vatira was a bit later arriving back, so they possibly miscommunicated there. But yeah, it fell down to Itachi perfectly from Atto's touch, actually. But Juicy did not, as far as I can see, get a piece of it. If he did it, just forced the ball upwards, so well played to him. But this is massive for Gentlemates, massive for other teams in the competition as well. It's up to them now to try and not only beat Karmine Corp from this position, but beat them as quickly as possible. If they can get a 3-0 or a 3-1, they're putting off that next matchup against one of the other big French teams who we expect to be going and getting a win in round 1 of Swiss. Oh yeah, we could check on that actually they have both won. Yeah, Vitality 2-1 in game 1 in overtime, and BDS also 4-3 in game 1 in overtime in their first matches. So not easy there, so it's a bit of a close call for Gentlemates there, but looks like the play is slowed down and they will escape for now.
Yeah, just a little quick one, as you said, around the grounds. It seems that all of the higher seeds have won game one, except for Oxygen, who have upset Belly Goal so far.
Oh, well, yeah. Is that an upset, really? I mean,
well,
yeah,
I mean,
guess.
seeding-wise.
Based on seeding, yes, but I mean, I think, yeah, based on the power rankings, I'd say that's all expected matchups so far in EU. Oh, that's a big miss of defense, and Matira's what put them on the level of CJ. There's another questionable defensive play to add to your list for the day.
Yeah, this is another double commit coming through. The flip reset beating 2. I mean, that's just not what we expect from top teams here in Europe, but again, and even Vatira's follow-up shot, Johnny, was a bit of a scramble to get there, but oh, there we go. Another kickoff strap from Keikov. Feels like it's been a strong initiative from Ferrer, perhaps seeing what his team in Vitality pulled out last regional and not wanting a repeat, but has worked again. Having said that, Genomates have recovered pretty well off that kickoff, but they need to, well, they're down a goal again. It worked in game number 1. Can they find it here again in game 2?
That's a great dodge by Seiko. Rise was chasing him down there. He managed to avoid him and get an interception the next play. Now he's bumped last man away, but Rise is a free shot, so for all of Seiko's hard work and defense there, doesn't pay off because Itachi and Juicy could not get back into position to help him. Itachi's completely boostless there as he gets back to the goal. Did not have the pace to turn and beat Rise.
Yeah, great shot placement as well from Rise to put that one away. K-Corp, I guess, doing what they couldn't quite do in the first game, getting a bit more of a lead. They can only get the 1-goal lead in game number 1, but there's more offensive pressure. And when K-Corp are really on, Vatira, again, just making an awkward mechanical play there. He just flipped under the ball, and again, it's not quite the peak form. There's almost another bump coming through. Itachi was in big trouble. He had to drive forward. There's more bumps. Vatira ceiling. One more. Drop down. Not quite met from Seiko either. Gentlemates under the pump early.
Yeah, Gentlemates, after a clutch game 1 ending, have had by far the slower start in game 2. Rise boostless there, couldn't get his shot on target. Ato's just floating in the midfield. A lot of verticality with the trajectory of the ball today. It's very up and down, kind of staying around in the same position in the field, but all of this favors K-Corp. They can keep Gentlemates pinned back like this, and they're getting to play their style of Rocket League, just keeping the pressure on and producing as many shot opportunities as they can.
You're just seeing K-Corp as well get a little bit more comfortable downfield with the bumps. They're hopping often with Rise, you see, just so happy to not rotate out, get one more bump. There's a great touch from Atto, but met by Juicy on the backboard. Vatira awkward, but does find Rise. K-Corp looking quite comfortable here on the setup, but that's his smart touch there from Seiko to just release. Here we go. Juicy sitting deep. Should be able to get a nice counter-attack downfield. Itachi trying to get the beat out. Drop down for Seiko, but Rise meeting it. And look, all 3 of K-Corp in front of Gentlemates here. Double touches on for Rise. Saved out for Seiko.
Yeah, the pressure's still piling on, though. KC are all over them. Gentlemates have only had the 1 shot this game, and it wasn't all that memorable. Now, KC add their, was that our 8th shot to their tally. Constant pressure. And it's Vatira with the downward double. That's saved. Yeah, they do just have, by far, the lion's share of the opportunities. This is setting ourselves up for a long series, it would seem. The 2 teams went to overtime game 1, and now it looks like we're going to get a tie series after 2 games if things stay as they are, and that's, you know, actually bad news for both of these teams, because I expect Vitality and BDS to keep winning, so we might have another big French derby in round 2.
Yeah, the seeding has certainly made things very interesting, and I know I mentioned it in the pre-show, but this is what can happen with the format. K-Corp coming into this, although winning the first regional as the bottom seed. If you lose in the qualifiers, you lose in that double elim. The other team takes your seed. That's how it works. That's why we've got SAR as the #1 seed right now in this regional. So important to be on. And Rise, look at the bar. That's so crucial on Juicy. So much confidence to push forward. Vatiri gets credited with the goal, but that is all Rise. Look at him. He's just locked in like a homing missile on him.
Yeah, I love that Rise doesn't commit too early there as well. He just boxed Juicy into a corner, and then as soon as Juicy had to make a play for the ball, that's when Rise made his move. You know, a lot of players running ahead for demos will, I think, commit a bit too early and leave the defender with the option to dodge the bump and still get back for the save. Rise did not give Juicy that option. He puts the team up 3-0. A dominant game 2 for KC.
They haven't really had to overcommit or anything too much in the offense. They've set up their structure so well. You see first and second man just getting to work. Vatira sitting so deep third. often, and that just means they've got that safety net, that security blanket in case something doesn't quite work out offensively.
Oh,
but Atto
what?
has just pre-jumped for no reason at all. Like it's like a slinging shot was going to be coming in, and it goes straight past him.
I cannot believe Atto pre-jumped here. 3-0 up, and he's the last defender. What was he thinking Juicy's going to do with that? Did he think that was going to be a thunderbolt? From that position, it looked like an awkward shot for Juicy, but they are still in a 2-goal lead here, despite that lack of resistance to the incoming shot. At the same time, though, you know, for Juicy's POV, at least he hit the target, because if he didn't, that would have been the most painful ball to watch bounce wide of the net, thinking, oh my goodness, it was just open. Atto pre-jumped.
It was a little bit silly from Atto. I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt there that 3-0 up, he got a little bit creative. He was pretty confident he had this one locked away for good reason as well. They do concede that goal, but they get the win 3-1. They get the response, tie this best of 5 up in this grand final rematch, and that was more of the K-Corp style that we saw last regional.
Yeah, that was the dominant KC, just keeping their opponents pushed back and you know, massively outstriking them, and getting a little bit of that physical play going as well. Definitely the most physical team out of the top 4 in Europe in the most recent event, and I expect to see that continue. I think it worked extremely well for them. They've already got a great goal in this game because of that, and they're creating a lot of pressure because of those lingering bumps and threats in the positions that Gentlemates have to constantly be on the lookout for. Yeah, looking around the other games that are happening right now in Day 1 of Europe, SA are up 2-0 on Hosky. Magnifico are up 2-0 on Endpoint, and as expected, BTS and Vitality are also up 2-0 on Redemption and Caliente, respectively. Fast Forward are 2-1 ahead of Top Cougars. That would be an upset, in my opinion, if they can close that one out. And I've not yet heard of a final score for the Oxygen versus Belagal series, but it does still show us 2-0.
Is it the longest overtime ever, or is that not updated? Well, you guys will know. Make sure as well you tune into the other streams. There's plenty of team streams, plenty of official broadcasts going on around outside of this feature match, but we're getting underway here. Game number 3 off to Utopia. Series tied up, as we said, and well, there's no excuses now, Johnny. Both teams should be fit, firing, and ready to go. Yep. Game 1 and 2 looked a little bit rough for both sides in their own right at times. Now I'm expecting some peak Rocket League action.
I think for KC, yes. Oh, Viteras hit the bar there, though. That was definitely...
I'm sorry, I've completely cursed that one.
You may have cursed that one. Okay, Atto's peaked on it. There we go. Okay, they're back, CJ. Back in business. After a quick argument with the crossbar, it's Atto with a 1v2 play, air dribble over one, flip reset over the second, and 1-0 KC, who continue to just completely out-pressure Gentlemates. But, you know, Gentlemates have definitely got something to worry about here. This is not going too well for them. The momentum does seem to have strongly swung in KC's favor, and here they come again. It's Atto for 2-0. What a finish.
EU is so back. Rise up in the air. Atto again. He's just that player.
That's unreal.
What an addition to this lineup he's been. I mean, the mechanics that he displayed last regional, he's pulling it out again here. We saw the flip reset first goal, air dribble from behind halfway.
He did. He pre-jumped that ceiling double tap there, Atto did.
That's confidence.
Rise's ceiling double center ball was pre-jumped by Atto, and he slotted it top shelf. I mean, that's, yeah, definitely a great pair of goals for Atto. Yeah, you're not going to see, you know, very many 2-goals swings for a single player of that quality. And now you look at him, he's being the Atto from last season. The demo per game stats for Atto were outrageous last season, of course. He is going to keep doing that. Viteras breakdancing in the back corner. Gentlemates are in big trouble here, CJ.
Yeah, 100%. And you saw Atto there. He got the bump, but he was also going for the pre-jump. So he's covering everything right there. He's being the bump first man, but also being the option downfield for the pass. So Atto certainly in form. And Gentlemates now, they're in trouble the way K-Corp are playing. But the question is, will K-Corp just overcommit a little bit, or will they be able to keep that structure? And that's the terrible 50. That's the worst challenge you could possibly do offensively. Goal.
Yeah, it's Juicy here, and moving off as third man, but Seiko is the one who's just owned gold. He tried to get a favorable 50-50, most likely hit it back corner, but he's just hit it into his own net, and it's an Atto hat trick within 90 seconds. Great stuff for him. It should be Gentlemates firing back, surely. No, it's wide from Itachi. I mean, he's got Seiko in that position, ready to collect the ball. But yeah, they need to be more clinical if they're not getting enough chances against this KC roster. You have to take the ones you are getting given, especially if they're as good as that one.
And you saw KC there trying to go for the team pinch. It was met with a 50, but it had to be a goal. They had 2 chances. Vitira with incredible defense with 0 boost. There's a reset. Rise again helping out. That's that sort of new age play style we see from a lot of the top teams. Helping out that third man, not trying to make third man be awkward and commit to something they don't want to go to. There's another shot. It's off the crossbar. Atto with the clear, but Genomate should be able to keep this ball in with a 50. Follow up. That's a great pop. Vitira is very awkward. He's trying to go low 50. Seiko's crept on. That means Juicy has to come in third man. He's got round Rise, beat round 1. Free double. Can he get it down? Misses a second touch.
Yeah, it looks like Juicy was trying to get that downwards. Oh, that's much better from the man. Top ins as he just breaks rotation and slams it into the KC goal. Yeah, KC just running a bit dead on boost there, other than Rise, who's reading a touch from Atto. That never happened. Juicy was all over him, and he has brought this one back. Still a lot of time left in the clock for Gentlemates to work with.
And Atto with the miss. He did have low boost on that backboard. Again, some of these plays, I'm just not expecting from what we saw last week for them to be goals, but we're just seeing some positional mistakes coming through from both sides. Keiko letting one back in. Still half a game left. There's a lot of time compared to what they had to work with 3-0 down last game. Vitira, though, going for a double. Seiko backboard. Genomate's trying to work this one out. He's going to keep it upstairs, get the bump on Rise, follow up from Itachi. This is nice, but Atto trying to go clean up crew. Genomate's still in attack for now, but Atto's going to be able to work this one out. Look at this 0 boost, but getting more and more 50s on the ball. Rise just overcommitting a touch here as he's made Vitira very awkward. There's a shot. Rise, great coverage.
Yeah, better passage of play here for Gentlemates. They're seeing a lot more of that KC goal, and they are creating some opportunities. And time is still on their side. For now, Juicy let that outlet pass. Ends up more of a pass to KC than... And there's just going to be another goal, isn't it? It is for Vitira, 4-1. Yeah, giveaway of the ball from Gentlemates, and it gets fired back into the middle before they can recover. Juicy actually attempted a defensive demo on Rise there, and Rise just effortlessly dodges him, centers to his old friend Vitira.
And another double commit. They just panicked as soon as Rise was downfield, as soon as he got hands on the ball there. They just committed so early. All he needed to do was get the pop over the top. And again, I feel like it's, I don't know if it's just a difference, but it just feels like uncharacteristic defensive plays, particularly from Gentlemates, who, you know, we expect to see them really fit and firing, at least from that first regional. Their defense was incredible when you're not expecting it, but that,
Surely.
again, is that just open? Can Seiko back to that one. He still has boost, but he's handed the ball to Atto, gets one more on it. Vitira keeping the ball forward just over a minute. Look at this guy downfield. He just does not have a care in the world, Atto. As K-Corp trying to get one more, can Rise slotted in, blocked out. Gentlemates pushing forward, Seiko pushing forward, but Atto playing with so much confidence, third man there, Johnny.
Yeah, the confidence is definitely there for KC. They, took that little bit of time to warm up, but it didn't really affect them. The goals they're conceding in the game they lost in game 1, not a problem. They just get right back to winning ways, and yeah, they're pre-jumping everything right now. Even in the previous goal when they conceded, previous game when they conceded, they're pre-jumping in a 1v3. Atto in that situation. Yeah, it looks like the pressure's really gotten to Gentlemates here, and when you think about this series from their POV, it kind of makes sense in a way, because you're up against the one team that beat you the last time that you played in the grand final, and it's round 1 of Swiss, so they're probably feeling a little bit hard done by here. You qualify as you're supposed to, and then you look at who you're up against, you think, what are KC doing here? Why have they lost to SA, and now we have to be the team who get punished for that? So yeah, definitely a tough one mentally for Gentlemates, it would seem, as they do not show up on day 1 with the form that they finished off the previous event with.
I mean, the hard part with that, though, is although it is obviously the toughest first round matchup and probably the unluckiest first round matchup, these Gentlemates, the way they're playing right now is not what we saw in the first event so far. And really, that game highlighted it. The last half of it was basically K-Corp just being better individually and outpacing Gentlemates, which isn't what we saw from the top 4 last regional. It was more based on play style, based on structure and setup. It was about, who's able to change up, to shift the dynamic depending on what the other team's doing. But right there, you saw it. They're just pre-jumping, they're outpacing, they're not really worried about what Gentlemates are doing. And they just look a class above. And that's not what we saw last event. You know, K-Corp got the job done, but it was more about their play style being the difference.
Well, CJ, looking back to your playing days, how did it feel when you get a great result in a tournament and you maybe get an upset win and you're thinking this is fantastic, we've done really well there, we're gonna get a good matchup, and then you look at your up against, you see it's a way tougher team than you would have anticipated. Like, how hard is it to block that out and just focus on winning? Because obviously, Gentlemates, they've known about this for a few days now. They've been able to prepare for the match, and they have just clearly not had a successful time doing that. But what is it like in your experience when that happens to you? Because I know there's been times where you thought, great, we're in a great position here, and then you look at your up against, and you're thinking, why? Just why is that our match?
Yeah, it's pretty much, it's that mindset you don't want to fall into, a bit of sort of why me, poor little me kind of attitude with it. And it happened a lot, particularly with our region, because often you'd have three good teams. So you'd be on the wrong side of the bracket. You're playing that other good team in the semi-final. And here we go again, though. That's what you need to do, respond in the best way possible. It's a pass across the outpace Vatira. This is what can happen. K-Corp perhaps a little bit too confident. Vatira in a weird position, trying to go off the ceiling for a read. Gets outpaced, gets punished for it.
Yeah, really nice ceiling pinch pass there to set Seiko up, who actually trusted that pass. He was moving it upfield already. Very aggressive play there, being rewarded for Gentlemates. I think that's really, if they're going to lose this series, or I'd like to see them give it that go of really fighting KC's aggression in the midfield for this fourth game, not just trying to accept the pressure and sit back on it. KC just want teams to do that against them. They want teams to be backed up into a corner so that they can take a million shots.
Yeah, just getting back to the, I guess, the matchup and the mindset. The positive for Gentlemates, which they have to be looking at, is, when you do have that tougher run, the tougher matchups, you're going to be better for it throughout the tournament. And look at the redirect. There we go. Juicy sitting downfield. So much confidence. The outpace on the sidewall. Over there from Seiko, beating Rise. And look at this guy. Back punch downfield, still boost redirect.
Vatira had no idea that Juicy was coming in with that much speed. He got completely dusted by Juicy, who's breaking rotation there on the far side of the field. So much harder for the defender to deal with that cross-field pass when the attacking player is already that far advanced. And that's now both goals for Gentlemates, involving a player being upfield in those redirect positions. Oh, but here comes Atto again. He's testing them in these games. CJ Atto's been a nightmare, but all of a sudden they're going the other way. Vatira does not look comfortable. Vatira does not have control, and it's 3-0.
I tell you what, K-Corp might have got a little bit confident here, because Vatira, third man, was basically in Gentlemate's net, crept up too high, and there it is. The bump comes through. Itachi gets the clean up. Seiko's chasing Vatira, and K-Corp have just gone way too aggressive here to start game number 4. Well, this could really swing the tides.
It's just it's so difficult for these teams to get that the win consistently. It seems Seiko's made it 4. I don't believe it. It's just 90 seconds in. It looks like we're going to game 5 already. And Juicy had the fake flip reset there. And Seiko at the back post now, but I mean, credit to them. They have been in position in these wide spots to pick up on these opportunities.
Just when you think you can count this team out, just when you think K-Corp, surely they're going to run away with this series. It's only a best of 5. They don't have any more games to try and fight their way back in to get some momentum back. They respond, and this is what they did in the first regional as well. When you least expect it, when you think surely they can't do it, surely they can't knock out some of the top teams. You look at the vitalities of the region, but they just keep responding. They've done it again here. Gentlemates 4-0 up. As you said, it feels like almost game over without trying to cast a curse them, but K-Corp have a lot of work to do with 3 minutes on the clock.
It's just a complete turnaround, a totally different Gentlemates, and we don't have timeouts in Swiss, we don't have timeouts in best of 5s, so this is really amazing to see them just show up in game 4 with a totally different outcome. And I think, the volatility of this series, it doesn't just speak to Gentlemates feeling the pressure. I think KC as well. The difference here is that they're probably having a hard time not thinking too far ahead. They're thinking, oh my goodness, if we lose games here, we're going to have a harder run. If we end up in a quarterfinal match against one of the other French teams, maybe we're no longer favorites of the major. Vatira, he'll be favorite for the major with more shots like this, though. And this is another case of an infield play just being pounced on. Every single pass middle has a supersonic player attacking it.
I mean, how classy was that from Atto on the sideball, though? He got a one-touch follow-up instantly for the infield pass. Vatira's there, pushing up third man. And that's what you need to do for K-Corp right now. Just over 2 minutes left. They have to get aggressive. You want to see that last guy, that third man, pushing up high because they've got nothing to lose. They need to not be worried too much about conceding more. They need to score themselves. Atto with a reset. Here's one more over the top. I mean, this would be a phenomenal comeback if they can somehow get back into this. Gentlemates one more, you'd think, Johnny, would be game over.
Yeah, I think they are just trying to keep their players in rotation here. Try to keep KC at bay. Infield from Vatira to Rise. And Vatira has actually landed back on it after initially misreading the play. Transition from Itachi will be redirected into the bar by Rise. Okay, I was going to say so, just collected by Rise, but redirected into the bar also works.
Oh, here's the bumps, though. This is trouble if Rice can get a flick redirect. Vatira, big trouble for Gentlemates. 2 back for K-Corp. 90 seconds left. We got a game.
Yeah, Vatira knows the player sitting upfield. And Juicy was probably thinking Vatira's coming for him. And he's, got that bump to worry about. But no, Vatira's got ball cam on. He's waiting for the ball to come to him. And we've got a 2-goal game. If KC can 3-1 Gentlemates, that will massively improve their chances of moving forward. It's going to give Gentlemates a tough record and tougher matches in Swiss.
Oh, this would be the worst way to go as well if you're 3-0 up in a game.
4-0 up even.
I mean, it just should not be happening. But here we go, more bumps coming through Seiko. That's a huge clear. And all they need to do right now is set up kill time off the clock. You want to see more air dribbles coming through from Gentlemates. Not committing too many players to the attack and locking this one out. 2-0 up. They should be able to lock this one. And again, I'm just so careful that I don't want to curse them. There's the 50. As Itachi gets it through.
What's the mindset, CJ? You've lost a bunch of 4-0 leads in the past in your pro career.
I have lost so many 4-0. It is so hard to not think about holding on, but you don't want to get too defensive. You don't want to play too safe, because this can happen. You turtle up in there, Rises miss. Vatira has to slot it. Oh, what a save from Juicy!
Well, that's one way to keep a lead intact. Juicy pulls it back just as it was about to disappear, and now they will get the 5th goal. Surely, now we could confidently say that Game 5 is coming.
Yep, for all the Gentlemates fans in chat begging me to stop talking about the potential no-way comeback. There you go, they've done it. 5 on the board. Oh, it got scary though. Perhaps some late momentum for K-Corp there. For Gentlemates, again, it's been a huge response and that's a massive goal, because K-Corp, they were motoring late here in Game 4.
Yeah, it's so close as well. If that goes in, if Juicy doesn't produce the absolute last pixel save, then we've got a 1-goal game and a KC kickoff strat about to hit them. But they have held on, and they have sent us to Game 5, and that has, I guess, delivered on one thing we expected today. A close series. It's been absolute pandemonium out here, complete chaos. Both teams seem to be feeling the pressure of having to play each other in round 1 of Swiss, so far away from where they want to be in this tournament, which is top 4. And yeah, it's clearly having an impact on how the teams are playing. Nowhere near the same laser focus that we saw Championship Sunday 2 weeks ago.
I mean, you say a close series as well. It's a funny one because it's a close series without having really close games in between that series. But we do go to 5, and we are this feature match right here, the grand final rematch, is the last round 1 matchup. All the other games, all 7 other series have been completed, so we can give you an update. SAR, the #1 seed, taking K-Corp seeding. They get through 3-1. Vitality, they sweep. They get through. BDS, 3-1 as well. They'll be through to the uppers. Fast forward as well. They are going through a TCG. We've got Magnifico sweeping.
CJ, this is the only... sorry to interrupt here. This is the only 3-2.
This is the only Game 5.
This is the only Game 5. And am I correct? Wait, are SA the #1 seed? Or is it... No, Vitality are going to be seated ahead of Magnifico, surely. The only 3-0s are Vitality, Magnifico, and Oxygen. Guess what? If I'm not mistaken, the reward for winning this series is you get to play against Vitality. It doesn't get any easier. What a day one of these teams is about to have. But here we go. It is Game 5, and it is all to play for.
I cannot believe we're here either after we saw that Game number 3, but what a response was he said, Gentlemen. That's a bad start from Seiko. He's touched it back. Vatira is on a touchy as well. Jacob looking to push forward. These are the little mistakes you can't afford to make on champ field, but they've done well. They've worked it out. Touchy playing that third man role as Juicy's just crept up a touch, and that gives Rise space. Redirect on net. Seiko clearing off the backboard. Vatira trying to get the follow-up 1-2. Juicy just poised in net. It's still awkward for Gentlemates. K-Corp, we know what they can do in Game 5s. We know how clutch Rise and Vatira can be. Here he is with a double as well. There he is, right on call, right on cue. Vatira with the first.
Atto with a lovely little dink middle there. Perfect pass to Vatira, and he was able to attack it with that pace. Almost every goal in the last 2 games has had that aggressive launch pad. And here he goes for a second attempt at the same play. Now it's Vatira to Rise at the far post. And it's back into the middle. Vatira did not have the read on that, did not have boost to react when it came to it.
Yeah, he just wasn't ready for the pass. He was watching the shot there. Seiko on net. Vatira, huge save. Defensively sweeping across. There's K-Corp now. Looking to push forward. They want one more goal here because they know Gentlemates, they can put 4 on the board very quickly. That's a massive mistake though. Atto's got to reset. Huge save from Juicy. That could have been game early there.
And this is where Gentlemates need to level up again. I mean, we saw it in Game 4. They need to be aggressive. They need to take those opportunities. I don't want to see them turtling up in Game 5, especially now that they're trailing by 1. Juicy did look for Seiko there, but it's actually KC's players who are interfering with the play. Oh, Vatira's making some space for Rise here. Juicy does so well, dodges Vatira's bump and makes the save.
Yeah, he had a little bit of support. Here's the counter though. Can Juicy get a touch? No, Vatira's still awkward on the wall. He's going to throw that at Seiko, who goes backboard. Touchy doesn't want to go in. They're just creeping up a little bit, Gentlemates. At least Vatira, another double. Can't get the touch. Atto follow-up. Got to go ceiling. Got to go roof. Gets 2. Can he get the double? Juicy in defense. Gentlemates trying to hang on here. They are 1 goal down. They need to find a way through the other end. And that's a great pass. Releases Seiko, but instant challenge. Third man. K-Corp playing with so much confidence.
There's just absolutely no time on the ball for Gentlemates. Rise is just redirected into the bar again. There's so much pressure on the goalkeepers for Gentlemates from these KC players sitting in their own box and threatening demos. And you've got the mechanics of Atto to worry about. Vatira's already scored a double tap in this game. It just seems like when pressure reaches a climax, it's KC who can perform closer to their best.
And look at Atto with the boost steal into the bump as well. He's been phenomenal so far this series. They have overcommitted a touch here. K-Corp. Vatira's going to have to get a double look at that. Gets the pinch. Rise instant follow-up. Almost 50s Juicy into his own net. Seiko trying to clear. Gentlemates, there's the redirect downfield, but K-Corp, their spacing so far in this Game 5 has been on point.
Vatira with the flip reset fake 50 middle to Rise, who even on a dead stop beats his man to the ball. 2 minutes to go for Gentlemates. And they just cannot link together that pass in the midfield. It's KC every time, and it's KC again putting them on the back foot. Can Gentlemates break free from this pressure? And can they create a goal-scoring opportunity before it's too late?
Yeah, they just, every time they push forward though, it's K-Corp getting that touch in and forcing them into these awkward spots like this. Seiko having to back off, but for the first time, K-Corp playing a little bit defensively. Rise and Atto working a 1-2 combo. Vatira going to have to step up here third as Seiko's chasing demos. Gentlemates trying to get more aggressive, but they're just getting dusted to the ball. There it is again. Rise with the beat. And K-Corp, time in offensive half to be off the charts. Have they overcommitted? No, Vatira. Again, the spacing has been first class, first rate here from K-Corp.
Well, in a series, we're looking at so many mistakes from KC earlier on defensively. They've only conceded a single shot in this game. They've not actually allowed Gentlemates to attack. And that pass has gone wayward. Vatira has got a good piece of it. Now Rise is a bit in middle, actually. That's not the clear he's looking for. It's actually with an attempted bump. It's off the post. That was the best chance for Gentlemates.
That had to be the goal, as he said again. Atto's so awkward. He's just floating to the corner. More bumps coming through. Sweeps on net. Juicy trying to get the shot, but K-Corp holding on. 45 seconds left. Is this got to be it for K-Corp? Are they going to be through here in Game 5, or can Gentlemates? They've got to go now. They've had their best chance late. K-Corp starting to turtle up in net. Seiko keeping it forward. Flip reset huge over the top. Vatira trying to control. More bumps coming through. Rise helping out though. K-Corp just holding on. And the redirect downfield. They want one more.
You'd like for the end of the game for Gentlemates, but it has not amounted to too much just yet. That's a good block by Juicy, given the boost situation he was in. Rise is wasting so much time. KC are just keeping Gentlemates in this frustrating defensive position.
And there's a pot from Juicy. Vatira trying to get there. 10 seconds. Gentlemates have to go. It's still not in a great spot to set up an attack. Can Rise call game? He's going ceiling. One more blocked out. Follow up. Anyone there? K-Corp just going to try and get this one down. Ball still alive. Up in the air. Seiko. Counter attack. Pop up. Can Juicy get in there? Rise is going to back up. Shot. Redirect to Seiko. Saved out just. Ball still up for now. More 50s. K-Corp in trouble. Can they get it out? They just need this ball to hit the ground. Juicy slings it across. Vatira gets it down. K-Corp in 5. Grand final rematch goes the same way. The blue wall hold on, and it got desperate late.
Unbelievable ending. I mean, what a try at the end there from Gentlemates. I can't believe that KC saved, or even were in position to read that pass to set up the last-ditch effort. But wow, KC get the job done, and now they move on with their round 1 win to play Vitality, if I'm not mistaken. So, what a day for them. It's just going to be the entire top 4 in one day at this rate, because yeah, you don't get an easy run when you come into Swiss as seed 16. But KC, they're taking the team in front of them, and they've given Gentlemates another big problem. That's going to be a tough one to digest. 2 losses in a row.
Yep.
At least Ato's got his playlist on. That was good to see that he's jamming out while he's playing.
Yeah, he's straight into the Spotify there. But K-Corp, that's a great response, and it started early in Game 5. You've got to be switched on from the get-go. Gentlemates, that last 2 minutes really came into their own, but you know, having that 1-goal deficit, having to force something, having to make something happen is not a spot you want to be in on Champions Field. K-Corp getting the job done, and well, I mean, what a round 1, as we said. The grand final rematch up early. I'm sure we'll most likely be seeing those two face off again in the playoffs the way this is going.
And it is, yeah, it's confirmed. K-Corp Vitality, round 2.
Wow.
So K-Corp are running the gauntlet. That's their punishment for losing in the qualifier stage. And as for Gentlemates, they go against a lower bracket round after the break.
And the grand finals have ended. I'm kidding. That was just round one of Swiss. Absolutely ridiculous. We get this in our first matchup, but it is Carmine Court that is going to pull on through. But what a great showing. It was close. Cole, you were...
I know. I had the prediction. Not that it's all about me, because we obviously enjoyed a great series of Rocket League, but my goodness, I truly thought that Gentlemates were going to be able to take that one. But credit to Carmine Corp, because when you're defending like that at the end, Stumpy, it is never easy no matter who you're against.
Yeah, we saw some saves coming out from both sides that were phenomenal. Juicy have an absolute banger of a save too towards the late end of that series. Alongside it, though, a couple of relatively sloppy goals. So these teams not necessarily playing to the exact same quality that we saw from them at the end of the last Open Qualifier. That was some of the best gameplay we've seen in these regional events. So there's still a lot for them to be warming up to.
That was a good start. So I was just thinking about how great of a match we had to start everything off here. And I got lost in my thoughts for a moment, but we do have to carry on. There's so many games yet to continue on through. Cole, we head into our second round. And again, this is where teams are going to put themselves up against the wall, because those lower rounds there, if you lose another one, your next one is a match point essentially in the Swiss.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, Leaf, I feel for Sizen, Growly, and Pisky, because they've just had a loss to Team Vitality, right? And they're like, phew, that one's over. They go down to the lowers, they're up against Gentlemates. What a horrible couple of matches. That's your sacrifice for daring to lose to Vitality. So special shout out to those guys from me.
For some more specific scores that we had as well, a couple of our teams, we didn't really see too many of them switching around from where we thought they might be. The only big surprise really for me is potentially Top Cougars compared to where Ferris said that he reckons they might be. They lost 3-1 to Forward, so not great for them.
Right.
Oxygen with Oski on his birthday, they got a 3-0. So congratulations to large Oscar. No,
Cole, you started it. You have to finish the song.
Yeah, go on, Cole.
Birthday, dear Oski, happy birthday to you. Hey! Cringe in chat,
Loads
cringe.
of candles. Lovely. Let's zoom into those lower matchups here real quick, because another thing I want to point out, well, someone else pointed out, and I'm claiming credit of it, is the Yukio and Speed facing off against each other, Oida and Belagol. That might be a fun match to watch. Remember, team streams are going on, so have them open there. Did you laugh because I said fun match?
No.
Okay.
No. It was a chuckle of approval, Lee.
Okay,
it was me saying, I truly would also love to watch that one as well. I think that'd be a quality match to watch.
Okay, well,
Because I think they're great story. I love a storyline, and I think the fact that, particularly in the case of Yukio, he's been away for so long, he's clawed his way back, he's got 2 youngsters, and I would be desperate to see how that team looks.
On the other side, you have the winners of our first round of Swiss. These are all your squads, and you'll love to see it again. Your unofficial world champs, they're sticking on the top side as well. They'll have
They're cooking, man, aren't they?
Yeah, they're saying, hey, I loved it. I've been watching Tekos for a while, so I'm honestly pretty happy that this is it. But that's not the matchup we're going to be watching. I'll let you talk in a sec here, Cole.
Yeah,
we got our kickoff coming soon here. Vitality versus K-Corp. This is crazy because KC comes off a grand finals matchup into another one, essentially, Cole.
I want to answer your question, Leaf, but something's come into my mind and I have to know. What happens if the unofficial world champion either doesn't qualify again or just disbands?
That's a really good question that is posed for someone with more expertise than me. When it
I
comes
want
to
to hear
unofficial
from you,
world
Leaf.
champions.
I want to hear from you, Leaf.
ruling.
You know what I think happens? It goes into the ether, and then they have to go out searching on a quest to find the
I've
championship
shotgunned it.
title.
I've claimed it.
Rude.
You can't do that. You have to find it. It's in the forest somewhere.
I don't care about the Forest. I care about Vitality and Carmine Corp, all right? I want to have another banger of a series. It's a best of 5. We're not going to be seeing it go, obviously, all that way to 7, but we saw how much Carmine Corp were not really being able to deal with Gentlemates as much as they would like, and this is a Vitality that have been grinding. Like, they as soon as Zen lost that series, there was the reaction pictures going around on social media of him with his hands on his face, just saying, no. This is I am not going to lose another series. It's a big statement of intent.
It's and the other statement too is we had it in the pre-show. I mean, how hard he's actually been grinding the game. Of course, it's been 2s, but he's setting records, right? And that's a
By like 50
a game mode that a lot of people use.
at the top of the table too.
That's insane. Yeah. He broke the record and then kept going.
It's showing as well in 3s, because Vitality, they got 14 goals against Caliente. They won 2-1, 8-1 game 2. I don't know how many of those Zen scored, but I mean, now he's had his villain origin story, that picture you were talking about. He is ready to, you know, the whole thing if he comes on and we're like, oh, he's a really mature player. He's not just going for quad flip resets all the time. Maybe now, Stumpy, he's like, just give me the ball. Watch me.
Yeah, full sicko mode from Vitality, I fully expect to see here. But Carmine Corp, as I said, they had a decent showing versus Gentlemates. They got that win, but there's more that they can do. There were those messy moments. There were those parts that we saw, you know what, that won't fly against Vitality and may well do versus Gentlemates. Vitality theoretically are going to punish that, but Vitality, they need to earn their way back into that number 1 spot in the conversation.
Well, I don't care what you think, Stumpy. I care what chat thinks. Okay. Yeah, that's a very good point. So, chat, get them in the chat here. We had KC win the last one. Remember, we are tracking all of these predictions, so make sure you get it right. This one's a tough one. I feel like it could honestly be split. We know there's a large fan base behind both of these squads. So hashtags in the chat. What do you guys? Okay, I'll care now, but I'll guise it with that. I care about Cole, and I have to do yours as well.
You're professional. You have to care.
All right, yeah.
Pop it down
Let's
there,
get it on the
baby.
board. It has to be Vitality, right? Again, Cole. Again, this guy in the middle.
Not a controversial statement to say that
Outrageous.
Carmine Corp, having been buoyed by that Game 5 victory earlier on, probably just about have the edge on Team Vitality. I'm more intrigued why you guys think that Vitality will beat Carmine Corp. I think that you guys have to not defend yourselves, but
Because
put that thought forward.
Because we have 100% record so far, so therefore anything we pick is right.
Are you bullying me right now?
Oh, that
with
is
your
such a
100% record.
vote.
No, Stumpy. It's more people have voted Carmine Corp, all right?
No, you're
51
right. You're right. If it's good enough
That's
for
true.
government.
Wow, chat, that was a very close one, but you guys have picked Carmine Corp, so that one's going in. It's locked in. It's on the board. 49% of you guys are going to be very upset if Vitality ends up winning. Actually, we have an extra second here, so you have a chance to switch it. Vitality fans, get in there. See if you can switch it.
True.
Do
And
it
also,
right now.
when we're looking at what the others have managed to get in for their votes as well, for the rest of the casters, CJ has also gone for Carmine Corp here, and it's the first time that Johnny and CJ are predicting differently throughout the entire season so far. So
Those are the stats I want to hear.
It's going to be a big change. It's going to be a big old change. So Cole and CJ, you're standing together. You still happy with your position, Cole?
Oh, never. No, I'll never stand alongside CJ ever. I refuse. It shall be done.
We're with Shogun, and Shogun is currently doing abysmally. He's got 7. He is the
Have we messed up,
lowest
Stumpy?
person on the predictions, and it scares me. I don't like it. I don't like it at all.
Have we messed up?
I don't know, mate.
Hey, KC is holding strong, though. So the game's ready, so I think we have to lock you guys in, chat. You're going with KC from Grand Finals matchup to yet another. KC isn't out of hot water yet. Vitality, your reigning world champs, stand angry with their 4th place finish last week and would like to make a statement now that you can't count them out.
We had K-Corp versus Gentlemates in round 1. We've got K-Corp Vitality in round 2. Welcome to the reverse tournament regional. At this rate, Cole, we will have speed in the grand final. Let's do it.
What do you mean at this rate? That is the inevitability of what we're going to see here going forward, CJ. But no, I'm so excited. You know, we burst onto the scene. This is what we expect to see. Team Vitality on all of our screens right now, and they do seem angry. 8-1 was how they won Game 2 last time on. Will they score anywhere near as many against Carmine Corp?
Look, I think that, there's a lot of talk about the predictions as Alpha is getting to work here, and, Stumpy did mention I have lent the way of K-Corp in this series. The reason being, I'm all about who has the better warm-up, and I just think, although Vitality had a dominant round 1, you have to think that K-Corp had the better warm-up. They had the grand final rematch, took Gentlemates all the way to 5, got the win as well, got that confidence from the matchup, and that's why I'm leaning that way.
I completely agree with you, yeah. I see things the same way, although I do understand the logic of Team Vitality coming into this one supremely confident as Zen gets that one across the pitch. And here's the question mark here, Radosin, a player who, for Vitality, can always go either way, got a bit of chaos in him, and maybe that's what Vitality need as Rise is underneath that ball and manages to get it under some sort of control. Fast start here, CJ.
Yeah, you just never like predicting against the world champions, the only team in the world basically that decided to stay together. I thought, hang on, we still like each other. Let's run it back another season. So it's hard to predict against them. And as we said, Zen he's only lost one regional, and he's only lost really once at all in his career. So he's got the stats to back it up. He's got the figures, but can he do it here against K-Corp? The first time they played against each other, and as we said, the first time Farah is playing his former team, or coaching against his former team.
There he was earlier on, Zen, up against Vatira, the two famous French players at the top of all of them. There's this big pile of French players we have currently in EU Rlcs doing so much. It's Radosin against Atto. Who's going to be the first to take a chance here? It's Zen in the air, and I would say that Zen is getting an awful lot of the ball. You can't be giving him too many opportunities to go for air dribbles. For now, though, it falls for Rise. Might be able to make something happen. At least Vatira, Radosin, though, knew exactly what was happening.
I love that, though, from K-Corp. They're not going for the simple plays early. They're trying to mix it up. Communication is paramount in those kind of plays, but Atto has been that man for me for K-Corp. It's just been so impressive. The new kid on the block coming from, I guess, not really a top 4 team compared to what we saw out of Rise last season. We saw him in the grand final on BDS, but here it is, first chance perhaps as a shot. It didn't quite have the power as Atto.
Yeah.
Probably had an easier save than he thought he would have.
Got to be said, that was a little bit weak from Alpha. Certainly could have got some power onto that one. The Venom was missing. But Team Vitality can keep up the attack at least for now. They've had the better of it for the last 20 seconds or so. Alpha tries to atone, goes to the ceiling, but can't quite get past Vatira. So can go for Vitality now. You do feel the first goal in this series could be important with regards to your question of, will Team Vitality be, not quite warmed up enough from their series before? Carmine Corp staying strong, and that seems what they're doing today, CJ. They were laid siege upon at the end of the last series.
They're looking good, and they're just getting afforded a little bit more space than you'd like here if you were K-Corp, playing a lot of defense early. Is that going to be the goal? Is that going to be the goal? Rice has to get it out. Oh my goodness, Alpha's put it in, but he's almost cleared it at the same time. Vitality get the first, and a lot of reward for effort. So much offense.
Alpha did his best to miss it. Somehow he gets it, not just into the goal, also across Vatira's car. Very impressive, but it is Team Vitality that take goal number 1. And I can see this being a 1-goal game. It's incredibly tight.
So close here, but it has been, for the most part, Vitality on the attack. K-Corp, I feel like they're just playing a little bit reserved at the moment, sitting off this lineup, which is often a mindset sort of thing when you're playing a team like Vitality. When you're playing the world champions, you can give them too much respect. They need to be pushing forward. I want to see Rise looking for some bumps. They have overcommitted a touch here. Atto has to work it around, and look at this. He's beaten 1, beaten 2, and now he's found himself with a 1-on-1. He's the follow-up. Well, it's almost safe from Zen, but Vatira's shot is just too good.
I never thought I'd say this, but poor old Zen, he was so close to making a wonder save, and then look, it's such an unfortunate own goal. Does level things up at 111 as well for Karmine Corp. Gonna be a sprint to the finish line here. It's a great kickoff actually from Vatira. Can he get this boost? Might be able to do something with it. Zen sweeps up, rising to the center. Radosin will win that one. Zen gets the fake. Fakes have been definitely finding their way up in the meta at the moment. So many coming out. 55 seconds left, all to play for.
Yeah, the importance of the fake is it just throws off the positioning and the structure of the other team, more so than providing a better chance for your teammate. It can create so much space. As Vatira getting another 50 there. It was a great response from K-Corp, and again, I just can't believe Zen. He did save it, but then he scored it at the same time. I was about to say what a save, but here we go. Here's a chance. Can have to get a bump. He might sweep around for another one. Rise with a 50. Is there anyone in the air? There he is. It's just open. Where on earth have Vitality gone? The bump came through, but there was no support. Radosin is on an absolute island. Oh, Zen got bumped as well.
Right, as all credit to Atto, taking out Zen when he was going to make the save. The man has the composure to put Vitality to the sword and maybe claim game one. But Vitality, they get it forward from the kickoff. It's a decent return from them. 20 seconds left now. Alpha to the middle. Zen, does he get the touch? No, he leaves it. Radosin wanted Zen to put it central. Instead, it was just left. One more chance maybe. Alpha's up. Atto is the target, but Atto, he sweeps up at the back, just about gets that next touch. Zen goes underneath for Ice for Tira. His reflexes had to be on top form there. Atto can redirect it central. A demo that should be enough for Karmine Corp as Atto squeezes the life of Vitality to claim game one.
And it was Vitality to get the first goal, but ever since that moment, K-Corp just stepped it up. I was looking for the offense. I was calling Rise to push downfield. Get some bumps, get involved in that attack, have the confidence, not fall into the trap of being defensive against Vitality. But it was Atto, Cole. It was Atto pushing forward, a double bump. He got the clear on Radosin, pushed him out of the way, and then found Zen as well for the winning goal. K-Corp, that's a fantastic game one, and had to face some adversity with the early goal from Vitality.
I feel like that Team Vitality will be calling themselves a little bit unfortunate. There was Alpha's chance that he didn't connect with. Karmine Corp's first goal was essentially a very unfortunate own goal, the sort you wouldn't normally see. And then at the end, I mean, credit to Atto for the bump, but if you lose a game to a bump, you just think, oh, he got me, as opposed to being outplayed. So Team Vitality, I don't think they'll be too spooked by that one, but Karmine Corp, CJ, they just continually find a way to win.
They're a great team, and I mean, you've got to be a great team to beat the world champs, but... Well, Vitality, as you said, they had it in their grasp there, they had it in their clutches, but they just let it go with a few awkward moments. It's not often you see Radosin being left last man third. He's one of the best, if not the best, first man in the world when he is firing. We saw what he did at the World Championship. Can do so much damage, but usually it's Zen playing that role. So leaving Radosin last was always going to be trouble. The bump came through, the reinforcements couldn't arrive in time. Let's see if they can respond in game two. Vitality going for a fake. The bump might come through on Alpha, but they're defending well so far, Vitality.
Yeah, they're going to have to, though, because Karmine Corp are warming up now. When you're able to win series that are difficult, it means so much more than claiming a simple one against a team that you know you should be beating. Vitality would have had fun in the first series, but Karmine Corp winning out will mean the world to them, and they'll do so again here. If Atto can put it away, no, he's not able to. Another chance comes in for Tira. Can he put it past? Yes, he can. Karmine Corp are fully cooking now.
Just look how smart this is from K-Corp. Every touch was around the opponent. They weren't looking to score early. Atto putting it wide, Rise going for the fake, and eventually they find their chance to strike there. It was almost a goal before that, but great placement from Vatira and K-Corp, as I said, just so smart. They're playing the long game. They're not looking to execute too early. Just keep beating plays to the ball, keep hitting it around, and they'll get their chance.
They're definitely starting to pull away from Team Vitality, you sense. Not just from the goal, but also beating them to the ball here and there. Clean touches like that one from Rise. Vatira's pre-jump is missed by him. Atto will be able to sweep up after him. Here he goes. This is what he wanted. Oh, I thought Atto was going to get past Zen there, but Zen managed to get the blockade in. This one's sent forward. Vitality need to respond. You'd think soon, because this does seem like the sort of series that could get away from them.
Yeah, they did it, though, in the playoffs against Gentlemates. I know they did eventually lose Game 7, but we saw them really playing ordinary Rocket League, turning it around instantly 3-1 down, forcing Game 7. So they're going to have to do it. It is only a best of 5, and Rise is going to definitely miss that. So awkward, but there it is, the help defense coming through from K-Corp. An extra touch awkward, but K-Corp again, as we said, that everyone helping each other out, trying to watch out. Look at Zendo. He's got 1-2 reset over the top. Just no one on K-Corp ready for the speed.
Pre-flip gang, you've got yourselves a new member. Look at that one from Zen, charging into the ball in midair. A thing of beauty. We said he was being unleashed by Vitality, and just when Karmine Corp are looking a little bit more comfortable, who pops up but Zen?
It's always that man, and that's a great pass as well. It might just be too far forward for Zen to connect on it. Alpha trying to lock it in. Ato's very awkward. He's almost own-goaling it. They're almost own-goaling it. Surely it's going to go in. Vitality get 2, get the lead.
It's all about this touch here from Alpha. The fact that he managed to keep it high, send it backwards, made that so complicated for Atto. To be fair to Karmine Corp, they did a decent job of trying to keep that one away. Not to be in the end, though. And I was completely wrong when I said Vitality were just starting to drift. They've turned it around like that.
Yeah, and look who it started with as well, Colour. It was just Zen with a solo play. Sometimes, you know, we can talk a lot about structure, about which team's the best coach, which team has the best play style. Sometimes it just comes down to individual ability, and Zen can win you games off his own boot. But what he's done is bring his teammates into the game. They've found some momentum, some confidence, and now K-Corp playing a lot of defense. You can see there again, Alpha with a reset. Vatira trying to play slow, been bumped, but Rai's going to help him out here. And now, Cole, it's on K-Corp. Can they answer? Can they respond? Because Vitality look like they're online.
I'll tell you what, though, Zen in particular, he is demanding every single ball, calling off his teammates, and then when they do get it, the amount of space that they have to play with because of what he's created. Look at him, an aggressive half rotation there when Rodosin was right behind him. It leads to a goal almost. It does in the end. Check out this rotation from Zen that started this goal off. Look at that, a cut.
I mean, there's only one guy that wanted this ball as well. Rise hesitated, and really, he had to go for the read. He tried to play it safe, ensuring that he'd get the touch, but in the end, he was too slow to it. Zen gets the pop over the top, cleaned up in the end as well, and, well, Vitality with 3 on the board. They did concede that first goal, but since then, the confidence, as we said, that Zen solo play really has just unlocked this team, and look how confident. I mean, Zen's just rolling downfield now. Rodosin able to lock into his first-man role. K-Corp just a little bit frazzled.
Vitality has to be careful, though, because Atto, he's got the mechanics as well. He's got the bump. It's saved by Rodosin for now. Vatira, he's already up, sends it goalwards. Alpha with yet another save. Rise, can he beat Alpha to this ball? He can't. Alpha's touch is passive at best. Atto finds Vatira. So lingering in the centre, asking Vatira for the pass back. He almost gets it until Zen yet again pops up. Signs from KC. They're starting to understand what Vitality are doing, though. If they can get a goal in the next 45 seconds, this will be a very nervy finish for Vitality.
It's still certainly game on, but this has been so many situations where Rise is awkward and so many chances for Zen to get to work. He cooks again. The pop-up from Rado, the follow. This guy makes the ceiling his own. Again with a reset, again with the pre-flip, and 4 on the board for Vitality.
That is just truly unbelievable from Zen. I've just checked the scoreboard. Alpha's got more points than Zen, and that surprises me because Zen seems to be the player for Vitality who wants the ball, who's using the ball, who's doing the most with the ball, but, you know, the scoreboard gonna say what the scoreboard sees. As Zen turns another bump against him into a decent touch on the ball, and Rodosin follows up. Vitality absolutely flying, 3 goals to the good. Karmine Corp scrambling in their tracks as it stands.
Oh, man, just how impressive is this guy? There's a reason why we're all bowing down to him at the World Championship, the best player in the world at the end of the last season. And there it is again. He had a phenomenal first regional as well. As a team, obviously, they were disappointed bowing out in Game 7 in the semi-final. That could be one back for Atto. Still a minute left, still a chance. But against Vitality, Cole, still a lot of work to do.
Lovely little touch there from Rise, though, to get it towards Atto. That is what Rise is best at. I would say one of the best players in the world at exactly that. Finding a little pocket of space, the touch that his opponents aren't expecting to just allow himself to bring his teammates into the game, but more work to do for Karmine Corp. Here's Rise again. Is he going to be the player who puts KC on his back? Tira's been a little bit quiet, to be honest. He tried to get that one past the Vitality defense. Quite able to yet again. Rodosin goes for the angle, but can't do it. Rise has another chance. Karmine Corp is still in this.
Yeah, it's a nice little patient touch there from Rise. He was waiting for the pop, but couldn't quite get it to work. Alpha keeping the ball forward here, just 30 seconds. They still need 2K Corp. Atto is just working the ball around, but Zen doesn't get faked. Rarely ever getting faked there, and Works the ball forward. Can he get the pinch middle? Is anyone there? Alpha helping out. Oh, this is a great counter-attack. If Vatira's got the speed, he has a reset. Top bins on! Top bins for Vatira. One back, 19 seconds.
Wow, what a finish this is going to be. Vatira gets the flip reset, nails it. Rise made it difficult for Radosin. I'm not sure Radosin would have got there either way. Such was the quality of that. Either way, CJ leaves us 19 seconds to play with.
It started with that pop-up from for Vatira as well. Just so much speed. Rado's very awkward. We know at times he can be a little bit questionable, but he's done so well. 10 seconds left. What can K-Corp do? Vatira's going to be able to collect it. Has 100 to work with. Zen's been bumped. It's just Rado third. What can they do here? War bumps coming through. Rado holds strong. Ball's going to be up. Atto's going to get a free touch on it, working it around Zen. There's the bump. There's Vatira. Can he get it over to Atto? Off the roof of Alpha's pre-jumped. Ball needs to hit the ground for Vitality. Is this going to be it? Or is it going to stay up? Atto accidentally puts it down. Vitality hang on. K-Corp throwing everything at him.
Oh man, I love that from Radosin as well. They're trying to kill the ball and he scoops it up just to give Karmine Corp a bit of a sniff of keeping the ball up a tad longer. Wow, an intense finish there. I mean, that was like a game of 4 quarters. Karmine Corp at the start pulling away. Suddenly, Team Vitality turn it on. And then Karmine Corp give themselves a sniff, but not quite enough. Zen's performance there, CJ, just talk to me about it.
Wow. I mean, just, again, as I said, sometimes it's about structure, it's about who's the best team, but, you know, having that individual prowess is just sensational. Obviously, his teammates there to follow up as well, but Zen, that first goal, that solo play, ceiling reset, into a pre-flip, just honestly, it's what the great players do. It's just stepping up in big moments, and that got so much momentum. Vitality just hanging on. K-Corp fighting back as well. And I mean, it took until Game 5 for the K-Corp Gentlemate series to really look like we have top-line Rocket League. But we're only 2 games into this one, Colin. We've had 2 banging games so far. If the rest of the series is going to be a similar story, this could be one of the all-time round 2 Swiss stage matchups.
I was just thinking the exact same thing. At the top of this, you made the joke that we're doing a sort of backwards tournament here. This is playing out like a grand final. The quality that we're seeing, players coming online, coming offline, challenging each other, playing to their strengths. We might as well be at the end of a tournament. They're so warm right now. They're playing so hot, all of these guys. But it is just a round 2 Swiss. Saying that, you do not want to drop down. Proceeding in so many reasons as Atto tries to get that one past Zen. Does Radosin. He was on hand. It's a good start from Karmine Corp as they try to avenge their Game 2 loss.
And we talk about individual ability as well, but, you know, speaking to Farah, obviously former coach of Vitality, World Championship winning coach, and now on the blue wall, he's so impressed with not really the individual mechanics of these players are the best players in the world, but he says he loves coaching players that make their teammates look good. And all 6 players on the pitch right now are all about that. It's not about the individual prowess. It's about making their teammates look the best. And have a look at the midfield play early. Bumps coming through, demos from both sides. It's absolute chaos. This is what we love.
Man, Atto is playing with so much confidence as well. Whenever he gets it, he is just slowing the game down to his will. The conductor gets a flip reset there. Can he put this one past Alpha? Not quite. Alpha gets it towards Zen. Not a bad decision if you're Vitality at the moment. He seems to be the player that's playing at his absolute peak. So Radosin comes in, has Vatira and Atto ahead of him. I'd say Karmine Corp just about shading this 3rd game so far, but any second that can change, as we saw in the 2nd. Atto. Another few touches. Radosin attacks him quickly that time. That seems to be what Vitality have decided to do. Do not let Atto control that ball.
Now what a fake as well. It's given Alpha space. They've crept up. K-Corp, they're in a little bit of trouble here. Gazelle's going to reset. No one follow up. Rise has to pre-jump. So awkward for K-Corp. Vitality had a great chance. Alpha just couldn't get a touch off it after the reset.
Zen currently on 26 points, so a much quieter game from him. Karmine Corp have achieved mission 1, which is make sure he doesn't score wonder goals against you. Alpha, though, he may be the one to come online for Team Vitality. Atto should be able to sneak in this one. No, Alpha, another clean touch against. Karmine Corp are looking like they're not quite expecting what Alpha's doing. We saw it earlier on for that half chance, and there again, so beware Alpha.
Great pass. Almost a touch as well. This is all about how do you throw off the structure? How do you throw off the positioning of the other side? Does it come from fakes? Does it come from changing up the speed or some bumps? And right now, K-Corp Just trying to figure out Vitality's defense, but they've given the ball to Zen. Very dangerous play to be given the ball to. Rado cuts. It's Alpha last. They're looking for the bump. K-Corp, is there a follow-up? Alpha's dodged the bump, though. He's turned it onto attack. He's got a reset. He's got the shot. Fake out. Zen follow-up. Doug, no. Vitality looking so dangerous in offense. K-Corp, oh, they'll be thanking their lucky stars after that one.
Man, I was getting a bit of deja vu there. Utopia, CJ casting, and a player going for a ceiling pinch double. It was like all the stars were aligning, except it was Alpha this time instead of Zen, but he couldn't quite nail it. And Karmine Corp are coming forwards again. Radosin, it's sent high from him. Zen's got no boost at all. Will Karmine Corp gamble and assume that Zen can be beaten? Alpha, the pitch goes up to the ceiling. Vatira gets the double. He almost sinks it, but it's just about put away by Zen.
Oh, there's the millimeters, the tiny little touches that have to be bang on when you're playing world-class Rocket League, when you're playing the best teams in the world. Vatira couldn't quite get the drop down, but they're still on attack. He's looking for bumps. Alpha's awkward. Rise just wants boost. He wants to try and worry this defensive Vitality out as Atto doing just that, keeping the ball in. Rise trying to work the ball, but Vatira downfield is getting bumped by Zen. Radosin has a reset. Atto's cut. Alpha's overcommitted. Counter-attack perhaps from K-Corp. It's still trouble. Zen has to get there, makes a good touch.
Rise is waiting underneath this one though, but Radosin a clean touch from defense at least. Sends Karmine Corp back for now, and that was a bit of a dive in there. We'll leave Vatira to get a clean flip reset. Is there going to be a goalkeeper left? Vatira sweeping the way for Rise, who puts it away and gets KC their leading game 3.
Atto had the chance, but Rise cleaned it up just like he does on any team he plays for. Gets it behind Radosin. A huge goal, such an important one. 1 minute left, game 3 to get the go-ahead game in the series as well. Only a best of 5. I know, ladies and gents, this is not a final. We are in the Swiss. Everyone calm down. What is happening?
All right, now Karmine Corp are controlling the boost. They're controlling the narrative, but Vitality, they get the end-to-end play, and Radosin gets the equalizer.
He just floated downfield and waited until the last second to get that extra touch. Vatira, there was nothing he could do. He had to watch the fake and the shot. In the end, he picks wrong. The power was too much from Radosin. Vitality respond instantly like the good team they are.
Ooh, another big demo there from the kickoff. Zen can go underneath Rise here. He can get the second touch too, but Vatira, he's come wise to that one after Zen scored against him like that earlier on, but not wise to Alpha, who makes it 2-1 Vitality.
It's happened again. K-Corp get the lead and Vitality get 2 instantly. Atto couldn't get back, and it was an overcommit on that sidewall. Vatira and Rise in the same spot, caught too close, left Atto on an island last man, and suddenly we flipped the script, Cole. 20 seconds ago, we were saying it's all about Vitality. How do they come back? Now K-Corp, so much pressure on them.
The ability for Vitality to go from 0 to 100 is incredible. They have the lead, they're still pushing. Will this one fall to Alpha? He can finish it here, but no. The pinch away, where's it going? Radosin is back, fortunately for Vitality. That was going all the way in. And Rise can take a touch, slow things right back down. Atto rotates out. Vatira wanted Rise to go for the ball. He does in the end. Who calls rank here? It's Vatira. Just sends it high. Zen uses all of his boost to get that touch. Karmine Corp are lingering. Rise wants the touch. He doesn't quite get it this time. He gets one more though. It's backflipped on. A demo comes in from Atto. It's not quite enough yet again. This is what happened earlier on. Vitality holding out like legends, like champions, refusing to die. But Karmine Corp, Atto to the ceiling. Gonna get the final touch. He tries to fake, but pulls it away from his teammate. Vitality takes series lead.
These last 2 games have been absolute chaos, absolute insanity, but peak Rocket League, 2 almost 0-second chances. K-Corp again trying everything, trying desperately to keep it up, but they'll be just thinking about the fact that they were 1 goal up, Cole, with a minute left. And they've lost it in regulation, letting 2 easy chances go through, overcommitting in the midfield, and now Vitality move on to match point. Again, it's a best of 5. They get the 2-1 lead. Have a look at Radosin setting the tone downfield as well. The first man of dreams. Everyone will want him on your team. And he's the hype man for Vitality.
Yeah, he's just such a big character. He gets them going. And what I love about this Vitality roster as well is that when there are mistakes or errors, they have the capability to laugh it off and move on from them so quickly. Huge. But now the coaches have to earn their money as well. You got Karmine Corp, the new Karmine Corp coach, Farah. He'll be saying something to his team. He will know about the Team Vitality mindset. Could be an advantage for Karmine Corp if they are to come back into this one. But what a performance from Vitality. This is them back to their best so far.
Yeah, they're absolutely locked in. But I mean, K-Corp are playing incredible as well. You just see how close these games are. Both going down to the last, well, more than the last second. 0-second chances, all staying alive. What are we going to get here in game number 4? Could it be Vatira? What a great save. Alpha had him dead to rights there, but Vatira holding strong in defense, and the start of the game just as important as the end. As well, we saw what K-Corp just throwing a couple of leads late twice in a row now. Have to work out how to play 5 solid minutes of Rocket League.
Have to keep their belief as well, Carmine Corp. It's easy for your heads to drop, even if you have players as fabled as these ones. And a couple of key moments start going against you. Atto had to dive in there against Team Vitality. Vatira does the same. It's a turnaway goal for Carmine Corp out of nothing.
And we talk about just it's a game of inches. Look at these beats. 1, 2, 3. 3 beats, just millimeters. I mean, if someone could just launch into a mantis or something with a little bit more of a plank
Bring
body.
back the Batmobile, come on.
Get the Batmobile out. Perhaps we could get some 50s on that, but that just goes to show how close these two teams are, how close every player is. Is this going to be a kickoff goal? Rise has done well. Pre-jump top corner. Zen with a follow-up. Class on the shot for Tira. Twice in a row now with a huge save.
Another massive demo comes in though. Radosin tries to make the most of it, but his teammates have rotated back. But instead, Radosin has to just send it back towards his own half. The last thing he wanted to do, Rise sends it forward. Carmine Corp, their tails up again. The first time in a game or so we've seen that. Radosin has a clean touch. Atto tries to challenge him, does really well. Atto is so clean this series.
Yeah, but this lead won't worry Vitality in the slightest. We saw what happened last game. They were a goal down, minute left. They won it in red, got 2 straight away. They won't be too concerned. This won't knock their confidence at all. Here is Alpha downfield redirect. Sealing backboard is ready for Rise as Atto's been beaten to the ball. Vatira, though, has played a phenomenal third man so far. 90 seconds into game number 4. There's a great pass. Back to Vatira. Tries to get behind Radosin. Rise just misses the shot. He tried to get the tight angle back post and got nothing on it.
Vitality get away with one. Have to turn this one around. Alpha into the center almost, but Rise charges him down. Radosin's turn now, spreads it out wide towards Zen. Vitality content for now just to send the ball long. They want it in the blue half of the pitch. And a little bit more later on, especially if the ball is falling for Rise, who has too much angle to play with. Won't be able to score from this air dribble, but certainly could get something towards an assist if he could just slow it down a little bit. Now Vitality looking like they're biding their time, CJ.
I just love this from K-Corp when they're attacking. Just watch it. I mean, it's just a testament to how to attack in Rocket League. If you're getting beaten to the ball, they instantly go for the bump on the player to clear them out. They're always looking for that extra option, never getting beaten for free, always getting so much value out of each touch of each commit, as this is very awkward now. Rice has to get in there. What a skim. Zen has to back up, and that'll buy so much time. In fact, Zen's just going to leave that. Let Alpha get boost. Vatira forcing the ball forward. Vitality have it in the wrong end, but as we saw in the last game, I keep saying it, you just cannot count this team out. K-Corp pushing forward. Is there going to be a bump? Zen's awkward. He's almost own goaling. Alpha helps him out.
Alpha sends it forward as well. Radosin backs him up. Rise just waiting underneath it. Radosin has to get a clean 50-50 and does. Here, Rise is already up. Great play from those two. So much experience from the two of them as a team. Seeing it all there with that pre-jump. Now we go to Atto, a solo play. Carmine Corp would love to double their lead. I can't think of too many times I've had a team take a 2-0 lead in this series. It's been neck and neck, end to end, as close as you like. Carmine Corp threatening right now, looking slightly the better team, but we know that Vitality can change that any second. One touch from Zen, and suddenly they'll be in the ascendancy. Not if he loses it like that though. Vatira almost all the way back, and Alpha has to sweep up.
This has been an absolute masterclass by Vatira, third man. If you ever want to watch, if you ever want to improve at Rocket League yourself, watching at home, ladies and gents, have a look at the spacing that he's providing. There's the double for Rise, drop down, blocked out just by Zen. Atto's just going to steal boost, try and keep that ball in. There's Alpha, he's trying to work the ball forward, but look at Atto, he's got 1-2 off the ceiling. K-Corp still pushing forward. There's another sidewall touch. Atto cuts rotation, but Vitality have a 3-on-1, and here he is again, just so poised. He has been incredible third man so far.
Definitely the difference between these two teams right now. The real difference is that one goal you see at the top of your screens. Alpha sends it forward. Rise and Vatira are up here. This could be some serious danger if Vitality win it. It's just Atto back. He's up against Zen. Zen can't quite bundle the ball home. Alpha to the middle. There's Radosin. It's hit the crossbar though. It remains 1-0. So close. And now the counter-attack. Rise boxed it over the top, but Zen was already up.
Oh, I can feel it happening again though, Carl. K-Corp is starting to go into their shells a little bit here. 35 seconds left.
Are they going to bottle another lead? Vatira, as I said, he's been so strong. That's a huge clear downfield. Double demo will help out the defense. Atto has to back up. Just a touch awkward, gets the pop over the top of Radosin. Alpha pre-jumped as well. Vitality overcommitting, did just a little bit too much. Can Zen get bumped? Can he work the ball forward? 15 seconds left. Vitality want one. They've done it 2 games in a row. Can they get it to work here? Radosin's up. He pops it around Vatira, but again, Vatira just meets him in the air. This has been a sensational game from him. One last clear. Atto up. Drop down ceiling. There it is. We get game 5.
I feel like we're all a lot more excited about that than Vatira is right now. They're still looking chill. I am overjoyed that this series is going all the way to Champions Field because it's had that sniff about it, CJ, since game 1. It just seemed like it was in the air. And Carmine Corp find their balance with their lead. They were overcommitting. They were in their shells, as you say. That was the balance in the last 30 seconds or so.
Yeah, and I know I don't want to harp on it too much, but just Vatira was phenomenal. The spacing, he was the general in that game, just controlling everything on the pitch, and that was the difference. Vitality were catching out K-Corp, overcommitting. They looked awkward last game. Their first and second man was just all over the place. Vatira then just took it upon himself to just sit a little bit deeper, control it, just in case there were going to be those overcommits again. So that man right there on the screen, ladies and gents, has had that was a stellar game 4 and just some of the best positioning you'll see in the game. But we get game 5. Vitality have looked incredible this series. K-Corp have looked incredible as well. And it all comes down to Champions Field, back-to-back game 5s in this reverse tournament, Cole. We'll keep on saying it.
It's been a perfect series of Rocket League so far as watching it goes. And it all leads to here. All roads take you to Champions Field. Vatira v Zen. Vitality v Carmine Corp. The Pretenders versus just the most experienced team in Rocket League in Vitality. And his axe out to the ceiling straight away. He wants to get around that one. Can't quite do it. Carmine Corp start on the front foot though.
Yeah, great aggression early. Almost a bump coming through on Zen. He does miss the touch, but has handed it to Radosin, who's up in the air. Atto, grade 50. Anyone underneath. This time it's Alpha working the ball forward. Fakes the second, tries to throw it on net. Vatira again poised in net. Zen trying to keep that aggression, Vitality. You'd have to think they'd be talking about the fact that they just took the foot off the gas a little bit and they've let K-Corp back in. Just the spacing wasn't quite there. We didn't see Radosin downfield, Cole. Just being that nuisance, looking for bumps and demos.
I feel like this series has been Carmine Corp a consistent 8 out of 10, Vitality flitting between 7 out of 10 and 9 out of 10. Suddenly, they burst on the 1-2 punch. So Vitality, the fact that they've slowed down a little bit shouldn't worry them too much. The longer we go without them scoring in this one, maybe some nerves will start to come in. They have to turn it on soon. Alpha to the ceiling, but it's read yet again by Vatira. Rise in front of him. Rise allows the ball to roll in front of his car. Radosin steams in, never afraid to do that as Radosin. Wants to play in front of the ball, but not with Atto getting clean touches behind him. Rise towards the centre for him. Here's Vatira's got to score, and he does, but it's 1-0 Carmine Corp.
What a pass across, what positioning for Vatira as well, and he finds the back post shot. No one watching in the infield, triple commit for Vitality, front post, and K-Corp, they're too good not to punish that huge mistake. The offense too strong, K-Corp get the first in game 5.
Team Vitality will know though, but they've come back multiple times, not from 2 though. Atto gets the bump, that's brilliant from Alpha. That was so difficult and Radosin helped him out. Sent out to the side, can he get the redirect? Instead just sends it down the line. Team Vitality, do you stick or twist? Do you throw everything out and risk going 2 behind? Or stay a bit stronger for now? It's looking like the former. All 3 players charging forwards. A demo comes in from Alpha. Will open things up. Is anyone going to be there on the end of Radosin's pass? Not this time. Vitality, though, they're back to a 9 out of 10.
Oh, what a touch from Atto he's beaten to. It's just Radosin last again. It's instantly looking for the bump. They know exactly what to do. They know their role here. K-Corp, they're looking strong, but we know how quickly Vitality can flick the switch. We saw it in game number 3. Are we going to see it again here? Atto's played a phenomenal series. That's a huge demo. And here he is. Radosin's starting to shake it up a little bit. That first man's looking for bumps, getting aggressive, looking for demos. Will that be the difference for Vitality?
So frustrating there for Zen. He was going in circles on that boost, waiting for it to respawn, wanted to come into the attack. He does in the end. He gets a difficult save from Carmine Corp, and the 2 of them combine to get it away again.
Oh, right. Again, it was Vatira with a double save recovery. Phenomenal. Vitality, I love the change up though. Radosin, as I said, pushing downfield, looking for bumps. Half a game of Rocket League left.
We know how quickly they can score, but right now it's K-Corp, it's Vatira, ceiling, double commit Vitality. It's still very awkward because Vatira's lurking around, Zen trying to get the clear. Boost acquired by Atto and Vatira. That might be the end of that offense, just with that boost control. Rise pushing forward, Vatira looking for a reset. They've handed the ball to Atto. He's going high, blocked out by Radosin.
Karmine Corp realise that they've wrestled back the initiative here. Vatira, does he leave it for Rise? No, he keeps going himself. Alpha sends it above the goal. Look at Atto just here in the centre, waiting. This is his moment. We'll have this one clean. Vatira's pre-jump. Vatira's going to win this one. Is Vatira going to score it? No, not quite. It's over and sent away.
A bit of a double commit though for Vitality, and Rise is straight in there. K-Corp, they want one more. There's the reset. Zen gets blocked out. Can he get the bump? Radosin's awkward. He couldn't jump. Rise was in front of him. Zen, very awkward. All of Vitality caught again front post. As K-Corp trying to keep it in, but that clear is enormous, and Vatira might not be able to get it. He does.
Yeah, they're keeping them penned back now, Karmine Corp. Zen has a little bit of space to play with. You feel like they need a moment of magic from him. If Vitality are to get back into this one, there's a fake there from Radosin. Alpha can't get around it either. A double fake, we'll call it. Alpha tries to take out Rise on his way out, but Rise manages to dodge that. And now Zen, round the corner. Can he get one more touch into the centre? Where's his teammate? Alpha's there! No! But Alpha misses! Alpha misses the opportunity Vitality had been building towards, and Atto might kill the series here. No, Alpha gets back again, but it's 1-0 still.
They had the entire net to choose, and you just have to score that. Vatira third man now, 48 seconds. K-Corp are still starting to worry themselves out of it. Vitality, you think they're going to get another chance, or is Atto going to call game? Double demo from Zen. He's doing everything he can right now to create some space. Radosin going up, Alpha underneath, gets the catch. Atto in there again, 30 seconds left.
Alpha's going to win this one cleanly. Vatira, once again the third man back. Is he able to send back yet another wave of Karmine Corp attack? He's not needed. Rise does instead. Rise, no boost though. Will this fall to a Vitality player? Radosin's dived in, but Alpha saves.
Yeah, they're going hard now, 15 seconds. Vitality have to go. Is this going to be K-Corp? Alpha just pre-jumps, can't get the reset. Orlando has to go, pops it in the air. Where is Zen? It's going to come down to him. Passes it to Alpha, blocked out by Vatira. He's going to try and get this ball down. It's still alive. Zen just throws himself at it. Another 0-second play. It's in the air. Alpha goes high, blocks in midfield. Can Rado keep it up? Will it go down? It's that man, Vatira. He calls game. The blue wall move on. 2-0 in Swiss. What a series.
Breathe. My goodness me. A series that had it all ends with Karmine Corp continuing the unbeaten streak, going 2-0 in the Swiss. Vitality knocked down to 1-1. It was a classic Vitality performance. They were playing as well as they were last season, but Karmine Corp with Atto and Rise back just have that edge, CJ. The ability to dig out results even when their opponent is peaking. Wow, and Alpha, he will know he had a real chance.
I mean, that's what it comes down to at the end of the day. It's just making the most of your chances, and I mean, he'll never make that same mistake again. He's too good of a player, but what a series from K-Corp. What a series from Vatira, and even at the end there, that man to get that ball down. This is, I mean, I'll be honest, guys. Everyone watching, I had my doubts after the first series, the first couple of games of round one about the quality of the gameplay. Well, think again. Think again. We are so back. EU is so back. What was that? Oh, how good.
Beautiful, mate. Perfect. Look at these highlights as well. I mean, Vatira here, he had such a good series. He performed valiantly. Everyone from Karmine Corp did. Team Vitality, a good battle. Karmine Corp are just that little bit better, though. More Rocket League to come after the break.
stars. I wonder how we got here. I wonder how we made it this far. And I don't know who you are, but I like the way your heartbeat dances like a daydream after dark. So if you come a little closer, then we can get a little higher. Come on and come a little closer. And now there's something calling me. There's something calling me home. When it's right in front of me, there's something calling me. There's something calling me. You're shining under the stars. You're moving like a moonbeam, dancing on a daydream in the dark. And I forget who we are. It doesn't make a difference underneath the neon sky tonight. So if you come a little closer, then we can get a little higher. Come on and come a little closer. And now there's something calling me. There's something calling me home. When it's right in front of me, there's something calling me. There's something calling me.
You feel the rush, you see the drip and it slugs. You need it, pull the trigger. Got you fainting, got you fainting. The world is yours only if you take it. So sign your name and choose to claim it. You need it in a hurry, you want it in a flash. Can't get this time back, we don't get this time back. You need it in a hurry, you want it in a flash. Can't get this time back, we don't get this time back. The way you choose now, the way you choose now. So the way you choose now, the way you choose now.
And devastation for Vitality as Carmine Corp continues their tear towards a 3-0 win. Welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series European Open Qualifier number 2 as we go, I guess, reverse in bracket. Has been joked about is very, very silly. But CJ, Stumpy,
Yeah.
we got lots more games to get through, and I'm hoping they don't get worse. I hope it's not actually like a reverse bracket. That would
I
be
don't
fun.
know if they can get much better though, Stumpy. That might be the problem.
We've front-loaded the show a little bit. We've had the best series
Heavily.
theoretically that we can have, but there's a lot of bangers still coming through. Some new teams finding themselves in the 2-0 portion of our Swiss bracket too. But Carmine could be serious devastation for Vitality. That is yet again a statement of intent for KC, saying, look, we are going to be the number 1 team. You can try as much as you like, boys. We're the number 1 Frenchies.
You just said numbers, but I need visuals. I'm a picture kind of person. There they are. Look at them. Nice and pretty. CJ, we're cleared on through to the 3rd round, which means we're going to start seeing some eliminations and qualifications.
Yes, we don't quite have our top 4 in the 2-0 from the first regional, but we do see K-Corp BDS in there. But Magnifico and Oxygen, that new team, obviously that'll be our next matchup coming up. But, you've got some fantastic teams down there. And I want to give some commiserations down into... We talk about tough runs. Caliente had Vitality, lost to Vitality, get Gentlemates in round 2. So they're now in the 0-2 stage after playing 2 of the top 4 teams. So, I mean, it just goes to show this EU regional is crazy.
And then also Top Cougars as well up against Team Hosky. Top Cougars, I keep saying it, but Ferrer pitted them as a top 8 team. They're currently 0-2 at the moment, facing off versus Hosky. It's going to be a rough one.
Only L Ferris taken.
True.
Right now.
He's
everything else.
Away with this.
Well, so we'll give him this one. Maybe he was thinking in the future. He has future sight, right? But on the top end, these teams are in a much better position. Of course, a couple of them are starting to fight for that qualification. We're going to be watching one of those. So maybe we should start talking about it. Oxygen versus Team BDS. Stumpy. Oxygen probably not happy with not making top 8 in the last, but BDS, again, we had question marks around. So this is really a big proving point, in my opinion, in the eyes of fans for both of these squads.
I mean, Oxygen very much were taken as one of those teams where they could be very much a top contender in the RLCS this season. They were rated by their fellow teammates at around the 5th place in EU mark. They haven't shown that at all. They've been quite disappointing so far. They haven't made this 2-0 round yet. And I think we all expected, CJ, a lot more to come from them, especially considering the huge move from Oski on his birthday. By the way, happy birthday, Oski.
Happy birthday, Oski.
Large
Chat. Come
Oscar.
on, guys.
My
What are we
gosh.
doing? He's 17. He is 17, and he's taller than me by 2.5 feet.
He's taller than me by
absolutely
1.5 feet. It's madness. But yeah, you
he's
expect
large.
a lot more from them, right, CJ? Like we thought that Oxygen may well be a team contending for LAN. They've not been there yet.
No, they have. I mean, that's that team. You look at your Oxygens as a team that can fight against that top 4 in Europe. The top 4 we saw from the first regional, and as you said, they would be disappointed not making it out of that Swiss stage, but they're back here, and this is a great chance to really make a statement against the entire competition, to take out BDS and move in 3-0 through the Swiss, get a fantastic seed. But, well, Leaf, they've got to come up against this team here, BDS, and they looked pretty good in the first regional.
They did look pretty good in the first regional, but I mean, even coming into their matchup so far in Swiss, a lot of the games they've been playing have been kind of close. I mean, they're not getting 3-0s, which I mean, we'd expect from teams like KC Vitality, those teams that should definitively sit in the top 4. Stumpy earlier had questions. Is BDS going to be able to make another top 4? And I do think they still have a couple things to figure out with this new addition of Drawley, and there still might be some kinks to figure out.
Yeah, Drawley is the question mark that we keep raising over and over again. The vibes look good in the camp. I'm feeling confident. I'm in favour of BDS here. But yeah, Drawley here had a lot of silly errors and a lot of very nervy looking errors too.
Right.
So I don't necessarily... I think he's got a lot of way to move forward.
Exactly right. Chat, get your predictions going in right now. Oxygen or BDS. Again, as I said, this could be a matchup for both of these squads to prove to their fans that, okay, we've got things on lock. It's the second qualifier. You have to get things on lock by this point because there's not much else left to play after that before that Copenhagen LAN comes our way. Let's see what you guys are thinking here. BDS across the board. I will mention, though, I was almost on the fence with Oxygen today because of how they're performing. I mean, they did 3-0 Bellegal. They got a 3-1 against T3 CJ. So it's not like they're playing bad. This could be that bounce back for the squad.
Yeah, BDS structurally looked the weakest of the top 4 teams. So I think if any team's going to crack into that top 4 from the first regional, it can be Oxygen. They can definitely get the job done. It is certainly not 18 to 82%.
No.
It's probably 60 to 40 BDS.
Yeah.
I would think it's a bit close in that chat, but hey, you're locking in your answer with us at BDS. We'll find out because we do have Oxygen. BDS about to hit the field. They find themselves at a Swiss match point with Oxygen in need of points after missing last week's top 8. BDS, however, has their own battle, shining in the shadow of Casey and Vitality. Cole and Johnny here with your game. Let's go.
Is it the Oxygen regain, or is it going to be more of the same? Cole, BDS trying to restore the normal order, the French top 4, but Oxygen trying to prove that they just had a bit of a blip on their run towards a major contention. Who have you got going into this one? I feel like it's a kind of an easy question to answer, but will you surprise us, Cole?
In my opinion, no, not for this one. I've still got Team BDS coming in here. I know, we've always a clean BDS sweep across
Same
the,
for me,
across the
mate.
crew. I know, we're
Same
all
for me.
very boring and very dull, but thankfully, Rocket League never is. So will it be that clean and smooth for Team BDS? That remains to be seen. Oxygen, they're certainly performing better this time around than they did in the last Swiss. But this is a step up. Team BDS, top 4 team last time around, and looking like a top 4 EU team.
I'm excited to see this Oxygen run. I think they're going to be very happy to be in the 2-0 round. This is where they want to be. They want to be fighting against the best teams in the region, and no more true than a player like Oski, who just finished off top 4 at last season's World Championship, and now he's got to watch all of the rest of the EU top 4 players going on and doing it without him. A chance for him to center the ball here. He gets completely cut off. What a read by Exotic, and now Rlcs double tap is well saved by Ixo. A defensive rebound of his own.
Yeah, good read there from Ixo. A simple skill, and he's managed to do it well and get himself a half chance here down the other end. Last time these two played, it was a 3-2 victory for Team BDS. Went all the way to Champions Field. And BDS won it 3-1 in the end. Although, the last time Team BDS were on the mainstream, they were reverse swept by Carmine Corp. So, hopefully for them, a return for better things for Team BDS here in the mainstream.
Well, given Carmine Corp's main event form so far, that reverse sweeps is starting to look less and less of a problem for them. I don't think that BDS are going to be all that concerned about it at the moment. They're almost up by 1 here, almost up by 1 again, but the near post and some Oxygen defenders keep them at bay.
Oh, lovely touch from Charlie into the centre for Exotic, but it's saved by Ixo. Monkey Moon's flying in, picks his spot, but Archie zaps across the goal line to keep it out. But there's so much pressure right now for Team BDS.
Oh my goodness.
Ixo gets another save. Surely, eventually, they're gonna put it away. The balloons are here. It's celebration time for BDS.
And the pressure is just relentless. Poor Oxygen can't grab any time. Oski and Ixo were completely out of boost there, and Archie had boost, but no momentum, so he couldn't catch up with the ball. It's 1-0 BDS, and that is the classic BDS, isn't it? It's the Monkey Moon and Co. just completely crushing the pressure. If you like the way modern Rocket League's played these days, I think you've got to thank him because the real pioneer of that playstyle all the way back in RLCS Season X.
Yeah, changing what it means to rotate. And it's working well for Team BDS here yet again. Currently on 8 shots compared to Oxygen's 1. Oxygen will pose some danger when they're down the other end, but so far they're struggling to get to the other end, which is mean against Oski on his birthday. Need I remind you all. She's coming in now, a player that we always expect to see a little bit more from. Hopefully this is the season it happens. Might not happen this game though. Drali over 1. Oski, he's up in time to get the save.
Yeah, Oski's 17 today, isn't he?
Yeah.
Is that still driving test age? I believe it is. He's going to be probably heading straight off for his driving test after today. I'm sure he's got that plan.
On his
He's
birthday.
squeezing into a car. That's what I did. I did my driving test on my birthday.
My goodness.
So,
I only
very
passed
nervous.
mine
very
last year. I was 29 when I passed mine. I was an old man.
You are, yeah. That's still, you got in there before your 30s. Congratulations, Cole. Can we get a W, Cole? Can we get a wall in chat for that one?
Cheers, John.
Who's now driving us crazy in real life and on commentary. The Oxygen are starting to get a bit of a better look at the attack now. It's very solo oriented, not as much of a one-touch team play plan, it would seem, when compared to BDS.
Exotic's coming forward now. He had such a stellar performance last time around for Team BDS. The man who is looking reborn as himself. He wants to be the main star here for Team BDS, which is always tough when you're with Monkey Moon on your side, but Certainly not bowing under the pressure. And Rlcs as well, he started slowly, Johnny, but he improved as the tournament went on.
You know, for a debut event, I reckon top 4 is fine. In my opinion, that's a good little save there from Oski. Didn't pre-jump too high to keep Monkey Moon at bay. You know, yeah, Rlcs got so much potential, and if he's starting from a top 4 position, I think that's pretty good. We can't be comparing every debutant to Zen from last season. That's not, I don't think that's fair. And you know, Rlcs, when you look at him compared to other players who've debuted over the years, very, very impressive stuff. And you know, this, I'm sure, is a pretty accurate introduction to what you're going to see from him. He truly is a very special talent.
Yeah, he had a chance there for a huge redirect. He couldn't quite commit. Because of that, Team BDS only have a 1-0 lead going into the last 55 seconds. They seem comfortable. As we all know, it doesn't take too long to score a goal in Rocket League, especially when you're up against a team with the quality of Oxygen. Not really able to get anything going. BDS squeezing the life out of them a little bit. One bump could change that. Can Oxygen force it? Here's Ixo, tries to put it into the center. Archie is there, he sends it high, trying to tee up someone, but Monkey Moon, using that 0.0 dead zone on his sticks, able to get up there ahead of everyone else, and Team BDS are looking pretty comfortable.
Yeah, just a routine game here for them. They are in the zone. Ixo's got options here. Decides to fake the sidewall double. And I don't think he got close enough to that ball to ever really convince BDS that he was threatening to actually hit it. And with just a few seconds left, they have only managed to put up 2 shots this game. Here's a chance for Archie to make it 3, but Exotic is read it well. Clears it off the backboard, and we are just a few seconds away from a BDS Game 1 win.
Seems like it's just all ticking away, unless Archie can catch and scoop this one. No, he can't. Team BDS get what may well be the most comfortable 1-0 victory you will see at this level of Rocket League. It's a pretty clean performance. It's the sort of performance, Johnny, the coach would love. He will be thinking, that is the blueprint of how I want my team to play. Clean from top to bottom.
Oh yeah, there will be no questions after Event 1 about BDS players' individual skill. There will be no questions about their mechanical skill. There will definitely be no questions about their offense either. They look very scary when they can get into that aggressive rotation. I don't think there are going to be many teams in the world that can keep up with them. But yeah, defense is the real question for this team, and you know the double commits have also sometimes been an issue. So if they could play a clean game like that, it's exactly like you said, dream for the coach and dream for the fans. There's no stress there in a win against a resurgent Oxygen lineup. All other matches seem to be going also the way of the higher seeds at the moment, it would seem. Vitality are winning, Team 3 are winning, SAT are winning. But then we've also got Gentlemates kind of throwing a spanner in the works. They've lost Game 1 to Fast Forward, so it's not all that simple for Gentlemates today.
I mean, it goes to show that while BDS made that performance look really simple just there against Oxygen, it never is, and it never will be. And as this series goes on, I'm sure we'll see a few question marks thrown right back at Team BDS from Oxygen, a team yet to really burst into life here in the 24 season. Maybe this is the moment. It's a good kickoff though from Team BDS yet again, and this is where you want Draliv, a little bit of time. Chalk on his boots, as they say in the football world. Dribbling down that wing, going up the walls, trying to do something with it. BDS, I mean, they had 13 shots in the last game. It can't be that dominant this time, can it? But it's starting to look like it will be.
Yeah, I do expect to see some life out of this Oxygen offense at some point. I don't think BDS are going to play a completely clean rotation for the full series. I'd be so impressed if they can. That, like I said, has been the main question from them. But, you know, saying that, they were able to initially, I mean, we were talking about the reverse sweep. Well, in order for them to get reverse swept by KC, they did beat them 3 times in a row to start off that series. That's all you need in the best of 5. And Oski might be chasing this one down. Oh, it's going to be in. Monkeyman tried to avoid playing that into a dunk, and he just put it in his own net. So, I mean, he had to play that close to the bar, but needed to be a bit closer than that.
Brave challenge from Oski. He gets the birthday goal. Something you all would have wanted to see him get. And he has done that now and gives Oxygen a lead. I presume it's their first shot. No, it was actually Oxygen's second shot of this game. So a much better start for Oxygen. One that was looking like Team BDS were dictating the play somewhat. That was it, the moment that they needed. And now Team BDS, how can they play when they're actually chasing a goal? And how do Oxygen look when they have something to defend? My 2 main questions here. As Oski goes up, he shoots yet again. Drali's on the goal line. Archie's coming in. There's a miss there from a Team BDS player. Archie wasn't expecting it. And BDS starting to look a little bit shaky, Johnny.
Yeah, this is much more promising from Oxygen. And news coming in from the other 2-0 match. Promising start for Magnifico against Carmi Corp as well. They've taken Game 1. They're losing 3-1 in Game 2. But Oxygen and Magnifico are giving 2 of the big 4 from France a run for their money early in the series.
Oh, Ixo gets across there to save. Oxygen holding out for now. I still want to see Oxygen come into life a little bit more. It still seems like they're playing very rotationally, very safely. Too many risks. But they'll be happy enough if they keep this lead up. Rlcs sends it all the way around. Oski's already there. Monkey Moon tries to beat Oski for pace, but Oski just calms his teammates down with a couple of clean touches, and then Archie breaks things up with a demo. That's good. That breaks BDS up. Because they're not going to win it 1-0. I'm sure BDS will get themselves a goal.
Well, Drally with a pre-jump and a save of the flip to block the incoming shot, set one up for himself. I mean, this is so smart from Drally. Saves his second jump to dodge into the ball. He gets so much more coverage with that pre-jump, and he slots it as well. Tie game, BDS getting an equalizer from the youngster.
Yeah, smoothness personified there from Drally, basically already jumping up to get the backflip as he landed after the dunk. So you can see that 1v1 mentality of each play linking to the next. Exotic tries to get the bump, Monkey Moon comes in, and BDS make it look pretty simple under the lights.
They really do, and it's just so impressive how these players are saving their dodge. That read wasn't perfect for Monkey Moon. He had to adjust pretty heavily there, but just like Drally in the play before, he saved his dodge. He didn't just panic and double jump immediately. He had that adjustment ready, and there was no reply from Oxygen. Oxygen just getting a little bit outpaced to that loose ball when it's in their end of the field pretty consistently here.
I feel like from Oxygen, I want to see one player really try and claim this match. I'm not seeing it from any of them. The card body language isn't saying to me that anyone is really thinking, you know, lads, I've got this. Whereas for Team BDS, there's threats all over the pitch. So that was a poor touch there. Archie gets the bump as well. It's good play. It's well saved from Drally. So can he get the shot on target? No, he can't. He just punches it towards Drally, who sends it back away. And yet again, Oxygen looking at each other, waiting for someone else to have that spark.
Yeah, Ixo went for placement there, but he didn't get the ball past the first challenge, so the placement didn't do the job. And there's a lot of bodies to try and slot the ball past. Exotic now with a tight angle double goes off the bar. And BDS are already in Oxygen's back corner, taking the boost away and just denying clears. This is a better chance still. Oski's really not done much with it. That is a bit of a waste, but hold on. Where's that ball going? It's almost in. Ixo's lob has just hit the underside of the bar. Just when BDS thought they were getting out of defense into a counter-attacking position, a dunk went almost on target.
But again, it's all a bit safe there from Oxygen. You know, even if they had scored, it's from a clean challenge. Who's going to take it? Who's going to go for a pinch or a flip reset or something a little bit cheeky? Maybe Ixo. He's chain dashing around the walls. Good play. Oski's in there. It's an Archie following up. Another opportunity goes begging now for Oxygen. Monkey Moon dances around the ball, wants to get a flip reset into the center. Instead, it's just a clean challenge. Ixo's coming forward. Maybe Oxygen finally starting to wake up a little bit, but they have this deficit.
Yeah, this is much better from Oxygen. They are, showing some life in offense like we were hoping they would. But BDS have been the clinical team, and Oxygen have not. And that, right now, is the main difference between the two. Big chance here for Oski. That's a nice bounce for him to work with. It's cut off well, though, by BDS. Not leaving the last man to solo defend there. Just rotating straight back towards the ball.
Exotic is able to get this one away from the Team BDS defensive line. Over the top of another Oxygen player, and he gets the pinch into the back of the net as well. From nothing, it's 3-1.
Oh my goodness, Exotic. He is just a completely different level this season, mechanically. I swear, if you hit all the nameplates and you showed everybody Exotic's play from these first two events, no one would guess it's him. And this is a guy who came off a major win last season, top 4 at Worlds, and now he has leveled up somehow. Drally's added to the tally. It's 4-1, and it just looks all but over for Oxygen now. But yeah, I just can't sing Exotic's praises enough. To have the season he just had, I think certified top 10 player in the world, and then improve this much and look like a totally well-rounded player.
Yeah.
Just well played, showing levels and showing that he is one of the most underrated players in Rocket League history, in my opinion.
Yeah, it was more of a half volley than a pinch, but he had the foresight to know that Ixo flying in was going to miss the ball, and the ability to gamble as well, the confidence to do that. With Team BDS around him, a team that constantly play on the front foot, on the line of overcommitting and making silly mistakes, but when it works, my goodness, does it look beautiful. And Team BDS, they look like they want it more than Oxygen right now. They look like they believe more. They look like there's certainly a lot more levels they can go to. Oxygen going to have a really serious team talk. 2-0 down in this series and not making BDS really ask any questions.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean BDS are just, they're cruising. They're not being forced to push themselves to the limit here. They are just, they're just better. And Oxygen have to produce their best Rocket League if they're going to put BDS in uncomfortable positions. I think just the truth that other teams in Europe have to accept right now. If you're going to push one of the big four, you have to play at your best. You cannot have any mistakes at all. Definitely not, one-touch mistakes. And unfortunately, Oxygen made a few too many one-touch mistakes this game, and BDS have just completely ran away with it. It's a very, very comfortable round so far for BDS in the 2-0 round.
I mean, what frustrates me a little bit though, Johnny, and maybe I'm being harsh here, so you can, tell me if I am, is that it doesn't seem like Oxygen are really mixing up their approach at all. It doesn't seem they're taking any risks against Team BDS. They're playing this play style, they're rotating around, clean touches, clean hits, dunk the opponent, whatever, and then eventually Team BDS are going to break through. I'm not seeing Oxygen really bring the fight to their opponent. And don't get me wrong, BDS are playing brilliantly and making that tougher, but there's still a switch that needs to be flicked, right?
Well, yeah, when Oxygen and, even with the addition of Oski, when these players, Archie, Ixo, and Oski have had success in the recent past, it is with, very fast paced play, trying to keep the ball moving, and they're just struggling to get that going right now. They cannot control the pace of the game. It's BDS style. If you watch this game, this is being played exactly how BDS want to play. Oxygen have not been able to play their game, and BDS are kind of just forcing that on them. Yeah, they have to control the ball more. BDS are just getting far too much control, and it's up to Oxygen to take that away from them, try and force some favorable 50-50s. And you've got to be hitting touches like that. I mean, that is just wayward, and no threat once again for BDS to worry about.
Oxygen have the experience to be able to do so. They're players that have been at this level of the Rlcs for years now. They would have been in series like this where nothing's working mechanically and other players are stepping up. So hopefully there will be a spark from one of them, or else Team BDS are going to continue to run away with this series. Archie, he's a player that's got some magic in him, but once more loses the ball towards Drali. Oski gets that one down. Monkey Moon's already there. BDS winning every second ball as well, making it so difficult for Oxygen to get started. Even there from Ixo. Exotic was the man back. Now the counter's on. He fakes it out. Drali's coming in, but that one is sent wide.
Yeah, it just feels a lot more scary when BDS are attacking right now. Flick from Archie. Easily saved by Monkey Moon. He just deflects the ball to the back corner. Here comes Exotic again. He hasn't got the boost to catch up with that one. That'll be good news for Oxygen. As Exotic, with boost these days, is definitely a pretty scary player on the ball in the air. Once again, it's, Oxygen are barreling in. They're kind of getting the ball past one BDS player, but every time they do, there's another BDS player ready to pick up the pieces. Oxygen are not getting 1v2 plays. They're consistently getting out-traded in these exchanges.
And so much of the game is being played in the blue half as well. Oxygen do get it forward there, though. Archie gonna get the double. No, he's missed it. Another opportunity goes begging. You have to hit that at this level.
Yeah, you'd back Archie to hit that as well. That's something that you would love to have back, because that first touch to the backboard, it just took the ball away from him. If he could just get that backboard touch to go straight in a straight line to the backboard, he's got just a free play double there. There is a goalkeeper, but good luck saving. Double tap at that pace. The first touch was a problem. Ixo get in. No, it's gone over. It's not even bouncing well for Oxygen right now. I mean, some of these mistakes are absolutely on them. It's a bit unlucky for them as well that they don't get the bounce of the ball to go in their favor.
I mean, maybe Oxygen have been eating too much birthday cake because they're looking pretty lethargic right now. It's not working. BDS come forward. This is the chance though, Archie. He gets the pass into the center. Oski, can he turn it one around? No, it's saved by Exotic. Yet again, the shot just wasn't right, but they do have some pressure at least, Oxygen. Monkey Moon will win a couple of touches against Oski. He's going to get taken out by Exotic. As you know, I think Exotic couldn't quite get his man. Now Drali comes forward. Oxygen have played better. This is an improved game 3. And it's a long day, the Swiss. So some signs of life from them at least.
Yeah, they are actually getting touches to each other in the BDS end now, and that's promising, of course. But that finishing touch is now the part that's lacking. They haven't had the deadly striking that you need at the top level these days. They've just been missing their chances, and as soon as BDS get one of those, it's going in the back of the net. So it just feels like an impending doom right now for Oxygen. It's a little bit at their own hands, but let's see what Yixo can do here. Ceiling double, drops down. Monkey Moon's there to usher it clear. So is the rest of the team as well. Still a tight game, game 3. Oxygen's still in this. Who's going to step up? Who's going to put the ball in the back of the net with confidence?
This is what we like to see, a pre-jump from Oski. He goes for the quick redirect. It's saved well by Dryly. Oski had so much angle to play with. Could have passed back, could have shot. Didn't make a bad decision, but it was saved well. But now BDS come forward. They surge forward. All 3 of them charging. Exotic actually getting in his teammates' way. Still somehow turning it into half a decent flip reset attempt. But there are some gaps starting to be shown in the Team BDS defense. Archie bundles his way through. Ixo's there already helping it. With up the pace of Oxygen, can they get their rewards? Again, it's not quite, and that is the story of the series for the team in green.
Yeah, good rotation there by Exotic, covering the middle as his teammates were struggling to get up to the ball in that position. BDS have survived, and they have profited off some lackluster striking from Oxygen in this game. They have not had the same creativity and offense as they did in the previous 2 games as well. Where's the BDS goal that we've been expecting for a while? Still held to 0, is it now? No, it's not. It's going to be a mistimed arrival for Monkey Moon. One extra touch takes it over him.
Yeah, I feel like this is a noticeably slower series, what we've seen so far today. We've been spoiled somewhat, but you can't always play at your best. Sometimes you've got to grind out a victory. That's what Team BDS are trying to do here. Monkey Moon gets the flip reset towards Exotic. Dryly's hovering underneath this one. He has a shooting chance to kill it. Exotic.
Oh, no! Oh, no!
Oh, that sums it up.
Oh, no, Archie. He got the save, but he double tapped it. Are you kidding me?
Oh, man. Right, he fixes this one. He fixes this. 2 seconds. Come on, Archie. 2 seconds. Save the match. It's up. Archie, I tell you what, is desperate for this ball right now. Give it to me. Let me do something with it. Here we go. Go on, Archie. Oh. Go on, son. I'm a fan right now. I know. I need to remember my job. My job is to commentate neutrally.
Archie.
Go on, son.
To Ixo. No, it's just not happening, is it? Wait, Oski's kept it up. Hold on. They're not in a bad spot. You're okay. They're done.
No.
Oh, no.
Oh, man. That was... a professional performance from Team BDS, who do enough to take this one 3-0. I think is the best I can say.
Yeah, phenomenal, honestly, unbelievable ice or anti-ice there from Archie to double tap it in from that position off the inside of his own post. I mean, he got a bit unlucky with the way the ball bounced, but he put himself in that position. I don't think he needed to hit the ball that close to his own post. I think he's probably overthinking avoiding the demo there. And before he knows it, he's own goal with just 2 seconds left on the clock. But, oh my goodness, what a ridiculous situation. I mean, you can't help but laugh. It just seemed to all go against Oxygen today. Nothing worked. Their chances they got, they were just missing them. And BDS were really not giving them too much in the first 2 games. Yeah, it might have just felt like one of those days for Oxygen where nothing goes their way, but they still have 2 more chances. They've earned 3 shots and making top 8. Lost the first of them.
Yeah.
Now they're just waiting to see who they play next.
Yeah, and the team that they play next is unlikely to be as good as Team BDS as well. That's about as difficult as it gets here in Europe. So hopefully for Oxygen we do see an improved performance from the next side, because there's so much more ability than what we just saw from them. That's why I'm frustrated, Johnny.
Definitely. I mean, this is great news for BDS. They have done the best job they can to avoid an all-French matchup in a quarterfinal, which is what they want. And now they're just waiting to see who else is going to make it through. It's great start for the tournament for BDS. Couldn't go 3-0 in Swiss in the first qualifier, but they do that in event 2.
There's still much more Rocket League to be played in this round, in fact. So let's go back to the desk to talk through the rest of the games.
That is very true. We have some more matches to get through. BDS making me happy that I didn't side on the side of Oxygen there. I mentioned I was kind of close to it, but I'm glad I didn't.
Yeah, Oxygen scored a single goal in that series. I think that's the rough part. They scored a single goal in that series. In game 2, they didn't show up nearly as much as they needed to, where you'd expect there to be more of a fight. There were clear and obvious errors. Archie at the end, Johnny was right. Literal antifreeze on the pitch. Like he could not get a good touch on it. Disappointing for Oxygen. You shouldn't be going 0-3 versus BDS. You need to get at least a game or two.
Yeah, we were sort of saying it's about taking your opportunities, and that was a perfect chance for Oxygen to make a statement against the top 4 team in Europe, or at least the top 4 from the first regional. They couldn't do it though. Credit to BDS. I think, Johnny and Cole said it. They did enough. They did what they needed to do. And I guess defensively, really shutting out Oxygen. They didn't really have much of an offense, and it wasn't the craziest series. So we've got some other rounds going on for the first time.
Do.
As you can see, K-Corp Magnifico. K-Corp 2-1 up, but could be another game 5 here.
I feel like across the board elsewhere we've not seen any other game 5s. There's been a Vitality 3-0 over Endpoint. I think Leaf, you said that they sort of smacked them about a little bit.
And then we also had down in the lower end, I was watching those because I wanted to see who was qualifying in and through. And yeah, those were smacks as well. Hosky, the team said you were watching throughout the week. They got knocked out 3-0. Bello Gold knocking out Caliente 3-0. So you're right across the board. Not very close matches.
Yeah, not particularly. Sir as well went 3-0 over Oida. That was one of our mid matches. So now Sir are sitting at 2-1. So good for them. Obviously, we're going to be waiting to see who all of these teams are going to be playing in a little bit once all of our other matches wrap up.
I don't know if it's possible because I've literally done zero math on this. Oxygen couldn't end up playing Vitality, could they?
Oh, crumbs. That's a Johnny Boy question.
Probably. Well, they could, because you've got a 2-0 team that lost against 1-1 team that won. So it's in the right era, but then it comes down to game diff and whatnot, which I haven't looked at. I'll put my hand up and say it, but it could be possible.
That would be quite the tear for Oxygen. Again, as we were saying, they need to prove themselves here, not getting a top 8 last time. But I want to talk about Magnifico, actually, because I feel like they're continuously here. They're a solid squad of players, but we never really talk about them a lot. This obviously isn't a good chance for them to prove themselves against K-Corp, but this squad, I mean, Stumpy, talk to me about this, because Tox is one of those players who we've continuously seen, like, I guess we call them the gatekeepers. And I was wondering if we feel like they have
spoilers.
the potential for this squad to potentially eventually peak off, or I mean, what's your temperature on them? Because I still kind of see them as this middling team.
I agree. They're one of the teams that could take a scalp every now and then that will then ruin a team's chances to make it to LAN. They then might make a LAN like themselves in a season. Tox is one of the last remaining bastions of good German Rocket League that's kind of kicking about still as well. So a lot of German fans going to be rallying behind him. Atomic has historically been with your CRRs, your Doritos, and other teams that, as you say, have played gatekeeper to LAN a few times, and we've not really seen them be able to work their way consistently into the top 6 of Europe. And now we're having to whittle teams down to top 4 to make it to majors, so it's a harder situation for Magnifico overall. But look, I mean, you're already seeing they're pushing Carmine Corp to the envelope. They're currently 1-0 up in game 4, and it's 2-1 in the series. True. Scary time to be Carmine Corp when you have teams like this that are those gatekeeper squads.
I mean, Sa also did that too, right? So I mean, but we've always seen KC bounce back, so. I mean, that'd be cool if this was a loss.
Oh, that's a big win from Vatira as well. Goodness me. Okay. We might be getting 5. You don't see this too often.
No.
From Vatira.
Oops. And he had 2. He's got 11 left.
They could be that team forcing 5 as well. And as we said, this team, whoever wins this, will be joining BDS as that 3-0. So, we wouldn't be expecting, honestly, as BDS, we talk about them being a top 4 team, but for mine, probably the 4th team in that top 4, at least from the first regional. And they could be joined by someone outside the top 4 in Magnifico. So pressure on K-Corp here, and interesting.
This is also, bear in mind, to go 3-0. Like, both these teams are 2-0 in the Swiss right now. Magnifico have had a phenomenal run coming through the bracket so far. This is also so far the the final series to conclude. Everybody else has finished, so all eyes on KC versus Magnifico, who look like they want to be pulling it through to a game 5, but I wonder if this kickoff is going to have anything a little bit more exciting going on.
Vatira doesn't look like he wants this to end that way. That's for sure. I mean, Johnny was talking about it too. KC's kickoffs have been really good. So if there's any team that could do it right now, go on.
There's a finish. There's a finish. Oh, they've done it. 2 down, 6 seconds. And they put 2 away.
6 seconds.
That was a phenomenal kickoff strat as well. Atto, they went fake back corner. Atto grabs 100 boost. Musty over the top, finds Vatira backboard, and you know Riser's going to put that away. Goodness.
I'm looking forward to the next Johnny video on this one.
There's no way.
This could be it. This could be it. It's great defense. Oh, Magnifico, you have to be tilted off that.
Yeah.
You just have to be.
I have a quick poll that I want to chuck over towards chat as well. Press 1 if you want Carmine Corp to take it. If you want that big boring result, or whether you want a Magnifico 3-0 in the Swiss, pop a 2. Let's see where people are sitting.
How many 3s do you think we're going to get?
People want to be cool.
I think K-Corp just...
Yeah, they're locked in at this point.
That's
yeah, 2 goals at that point is almost just worst, for me. It's not even like momentum for K-Corp, it's just bad for Magnifico.
Yeah.
So we talk about
so close.
Yeah, and they did look good. In last regional, they went 3-1 in the Swiss as well. So they do love the Swiss stage. They went to the playoffs. They got 4-0'd by BDS. So then yet to really show too much in the playoffs. But they do. This is their comfort zone here. And that's a shot on. That could have been a goal. Could have forced 5.
I wonder how...
Okay, double tap. Hold up, Atomic.
Hang on.
What do you got?
Good pass, though.
Hang on. Hang on. Oh, there it is. He snuck all that hard work from K-Corp, and they still get 5. We go champ field last series again, as you said. Every single other series is finished in round number 3.
Tox shot that into the scariest position too, right? It was like 2 players here, and he shoots it right here, like right underneath the 2 of them.
That's huge for Magnifico. We just talked about this squad being a potential gate. They were listening. We were talking about them being gatekeepers.
Get us in the lobby, Stumpy. Let's cast this game 5 champ field. What are we doing?
All right. Go in. Pull it up. Yeah, that's crazy, especially again for a locked-in spot there. Now, we have seen it before where KC goes this distance, but they always pull through. CJ, give me some thoughts on KC. Why is this team able to continually place top 4, win the regionals open qualifiers, but then have these situations happen? What is it? I mean, we saw Vatira with a whiff, but it can't be simply that.
I don't think it's panic stations just yet. You know, they've just come off a really good win against Vitality, and I think they've got the clutch factor. So I'm not too worried about it. You talk about Stumpy, you talk about Rise and Vatira on a team. So as soon as they just drive into Champions Field, they're okay. We're home. We're home. We know what's going on here. They're clutch. But, you know, I guess it is a little bit worrying. You would expect them to be handling teams outside the top 4 with relative ease. But as you said, Magnifico, they're a team that can take a scalp. Yeah,
definitely. Yeah, I mean, the fact that we're seeing Magnifico push them as hard as they are, even if Atto can sneak one in literally 13 seconds. It's not exactly the best start for them in this game number 5, but you spoke about the ice. Everyone knows that Rise of Materia is ice, and we're now seeing what Atto is going to be able to do, getting himself alongside those 2 legends of the game. Are they going to be able to continue being this number 1 squad in Europe, especially?
Stumpy.
What's up, mate?
Stumpy, we casting this? Chat.
You guys want to cast it?
Cast of Game 5 Champ Field. Do you want the me and Stumpy show Game Field? Hang on a minute. There's the buzzer. Here we go.
We're in.
1-1. All right, we're in. Let's do it.
We're in. We're locked. I would also say, everybody, we're casting off a little bit of a delay because we're not actually in the game, so give us time. Give us a minute. But Magnifico, they just needed about 13 or 14 seconds. They did not need that minute. They draw themselves back level. Are they going to be able to take down the Titans to go 3-0 in the Swiss?
You have to get a little bit worried now if you're K-Corp. I mean, this is certainly momentum all on Magnifico as well. That early goal felt like it could have been K-Corp. That's a big whiff, though. Tox in behind. They keep that one through. K-Corp just trying to keep the pressure on. Magnifico, though, we haven't seen enough of them. We've seen a lot of K-Corp last regional in this one, but so far, Magnifico, they're the team to watch. The Spanish team, the speed, they're going to be dangerous in these sort of chances. Rice just gets a touch.
Yeah, it's decent clear long as well, but now leaves it towards Tox on that right-hand side. Only 30 boost, so chasing it is going to be an effort. Does get caught out by Rise in the backward. A lovely touch on by Atto. An opportunity really for KC to chase it until it falls back down to Vatira to Rise. For Stizzy, goal line save, sends it nice and high, but the threat continues from KC.
Yeah, they're keeping the pressure on. More backboard touches. Vitira's gone really deep, though. That could leave him on an island if the pop comes over the top. And Atomic's going double. Atomic's got to drop it down. Where's the follow-up? Magnifico. That had to be a better shot. It's still going to be an even better shot. Tox gets the lead for Magnifico, game 5.
Magnifico taking shots that are only scored after an alley-oop comes through. It was a backboard into another backboard. Finally, a shot on target from Tox, but that draws out the KC defense. They're going to think that these shots are going on target straight away, so they have to pre-jump them. At that point, you've used boost for a shot that was never going to go on target. It was aimed to be there as a lure. Magnifico, in a minute and a half, they need to hold on. Can they do so better than they did in the last 6 seconds of the previous game?
Shows so much poise as well. I mean, I called it. I was waiting for the shot, but he had other ideas. Beating out 2, just going the backboard and leaving that last man to have an even better opportunity on net. But here's Keiko pushing 40. Has to get the touch. He's missed a skim. That's going to leave Atto for a shot low, and he's got to trust the backboard touch. He just gets it out. Atomic. Magnifico just hanging in there in defense.
I mean, wonderful moves from Atomic too. Falls from the ceiling, times it well, gets control back into the midfield. But Vatira, he sends it straight back on with a reset. 0 boost. Goal line save from Atomic. Again, has to pre-jump it. Vatira's there. Out of the blind spot. KC equalise.
He just kept hanging around, didn't he? Off the reset. Double commit in defense coming through from Magnifico and Vatira. Just rotates straight through the net. Gets the doink back post. 2-2 now. And this has been a bit of a goal fest here in Game 5. I'm not sure K-Corp would like it that way, but certainly Magnifico. That suits their style. The aggression coming through from them. Can they find the lead back? They're playing, well, basically the best team in Europe we've got, at least from the first regional. Got a lot of work to do here, Stumpy.
Yeah, for sure. And so far, Magnifico haven't been able to win a game outside of an overtime. Otherwise, they've been pretty much smashed by KC. A 4-1 and a 5-3 of their winning score lines. Pretty sure we're only joining it towards this end of the series too, so a bit of the context is lost. We have no idea how they played earlier on. Tox, though, goes up high, beats out Atto, but Vatira is going to be there playing that supporting role. Stizzy has to shy it away from the ball, then gets beaten out by Rise. Leaves it to Atomic, who bams it back over. That midfield so far getting controlled by Carmine Court. Magnifico, can they make sure that they get this next goal? Because Carmine Court, we know when they smell blood in the water, they push.
I absolutely love K-Corp's third man as well. Just so safe, not really committing too much here. You look at Atto again, just happy to back off, and that's why, because that was straight on net if he was crept up, if he had hesitated, half committed to that one. But let's get the musty with 0 boost. Magnifico having a look to just hang on here as K-Corp's pushing forward. That's a great shot. There's a commit. And again, look how deep that third man is, Stumpy. So safe to keep that ball in.
Yeah, they don't want to let any of those silly goals go. We've seen them in Europe a lot. We've seen them in North America a lot as well. Every region has those silly goals that end up just dribbling into the net. Atomic goes for a doink. It's not a silly goal if that one goes in. Minute 20. Rise in the midfield with a reset. Doesn't go too fast. Vatira tries to chase it, but Tox able to intercept. Height again by Rise, but as he missed that side boost, he can't actually commit as much as he'd like.
What a catch. What a catch from Vatira as well. He's gone straight for the bump. He knows he's got Atto right there, and Atto's got top corner. K-Corp get the lead. The catch on the sidewall, straight into the bump. Team play Rocket League at its finest. Atto does the rest.
The touch is perfection, the bump is perfection, and the shot from Atto, top left, is, you guessed it, utter perfection. 1 goal separating them now. Just a minute remaining. Magnifico, can you go over that last hurdle to get through into the top 8?
They did it last time in overtime. Can they do it again here? They've got a minute to try and change things up. Here it is again, though. Just look how safe that third man is. A clear initiative from Farah. There's another bump coming through. Is it going to get them again? Tox this time helping out Atomic in net, but K-Corp still looking to push forward. That's a great 50, but low boost on the attack. Stizzy trying to get something to work. Tox with low boost. That's a great fake, though. Almost it's here on the line, making the save. Atomic keep it in. It's absolute chaos in the K-Corp net, but they keep it out.
Clustered plays everywhere, but no shot can actually find its way on target for Magnifico. Now they're going to be struggling. They're going to be sending a lot of players to every ball. That's a miss from Atomic. Stizzy goes high. Him versus Vatira. Gets the reset. Gets over Vatira. Instead, no, Vatira actually has enough boost to get that save away. Tox now challenging versus Atto. Atto sends it high and central. A player from Magnifico actually has to shy away from the ball. It's a shot on target.
There it is.
That may well be the end of Magnifico and their dreams of going 3-0.
Gee, they put up a good fight, but they're number 1. Well, the number 16 seed in this regional, the winners from regional number 1, qualifier number 1. They might just be getting through again. They flipped the script. They flipped the seed on its head. might just be moving through as a 3-0 team, as you said, a top 2 team. Magnifico, they did well. They tried to hold on. They tried to find way back, but look at that. So it's party time for the blue wall. 5-2 game 5. And as you said, 3-0 in the Swiss for them. Magnifico will have to do it 3-1 again if they want to get a decent
Guys,
seed.
can I talk about those plays I'm seeing from KC? Not the ones where Vatira kept missing, but the ones where they kept working together on those earlier. We saw one from Atto with an air dribble into a bump and immediately a teammate right behind it to play it off. We saw it there again. This time it was Vatira with the bump demo and Atto for the shot. So this is something that teams got to watch out for KC, because that is very deadly kind of play.
Yeah.
How do you even stop that?
I feel like you have to identify who the problem player is as much as you can at any given moment, but realistically, you have to play that same play style back, right? You need to make them feel uneasy. You need to shut them down so then they can't send a player a little bit out of position to then get those demos. The issue is, what we're seeing now is an evolution of the normal get a pass in there, then go for the bump on the floor, is players are getting a touch in the air and then instantly going straight towards a player in the sky as well. They could be going for a reset, a double tap, anything with the ball.
It's hard.
Or they could be going full off-ball play. It's extremely hard to battle.
That is true. Hey, well, we got some more Rocket League to get to. Karmine Corps and BDS have managed to qualify their way through. Let's see who does it after the break. Magnifico came oh so close, but Carmine Corp clutch it out and carry on through into the playoff bracket. BDS will be joining them as well, but we still need to fill out the rest of it. Welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series. You're watching the European Open Qualifier number 2. We're heading into round 4 of the Swiss round. I'm Leaf, CJ, and Cole now joining me for this next one. Cole, talk to me about what you saw on that last one there. You love to see teams go toe-and-toe with a team like KC, unless you're a KC fan. He's done it.
No, I've never done it before. I've never done it. Oh, the streak
Is that your first?
over. I think it is. I'm one of you now, Lee.
Let's go. What do you mean one of me? I haven't done it today.
I was just saying. Do you know what? Doesn't matter what I was saying. I can't believe it. I've let the team down, let myself down. I'm sorry, everyone.
That's all right. Just don't do it again, okay?
All right, deal.
All right, cool. Let's take a look at the Swiss bracket so far. As I said, we're heading into round 4. Things are getting tight now, CJ. As again, those teams on the lower end, there's 3 more they're gonna have to get eliminated.
Yeah, it's starting to get a little bit scary, as we said. You know, if you guys know how it goes. Win 3 before you lose 3. But we do have a couple of teams eliminated, a couple of teams qualified through to the playoffs, through to the top 8. You see K-Corp, BDS up there, but well, now we're getting into, well, it starts to get scary. As you said, round number 4 of the Swiss stage. We've only got 12 teams left in the Swiss, and I'm excited. Is that what you wanted from me?
Yeah, but I was hoping you would say it a little more convincingly, but...
Can you tell?
Are you excited?
I'm absolutely pumped. I mean, we've got some great series. We've got Vitality, SAR, the number 1 seed from EU as they took down K-Corp, took their seeding in the double elim. So that's going to be a fantastic match. And obviously, Oxygen, well, they couldn't get it done in the 2-0 stage. Can they take down Gentlemates now? That's not exactly the easiest 2-1 match. They could be in round 5 of Swiss after going 2-0. That happens a lot, by the way, with seeding and how things work out. Regardless, though, Leaf and Cole, there's matchups going on everywhere, as we said. There's team streams, broadcasts as well. We've got our featured match over here, but tune into all the other ones. Have a look. Go explore. Have some fun.
Cole, these are the lower rounds there. One specifically I wanted to point out, Cole, Top Cougars, again, it's been mentioned a few times that, you know, they've had some good words put behind them, but they're facing elimination.
Yeah, but I mean, they do have Gregan behind them. He is going to be steering his troops like no other, so don't be too surprised if they have the mental wherewithal to take it all the way to at least round 5 up against Oida. I'd back them in that series. It's been a tough start for them, but I'm glad to see them getting a win. Same as Beligal. Glad to see Speed getting himself on the scoreboard of the game or the series.
True. And on the upper side of things, this is where qualification happens. You do have a second life. These 6 teams, sorry, I almost couldn't count. These 6 teams do have a second life into round 5 if they can't manage to get a win here. One team I'm looking for that I'm hoping can pull through this time would be Oxygen, of course, but we'll see what happens as we get through it. But our match that we are focusing in on is Magnifico versus Redemption. We just saw Magnifico just before the CJ. You guys got to get a little a precast in there, get a little warmed up, and we called them gatekeepers. But they got close to shutting down KC and taking a dub there. The question is, can they do it here up against Astral, Ivan, and Cash? These are players that we know have that peak potential, but I guess the question is, when are we going to see it?
More importantly as well, Fruity behind the sticks, watching the players on as the coach. It's great to see him there. But as you said, Magnifico, they did well. They've got the runs on the board. Game 5 against K-Corp is nothing to sneeze at. You're the other side of things, though, Redemption. They did take a game off BDS. They've They've been a team that we kind of look at your Oxygens. You know, I know Moist isn't here, but that was sort of that team last regional as well, where Redemption, they can play upset, Cole. They can be that sort of team, but
Yeah.
this is a great opportunity, I'd say, for them. They're not playing a top 4 team, and they get a chance to qualify with a great seed through to the playoffs.
But we all know I'm a fan of Cash, and I'm glad to see that this time on the main stream, his camera is actually working and not the framey, scary thing that we saw last time.
Yeah, that was
but
terrifying, wasn't it?
I believe in this team. I believe in the way it works, which is that Cash and Astral have free reign. Ivan's a little more solid behind them. It's a theory that could make perfect sense. I mean, it's been a little while since we've seen these guys towards the top of Europe, and there he is, your man there, CJ Fruity. What a man. He's been around the block. He's Danish himself as well, so he'll be happy that the LAN will be in Copenhagen. Hopefully he'll be there either qualified with his team or just knocking about himself when we get there.
Just there in general.
Yeah, I hope he's just there.
I feel like Fruity's always there. You know, was he? Oh,
What's he
Denmark.
point? Yeah.
You're
We're talking
listening
about
to me, Fruity. I presume
must
not, but he's very proud to have his Danish representation there, as he should be. But yeah, I think this is the team that certainly they're not quite looking as good as I thought they would, but they can still cause an upset.
Right, on the other side, Magnifico, again, so close to shutting down KC, one of those big dogs of the European region. You know they're thirsting. You see it in the bounce from Atomic. He's like, okay, we were so close. Let's get into this. I want to play some Rocket League. And you don't want to be sitting around, Cole, right? Like, when you get so close and you got that energy, they probably had adrenaline boost in that match. They want to get into this match and just get it done with.
Yeah, they will be incredibly frustrated, and it's a question of mentality. I think Magnifico are a slightly better team at the moment than Redemption, but how does it affect you, CJ? You know, you lose a series like that, you almost get the upset, you have to go straight into the next one. It either propels you forward or it drags you down.
This is where the coaches earn their money, Leaf, and I'm looking forward to seeing who can come back on top, who can bounce back mentally. Should be fun.
Well, I'm very curious if chat knows the answer. Remember, we are tracking all of this. So far, they've done good today, haven't they?
100%, aren't they?
Oh, they're 100%. So good job, chat. Let's see if you can keep going here. I think this one will be a little bit tougher. These two teams may be a little bit closer in parity when it comes to skill. So Magnifico, Redemption, who's going to take it? And I'm curious about the desk as we get our match closer and closer ever here. What you guys thought about this one? And I think we're going Magnifico across the board. Are we just liking what we saw, CJ, off that last match?
I don't feel great about it. To be honest. I think I'm predicting them because I think they've got the more runs on the board. Taking K-Corp to 5 is a fantastic little warm up for this series. But you know, Redemption, they took a game off BDS, and besides that last series from Magnifico, they hadn't really shown much against the top teams. They got swept 4-0 in the first regional by BDS. So I'm nervous, but I'm glad we've all gone that way. There's less pressure on me. I haven't thrown myself out there, but I think Redemption can win. I'm surprised, Cole, you haven't gone for the cannon. I'm surprised Chad haven't gone either.
I went with my head over my heart for sure. You know, I'll always back Cash, but I just think that Magnifico is shading it as the team that weren't in the top 4. I was hoping it would be Redemption, looking more to me like Magnifico. And for that reason, I'm going to go with them. It may well be, Leith, that they're totally tilted after that Carmine Corp escapade. Maybe that's how it plays out.
It's very possible. We saw it in the cams. They weren't super high energy. They're focused and locked in. We'll see if that carries through right now, and if we're right, and if chat is right. But we do have our match. Magnifico versus Redemption, qualification for playoff bracket on the line. With only 1 life left, time is running out. Magnifico versus Redemption. Enjoy the match with Stumpy and Johnny.
Round 4 of the Swiss always makes the games feel that little bit more real. Teams have run out of chances when you get this far through. At Magnifico and Redemption, they are aiming to get to the top 8 with a 3-1 record. Johnny, we've got our predictions in the document that we've got. I'm the only one going Redemption. Do you think I'm silly?
You are. I don't think it's not. I don't think it's a silly prediction. I think there's, it's definitely a possible thing that could happen. You know, Redemption, Magnifico, I think Magnifico are definitely the favorites, but Redemption have got some upset potential here. They're coming off a win in the previous round. Magnifico coming off a, you know, pretty tough loss. It's a close series, but you're always going to be, you know, in recovery mode after losing a game 5 like that.
Yeah.
Your Redemption are looking for essentially redemption from their first event where they couldn't make a top 8, and Magnifico did. This would be a great way to do it through as a 3-1 team, not even having to go to round 5 of Swiss.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like these teams have had a little bit of a different journey, and realistically, you look at the quality of teams that they've played, Magnifico have had the harder run. They just went to 5 versus Carmine Corp. Whereas Redemption, we've seen them lose earlier on to BDS, and then they've managed to beat out Hosky and then Team 3. That is an easier run. However, they are on that momentum swing. They have got 2 wins in a row rather than the 1 loss that we've just seen Magnifico end up suffering. So we'll see how that kind of how the momentum swings for either of these teams. For the first minute, gone so far without instant, and with Stizzy on that backboard, it's going to be looking like pretty strong defense so far coming out from Magnifico. And I was impressed with them when they played versus Carmine Corp.
Oh, definitely. I think this Magnifico team are yet to show their best in RLCS. They didn't really have much fight in them in the quarterfinal in Event 1. But I really don't think that is the Magnifico we're going to see all split and all season. One group of players and one group of in the community who actually rate Magnifico very highly is in fact the French community. They have a lot of good things to say about this team. Oh, look at Cash! How did he find the gap here? It looked like it was going to be an interception. But actually, Cash has got a ceiling reset. It's been backboarded by his opponent, and then he's just pre-flipped to read it anyway. What on earth? How has he done that?
That's magic. That is the sheer magic of Cash in the Mustang Mach-E. That is a quality player, and then immediately lose a goal off kickoff. That's even more Cash than the goal he just scored.
That is so Rocket League right there. Cash lunging for Tox, tried to get a demo on him. Tox is not having it. Didn't fall for Astral's fake challenge. Flicks it into the net, 1-1. Yeah, not the follow-up play you want when you score a worldie. And there's that double kickoff again. A lot of teams have been trying this. It's a great strat to try if the opponents are not ready for it. Like, well done by Redemption. I feel like it's, getting gate. It's going to probably drop in popularity once teams start to get used to this one. Because really what you're trying to go for there is a massive dunk into the other team's half.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like we're seeing the sheer evolution of what we've considered relatively basic a lot of the time in Rocket League, where we've seen the theoretical place where kickoffs can go, where pinches can go, where resets can go. I think now we're in that experimental phase, where teams are thinking, okay, we've got to the near limit of where we can be in all of the other areas. How can we now squeeze that extra 1, 2, 3% out of these relatively, quote, mundane areas in the game?
I think, the scene is just maturing where, for a long time wondering when are the pros, when are the pro teams going to just mature. And, you go through that awkward phase when you're younger, you think everything's cringe. And the pros did that. They thought kickoff strats were cringe. But now they've all grown up and they've realized that, no, actually kickoff strats can get you goals. And that's not cringe. So let's do it. And every team's trying to do it this season. I'm here for it.
Seeing a decent amount of pressure start to build here for Magnifico. Goes over the top of Ivan to Stizzy. And another 50. That's straight open for Tox, but a crossbar.
Oh my goodness.
And a save from Astral. Another 50 near the goal line. Scary times coming in so far for Redemption. And the pressure has not been abated.
Yeah, Tox definitely had an open in there. He went for bar down and in. He got bar down and then the worst bounce imaginable where it just clears itself. And now here he's got a chance to redeem himself. But he's missed his last touch. He's hit the bar again after the demo landed on the goalie.
Devastatingly close so far for Magnifico. They couldn't get, also rather, they got that instant response earlier. And they can't get one that they work a little bit more for. Ivan now challenging, Astral challenging. Astral's been beaten out a couple of times so far. So he only needs a decent amount of boost. You're wondering if that's going to be potentially wasted boost or whether his speed is actually making up and that he's moving around the pitch a lot more efficiently with it. Ivan now dunking, back right corner. Sizzy has to make a touch as Astral waits. Astral lurks and shoots. Actually goes low. It's clever, but Tox was cleverer.
Yeah, he did well there, Tox, not to pre-jump too high. Astro was hoping Tox would double jump to challenge him. But Tox just flipped forwards, had that low shot covered, and he still got up a little bit just in case the shot did go higher. Now here's a tough shot, saves Stizzy, fires it with pace down the middle though, and it is blocked by Redemption. End-to-end chances. Well, it looks like Magnifico are going to get the next one.
I mean, look, we see just any player from Magnifico, as soon as somebody goes up for a solo play, it's solo on the ball. Yes, off the ball, far from it. You're seeing somebody go for a bump or a demo just to remove that goalie to make their job even easier. Final 40 now, ticking down. Astral on that right-hand side, intercepted by Atomic. Stizzy gets to 50, but Tox comes in, tries to get a little bit more muscle on that ball. Atomic now to shoot versus Astral. It's bottom corner, and it's good.
It's the cleverest play of the game to place the ball bottom corner. Stizzy with the back corner pass, and look at the shot by Atomic with the air roll to make sure that there's no chance the keeper's catching up.
Yeah, wrap your car around the ball, send it bottom corner. With Astral diving, he's not going to be able to make it. A fake kickoff this time. Ivan actually with a very close cheat up as well, but it's read by Magnifico, or at least responded to by Magnifico. Cash the tap over the top, and now Tox goes high. Astral leaning back, can't get the Psycho. That's awkwardly positioned. Ivan has to dive in to save him. His 10 seconds going to be valuable for Redemption. Can they get anything in the other half?
Yeah, they can't really get much going yet. Let's see if they're going to try and go the scenic route. Of course they are. You've got Cash on the team. Air double bump pass. It does not connect, though, and it'll be a Magnifico win in game 1.
Yeah, I feel like we're going to look at Redemption at that one goal that they let go, and they'll be disappointed. It's a goal that they should not have let go, but Magnifico, that wasn't the decider. That's just the one that drew them level. Great push on from them. And Magnifico, a lot more shots coming out as well. In the end, we're looking at a total of 11 on the side of Magnifico, whereas only 7 for the side of Redemption. And Redemption, I think, were a lot more pokes towards goal, whereas Magnifico, they were going crossbar down and crossbar out, hitting a post, hitting a near backboard.
Yeah, a really good chance here for Magnifico to run away with the series. Obviously, they're going to try and keep it one game at a time, but the other results are currently favoring them. Vitality have dropped a game to SA. It's 1-1 in that series, and Gentlemates have dropped a game to Oxygen as well. Now, that's very relevant for Magnifico. If Magnifico can sweep Redemption from this point, I believe they avoid Vitality and Gentlemates, assuming Vitality and Gentlemates do win their current series. That would be an all-French quarterfinal, which we've been talking about as a possibility.
Yeah.
And Magnifico could be the team avoiding it.
Well, Magnifico, you've got yourself a great chance to get back into that top 8 in Redemption. They're going to be trying to claw you down because the quality on the side of Redemption is incredible. Cash and Astral, 2 of the most mechanical players we've ever seen rise up through Europe, along with a remarkably strong backbone in Ivan. They just haven't been able to make it work.
Yeah, it's a team stacked with solo ability when you're looking at players who can 1v2 their opponents, 1v3 their opponents. Yeah, Cash and Astral are going to be pretty high up on those lists. And Ivan as well is, he's just I feel like he's just getting more and more mechanical by the season. I'm very impressed by his constant development in that regard. So they've got the individual skill, but I think Magnifico are just a well-oiled machine in comparison. And they seem like the much more cohesive unit in this series.
30 seconds and nothing happening just yet, and the chances for Redemption, you have to think, need to be taken. They had less in that first game compared to Magnifico, but it's going to be Tox pushing again with that pass onto the backboard. Atomic trying to snipe out the opposite bottom corner this time, isn't quite able to. And now up high and a dunk with Cash. And I love seeing him in that Mach-E too. A flat hitbox suits Cash down to a T.
Yeah, he's one of those players who can always make it work. You've got to be careful if you're going to try that one at home, though. Hard to replicate what these players are able to do in the long cars. I know you like a long car, Stumpy, yourself, and you are floppy Dominus in rank personified, I must say, from playing many a session with Stumpy. I'm sure anyone who's ran into him in rank can attest to that.
I'll flop about the pitch and I'll score a goal. I won't look pretty, but my God, I'll score it.
Could go either way, but he will score a goal. He's playing for both teams. He's Stumpy Goblin. Cash is playing for Redemption. Oh my goodness, what's he done here? Ivan gets the goal out of a goal by scramble, it would seem. Stizzy tried to keep control of the back corner, just completely misses, and Cash just makes it completely, baiting the opponents into getting dunked on by Ivan.
And Tox got a little bit scared, sees the whiff coming out from Stizzy, tries to go for any touch, actually sends it straight into the path of Ivan. He can manage to sink that goal. Can actually hold on to the lead this time. Cash is going to stop that early series curse. Gives it at least 10 seconds before we're going to be seeing Magnifico take another proper shot on net. Tox now challenges versus Ivan. Oh, wow, Atomic drops it down. It's a lovely chance for him, but now it falls back down towards Astral. Central is Cash on the shot, and Stizzy and Tox both committing towards that save.
And then back corner control for Tox. He does get dunked on by Ivan, though. And that's a free hit for Cash, but Stizzy does so well, recovering straight back towards the ball and getting goal side of Cash's intended double tap, which you have to think was going on target with how well he's read the backboard today.
And jumping down beneath him too, making sure that he can't see that he's there, so he goes to the standard shot, but Stizzy's going to be there all day, acting as that blocker. Stizzy now tries to work it around one, isn't able to. Tox has to stretch as Astral wasn't able to earlier on and can keep this one out halfway through the game. And we are now seeing A lot of pressure coming through for Redemption, but can they capitalize on it?
Yeah, there's plenty chances, and this is definitely a close series, showing that, you know, despite the fact that the vast majority of predictions that came through have been for Magnifico, your Redemption call is looking better by the minute, Stumpy. So if they can hold on a bit longer, that will look phenomenal for them and for you. But you've got to be careful with this Magnifico team. You know, we talked a lot about the individual skill on the Redemption roster. I think that Magnifico's got 3 players in their roster who can all make those solo plays as well.
Yeah, so incredibly proven, 2 of the players on Magnifico. Tox has been somebody who has played spoiler to LAN many a times. Ivan has been to LANs as well. We've not seen the performances necessarily from the other players. Of course, Astral is probably, I would imagine, the longest serving player on any of these teams. Cash trying to go for a bit of a cheeky double. And the potential of Cash is, I feel, near unmatched on this team. It's his and Astral who act as relative question marks, and Cash finding Astral. It's not a question mark today, it's an exclamation mark.
I mean, if his question was, here, will you score that for me? Astral said, I don't mind if I do. Far down and in, absolute screamer from Astral. 2-0 Redemption. What a finish. And, you know, we can't leave open net, or can't leave infield passes that open. In this day and age, you're not saving that shot unless you pre-jump yesterday. Or that one, for that matter.
Talking about trying to hold on, no, Redemption seems to be their story, letting another goal go early. Ivan jumps up, can't get any touch on it. Atomic central to Stizzy, bangs it just below the bar. With a minute 25, that's an immediate response from Magnifico. Redemption need to hold on. They need to keep their heads straight. And to be honest, Magnifico, they need to keep rattling their heads.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, putting the ball overhead is a great call in Rocket League in general, and you can see in the last kickoff, Ivan in the back corner just had a much harder read on that back corner bounce. He wasn't sure, should he be advancing, should he be reading a back wall play. Just ended up underneath the ball and got beaten to it. So that's the name of the game when you see opponents out of position, is get the ball over them. It's much harder for the defender to read compared to the attacking players who have got a fair view of things in front of them.
Has Cash gone from the pitch now, and Atomic has opened it up massively for Magnifico. Tox now going for another bump. Cash avoids him and gets the clear away. Ivan now with Astral. It's a shot on target. It's weak, it's low. And Ivan's there to tap it through. The 2-man beats the solo.
And again, Astral has shot low. I mean, he had options here to shoot high. Look at that, though. He snipes low, anticipating the pre-jump from Stizzy. And Stizzy didn't pre-jump all the way up, but it did make the save a little bit awkward because he was off the ground there, couldn't get the ball clear. And yeah, he was more than preparing for Astral to hit that high the entire time, making the follow-up quite simple for Ivan.
30 seconds now and 2 goals to hold on to if you are Redemption in this series. Tox can't quite get on that touch, but that one falls central again. Astral with that clear away. Cash up to the ceiling. He had a bit of magic from there earlier on, but it's going to be snubbed out by Stizzy. 20 seconds remaining. Magnifico on this hard push. Tox not going for a bump this time. A shot actually shoots wide. It's open. It's another chance. It's more and more pressure building. And in the end, Atomic with 10 seconds left hovers a question mark over the heads of Redemption.
Oh, that's frustrating for Astral because he was just a millimeter away from getting a touch on this, but the ball crossed the line before he could get there. Good placement by Magnifico. And now, what are they going to bring to the table to try and get possession in the closing seconds? Delayed kick up by Atomic, and Stizzy was right on that. That was almost through. They still got pressure here. Atomic's waiting in the middle, but it's wide, and it looks like Redemption have stabilized.
That's a lovely touchdown from Cash, but instead actually might well just give a little bit more pressure over towards Magnifico. Atomic finds that ball, sends it far too long in that back corner now. Cash with a touch, but a great secondary touch, a third, a fourth. Cash now trying to get it low. This ball is avoiding the floor.
This is unbelievable from Magnifico to keep it up, but they've doubled on the last play. That was definitely a scary situation for Redemption. But after all those heroics keeping the ball up, Atomic and Tox both drifted into the same position, and they did not have anyone left to catch the ball as it fell. 1-1. Not just good news for Redemption, but also for Magnifico, or rather for Vitality and Gentlemates. But, well, I've got bad news for Vitality fans who may be watching here. They're down 2-1 against SA.
Oh my word.
They just lost overtime game 3. It is SA who are showing up and showing that their win in the qualifier against KC was not flash in the pan. They are now producing more solid results after only dropping to BDS so far today.
Well, They're going to be making sure that they are, I think, straight up not paying attention to any of those games so far. They've got to make sure that they're just focusing on this one, get the win, then we'll see what the bracket ends up giving to us. But it's definitely a consideration when you look at the quality of teams that they could be playing for those top 8 spots. When we see that, there's going to be a KC and a Gentlemates potential like rematch maybe going on, any of these top teams, if they play against each other in our top 4, then it opens up a spot from a quarters into a semis. It's a lot more reasonable to think that you might be able to beat a Magnifico, a Redemption, an Oxygen than you would one of our strongest 4 in Europe at the moment.
And the scariest thing is Vitality. They may be the team in the most dangerous position. Going into this event, Vitality and BDS were the teams who finished in 3rd, 4th. So, if Vitality end up in an all-French quarterfinal, that's losable. Suddenly, any other team from last week's top 8, a couple of weeks ago's top 8, going into the semi-finals, ties Vitality on points, and that could be Magnifico. If they can get this series done and dusted, if they can win here, and Vitality continue to struggle, I mean, this team could be well in the running for the major.
And Redemption wanting to make sure that the conversation moves very swiftly towards them. They want to be the winners of this one, and it's a ground pitch for Atomic. From up high to down low, that goal was the only destination.
That's a backwall takeoff, ceiling double tap, and then a ground pinch after initially faking an earlier touch on the ball. Redemption could not read that play. They were not positioned with their 3rd man to stop it once they did realize what's happening. Now they've faked the kickoff to try and fire one back. Astral slams it high. Oh, he's bounced downwards. Still wasn't ready for it. Stizzy just had to watch that one bounce in front of him.
I saw the vision, and I believe that may well could have happened. Would have been goal of the day, I'm sure. 45 seconds in, magic really starting to appear here on the Coliseum. Stizzy in the corner with Tox. Gets it around the side of Cash. Now Stizzy versus Ivan for the 1v1. Tox goes central. Ivan can't get anything from it. It's a flick from Stizzy again, just awkwardly above him.
Yeah, Stizzy barrels through the first challenge. Ivan ended up slightly on the wall. That's very awkward positioning by him. You can't jump off the wall like that and gain any elevation. You've either got to fully commit to driving completely on the wall and steer up it, or stay on the ground and jump. He kind of split the difference and just left himself with no way to save the ball.
Yeah, I don't think he anticipated that the wall was going to be sneaky up on him like that, but Ivan sneaking up on the net on the other side. Pass coming central.
The wall
from
sneaks up on me, Stumpy.
It happens.
It always happens. It always does that. The walls definitely are moving. You can't tell me different.
Fuming. I'd be fuming if I was Ivan, but they need to make sure their heads do stay in this one, of course. 2-0 in a minute and a half as well. That's a long shot. That's on target.
Oh,
Cash,
my goodness.
with a bit of a cheeky one, reduced the deficit to just 1 goal.
Oh, he just sniped it. And it's gone just underneath the bar. What a perfectly placed shot. If he hits that any lower, I think it's straight into Stizzy. But he dips it perfectly under the bar. Well played, Cash. As goals continue to fly in at both ends. 90 seconds in, we've had 3 already.
Cash barreling through yet another kickoff. Sees himself as second man, but has no time for the ball. Instead, sees red and wants to take out the blue.
Time for Tommy to control the ball in the back corner. Very nicely done.
Lovely.
Pass one. He's still got control, and Cash doesn't want to 50 him, but maybe you should have, because you've just left your keeper out to dry. Cash tries to leave the ball for his 3rd man, but Astral sitting back thinking, I don't know if I can get there in time. Atomic with a 1v3 play.
It's another 100-meter dash from his own backboard. Just doesn't bother with the ceiling this time, straight to the floor. And you're right, Astral shying away from that 50, doesn't want it to bounce awkwardly. Instead, Atomic says, yeah, you know what, mate, I'm just going to score it instead. Wonderful play from Atomic. And what a player he's been. Cash with a catch. And with Ivan getting some bumps around that back line, the ball still can't find its way into the blue net. But we're seeing the evolution now of Magnifico.
Yeah, the Magnifico are leveling up, and unfortunately for Redemption, they are leaving some holes at the back, and they've got to be challenging for each other in positions like this when you're up against players like Atomic, who's a super consistent player for many years now, and he's probably in the strongest team he's been in for quite some time. You need to challenge for each other. Even if Cash doesn't think he's getting a win on the ball there, I mean, you've got to challenge and let Astro come in behind you. What can Tox do here? He's looking for flippers. I couldn't get it. Stizzy with a mid pass off the ceiling. Good read by Ivan.
Lots of chances for that fourth goal to come in for Magnifico, but instead Redemption want to make sure that does not happen. A pass down from Cash, but Ivan wasn't singing from the same hymn sheet. A touch over the top, but Atomic does get caught out by Astral. Low boost though, it's central. It's Stizzy shoots high. Who's going to be there to poach but Atomic?
Yeah, once again, it's Atomic who's first on the scene. That's his hat trick. Stizzy had the initial shot to scramble the defense. Atomic kept his wits about him, quickly turned and shot. This one looks like it is going to be going Magnifico's way. And I've got some news for you, Stumpy.
Go on.
It looks like SA have just beaten Vitality. SA are in they're in the top 8. Vitality are in round 5 of Swiss. And it's not going to plan for Gentlemates against Oxygen either. They lost game 3. Oxygen are rebounding from that disappointing BDS series, and they might be about to get top 8 as well.
Game 4 is incredibly exciting. The Oxygen versus Gentlemates series as well. Oxygen just won game 3. I think it was 4-1 in the end. Minute and a half has gone. Gentlemates are up. Make sure you keep your eyes all over the games that are going on today.
I mean, absolutely insane scenario. We were talking earlier on about how there's still a chance that all of the big French teams could avoid each other in the quarterfinals, even though they've had some team kills today. But that win by SA, combined with the win against KC in the qualifier,
they're proving it's not a fluke.
Yeah, SA have just completely thrown a spanner in the works for the French dominance. It seemed like a pretty clear-cut top 4, and now SA have come in and reduced KC's seeding, forcing KC to team kill. And now they're beating Vitality, so we may, if Vitality do qualify in 7th or 8th seed from this Swiss stage, they will be starting round 1 against KC or BDS tomorrow.
That is outrageous. And also, who would have thought Mike Boy and Tho, after their 14th teammate in a row, after their 9 years together, they are putting in that kind of impactful play.
It's Tekos though.
Yeah,
Techie Tekos.
Tekos has...
Tekos Tech, like they've just grabbed Tekos, the new tech, and it's the best fit they've ever had.
It's
so, hats off to them.
Yeah,
they've proven.
Elevated that duo that has been genuinely together for like 3 or 4 years now. Like, it's ridiculous how long they've been together for.
I mean, it just goes to show you that, there are so many teams in Europe who can not just, get that one win against the top team, but then also back it up with another one. It's tough out here. And even the big French 4 are falling prey to the EU depth today. Magnifico are, meanwhile, having, I think, a stellar resurgence as well. Talk about Oxygen's resurgence on in their round against Gentlemates. So, how about this for Magnifico? You would not think for a second that they just had a heartbreak Game 5 loss.
Yeah, not at all. Like, the absolutely stunning play for Magnifico, and a standout game for Atomic as well. Gets that hat trick. When we were about halfway through that game, Atomic was on about 700 points, and Tox was on about 60. Like, the amount of off-the-ball play that Tox does is outrageous. His heat map is going to be completely red in his opposition's half, I'm sure. But now it's a chance to see how Redemption, firstly, push it to that game 5, if they can get there. But for Magnifico, can they shut it out? Can they get to the top 8 yet again and bring this kind of form through?
Yeah, and while we're waiting for game 4 to start here, game 4 is well underway in Oxygen versus Gentlemates. It's just been tied 2-2 by Gentlemates. They were trailing 2-1 there. It's Oxygen and double match point. We'll try and keep you guys updated with all the action that's happening completely at the same time here. It's all going down in Europe. We've got multiple teams trying to play spoiler to the perfect French top 4, and Magnifico are one of them. They are maybe the team leading the charge, in fact, in that attempt to grab one of those major spots. The door is getting more and more open by the minute.
Also worth mentioning that Endpoint versus Forward is also in game 5 right now. 3.5 minutes left, 1-0 to Forward at the moment in that game 5. Genuinely, people, keep your eyes everywhere because it is extremely liquid over in Europe at the moment. But here, Magnifico Redemption on the mainstream. Magnifico, a chance to go 3-1 in the series, 3-1 in the Swiss, and get through to the top 8. But Cash is going to tip it onward and say no thank you.
It's Ivan off his own backboard. Catch and touch to offload to Cash. That is a perfect redirect by Cash. 128. Oh, well, I was about to say the kilometer per hour version for, so it's a bigger number,
That's fair.
I'm from the UK as well. We don't really use kilometers an hour over here, but in Rocket League, It's a bigger number.
That's
128 kilometers an hour. It sounds way more impressive than, what was it, 81 miles an hour?
Yeah, 80.
Yeah, that doesn't sound that fast.
Yeah,
I don't know what that looks like.
Yeah, that's
it's small enough, right?
That's what I tell the speed cameras as well, mate. 40 seconds gone. Cash
Oh!
with a dunk on that back line. We saw an atomic banger in game at number 3. Is it the age of Cash?
What's a catch mid-air again? I mean, it was Ivan to Cash for both goals. This time Cash had a couple of touches necessary. And that first touch is just absolutely spectacular to catch up with the ball so quickly and dunk on Tox, who probably thought he had a bit more time to get that one clear.
The cannon is very much lit today. It's been a little while since we've seen him perform. He wasn't, you know, in the positions to be going to majors multiple times last year. Fingers crossed that we're going to be seeing the cannon and the amount of support that he generates as well. A sidewall redirect. That's going to be tapped on target too. And it's actually an awkward miss. Anybody to shoot it? I don't think they expected anybody from the blue side not to get there. Ivan showing off his mechanics too. What a resurgence from redemption we're seeing in this 4th game.
Well, you know, that was a super chaotic situation for Magnifico, but I think somebody's just called it off target in comms, and everybody listens, so fair play. They just let the ball bobble across their own goal line and end up in a safe position, and nobody owned goal. It truly is a spectacular thing. I never thought I'd see the day in my own Rocket League games. This is still a long time to go. Redemption have had a couple of worldies from Cash, but they're in trouble here. Oh, it's Astro with an immediate reflex save to keep them in that 2-goal advantage.
Yeah, lovely save coming out from Astral too, making sure that they're not going to be giving him away a little bit silly-like, and they've held on past the kickoffs too. Something they were falling prey to earlier. 2 minutes has elapsed, and Cash with a pre-jump. Atomic, though, he takes 2 out of the game. Tox now trying to bump Ivan. Ivan standing firm.
Atomic is trying to out-50 them here, but there are just too many bodies back, too many players in position. Stizzy and Atomic are both jumping for this one, and it's easily intercepted by Ivan. I wouldn't mind a game 5. We've got game 5s all around the Swiss stage right now. We're getting so many results coming in at the same time. We'll have some confirmations for you guys shortly for the big fixtures. But all the low-ride 4s have got to game 5. Cash is taking us to game 5 by the minute here. Just a big dunk by Astral. And yeah, pretty simple goal there for Cash. Not quite at the same level as his goals earlier on, but they all count for one.
I mean, it's a hat-trick for the cannon. He's got a hat-trick before anybody on Magnifico has hit 100 points. Like, this is his game. Atomic had the last one. Cash is taking the reins this time. Atomic fancy trying to get back on the board. We're only halfway through. Magnifico, we've seen how well they can bounce back. We've seen their determination. Opportunities will be presenting themselves more and more often, but Cash is looking much more turned on. Ivan goes high, lures Stizzy out, but Astral thinks, you know what, screw it, bang it from the backboard, who cares, just get rid, make sure that we don't have anybody from Magnifico knowing that they have control in this game.
Well, news has, it's official, ladies and gentlemen. Oxygen have 3-1 Gentlemates. Vitality and Gentlemates are both in round 5 of Swiss. Wow, who had that one in their predictions? As Atomic sends another perfect shot top pins. This is unbelievable. I swear they hear us talking about a match elsewhere and just like, nobody cares, just look at this. Perfect shot to the top corner. 3-1.
Banger Central, baby. No problem. You look for game 5s, we've got it. You look for the upsets, we've got that as well. You look for absolute screamers, top bins, no problem. We have got them in spades. Stizzy sends that high for a sideball reset. Tox, can you get on that? Oh, I was really hoping that was going to be a goal from that original pass.
Yeah, it's a chance now for Astral the other way. Tox is adjusted brilliantly mid-air, but he doesn't pinch it anywhere. It's just completely killed the bounce. Stizzy was there to collect it. And it's dropped down nicely for Atomic. He decides not to slow play this time, just booms it. It's a, you know, mix-up attempt there to hopefully catch somebody pre-jumping out of position. It hasn't initially happened, but how about this? We've got a temporary open net. Stizzy looking for it, and of course he's hit it with the backboard double. They're back within 1.
Outrageous. 1 goal splitting the difference now. Stizzy, he's not going to miss from that point, but it's a lovely angle. Gets on target, like you see as well. Tox waiting to see if he needs a hand here and it comes down a bit awkwardly, not quite in, he can tap it in. And we've also got a little bit more news. Forward have beaten Endpoint 3-2. So that is Endpoint now out of the main event. They will not be going through Forward. They move on to round number 5 as well. But the final minute in this game, Magnifico versus Redemption. It's only game 4, bear in mind. Redemption still playing to hold on to their previous 3-0 lead.
Yeah, this is tense stuff after the Cash hat trick. This is not where they wanted to end up. Now Cash with a clear, but he's stopped by Stizzy, who just about stretches back to the ball with a ceiling reset. Atomic with a lob on target. Cash is up for this and deflects it wide. Tox is dropped early, and Astral saw him coming. Really good awareness there by Astral not to get dunked on in the back corner.
20 seconds left in the game. Stizzy to the back ball, but with no boost, he can't really chase it. Ivan, bit of ball control here. Sends it long, that's it, getting it out the reach of anybody from Magnifico. Central again, doesn't need that to be a pass, just needs it to not go into the hands of the blue side. Cash, he works on that same idea, and Astral to that back corner. No, instead just goes to low 50. Brilliant game management. Johnny Boy _I, it's another game 5.
Yes, the exclamation mark on the day from Redemption. There's already been all upsets in the 2-1 rounds. Oxygen over Gentlemates, Saw over Vitality. Can Redemption upset Magnifico as well and blow this region wide open just when it looked like we were going to have a predictable top 4? This is not the case. It never is the case. Why did we think for a second that it was going to be predictable in Europe?
Do you remember
Redemption are looking the part as well.
Do you remember the pre-show? Cole was said, oh, yeah, I'm just going to sleep through this section where we're saying about deja vu with top 4 teams. And he was like, yeah, thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. Obviously, it's going to be the same top 4. Not when the bracket looks like this, mate. Absolutely not.
It can't be, actually. Yeah, it actually can't be, I believe, because one of Vitality and Gentlemates will be guaranteed to finish in the 7th or 8th seed. So the one of them is guaranteed to run into Karmic Corp or BDS. It could still be both of them, or it could be neither. Maybe they both just don't even make top 8. Like, that's the only world where neither of them play, BDS or KC, is where one of them gets eliminated today. And it's crazy that is in fact something that could happen based on the results we're seeing. But right now, we have got a qualification match for top 8. A top 8 that is looking a whole lot easier in terms of quarterfinal matchups. And Magnifico are in with a phenomenal chance to secure themselves a good one.
Finally, Champions Field, a series very much deserving of it. And Magnifico are going to be thinking, we can't let another game like that slip us by. Cash has had a blinder. Atomic has been on fire. And both these teams really vying to make sure they go through 3-1. You go into that round 5, you've got the likes of Gentlemates and Vitality waiting to snap you up.
Yeah, it's all about that game win-loss. Magnifico did the work earlier. They were 3-0 in the first 2 rounds. So they've got a brilliant shot to lock in 3rd seed here. Redemption will take anything at this point. I mean, they had to really fight for their matches earlier on today. So just getting through 3-1, I don't think they care who they play. They'll just take a top 8. But it's Magnifico are starting off a little bit more lively in that game 5. Atomic Semoed Astral, but no problem for Redemption as Ivan takes the ball clear. Now Cash has slowed it down in defense. Atomic again looking for a demo on Astral. Astral hiding inside that near post area and jumping over the top of it.
A minute has gone so far, and I think both these teams playing a little bit more reserved than we saw from them earlier on. Redemption had to go out on a limb and throw everything at the ball, and with a couple of fakes, Atomic gets his first real shot on target. And the first one in the game, actually. It's a minute 15 before we had a single shot on target, Johnny.
Yeah, this is definitely a very defensive stance for Redemption, who are often leaving those players upfield looking for redirect opportunities, as you would expect from this team. Well, Cash has got one now. It's a double diver to Astral, and it's 1-0.
Get your beauty from the cannon. Minute and a half, beats out one. Little tap onto the backboard. Astral can easily tap that one in. That's why you need that second man, just to wait, see if the angle is going to be successful. If not, it's just going to be a little roll over the line. Kickoffs have been the bane so far. And it's going to be awkward as Tox goes up versus Cash from that backboard. Can Cash get this one away? That big old flat old hitbox is going to be doing the job.
Yeah, great catch by Cash there to keep himself in a controlled position. I love the selflessness from Cash in that last play. Oh, and again, he's actually outplayed everyone with that extra touch, but he's looking to pass the ball downwards with these double taps, and it's almost better than shooting. His defender's expecting you to shoot. So actually hitting the bar is an improvement on that. You're just leaving it completely open for a teammate. if there is one in the middle, which there was. And now the team bump in defense. And the fake from Cash. Oh, well, it's falling apart for Magnifico. That was almost a disaster.
Looking very scary for Magnifico, where they were doing so well earlier on to make sure that it wasn't going to be all these team bumps coming through, where they were playing with so much synergy. Synergy's back, but as are the crossbar hits, this time Stizzy. Tox is up, can't get one through, and Astro is called off that ball. Says you have a little bit of time here. What can he do with it? One reset, the second reset, not enough boost. We saw that quick turnaround. Magnifico had to dart their way back, but awkward touches. They just aren't having that same level of cohesion they had earlier. Cash, that's on target.
Oh.
But look at the saves. Both sides are stretching themselves thin. It feels like only a matter of time.
Yeah, it does feel like there could be a goal either way any minute. It's just one of those series. It's so tense. And, you know, there are a lot of low boost committed plays here as, again, Redemption get pushed back, but Cash is there to save them. Even as one goalie got outplayed, Stizzy had to knock that one away. He's shot at his own net there, but it beats letting Cash take a shot at your own net. Some time for Atomic. He's got the air dribble here. He goes into the flip reset. Doesn't go for it yet. He's going backboard dunk instead, and it's intercepted by Astral.
It's a shot near target as well, but Astral intercepting 2 saves in a row. Now Stizzy has to challenge it with Astral yet again. So Astral's all over the pitch. Ivan has an awkward backflip. Now it's Cash on the floor. Tox can't get anything from it. Cash can wait. Atomic, we've seen how dangerous he is in the air. That's going to be one going down low. Astral opts to go from the backboard back down towards the floor. 50 boost. He can challenge this ball again. Stays behind it very strongly, but Tox, he may well be even stronger. 1 minute remains, and can we see if Redemption can hold on to a bit of a scary lead?
Well, Magnifico haven't played for flip resets in their last few aerial attempts, so if they do go for that, the next time they've got the opportunity, it might be harder to read. It's going to be more direct air dribbling, and it's not working because every time they do this, air dribble dunks, direct air dribbles, they are getting blocked. Ivan nearly able to get on the end of this. Cash will, and it's 2-0.
Cash yet again, but look at the team bump. Tox is then sent awkwardly, has to jump, sends Stizzy back. Stizzy's then sent off by Ivan, and you can't wait that still. Stizzy, he knew that Ivan was somewhere around behind him. He jumps up, but the little bit of contact made was enough. Cash can shoot on the open net. Final 45, again a kickoff needs to go the way of Magnifico, and on this opportunity, it just doesn't.
It's just the most heartbreaking scenario you could ever think of for Magnifico. It's going to be another goal against them. It's another game 5 against them. Everything is going wrong down the stretch for this team, and this is a matchup they were favored in.
To start the day going 3-0, 3-0, and to then lose in game 5 versus KC, you have to think they're the favourite going into Redemption. Everybody else did, but then it comes down to it, and you just can't shut that game away. Game 5 not looking like their strong suit. Still technically time, but when we get to 20 seconds, there really just isn't. We saw 2 goals coming in 6 seconds earlier for KC. Cash wants to continue on this press. It's a demo from Stizzy, but Ivan, he will happily put his body on the line for it. The final 10 ticks down. You're not going to be getting 3 here, lads. Not in 5. Redemption. They managed to make it through. In round 4, they go 3-1. They join the greatest in Europe for their first appearance in the top 8 this season.
Just unbelievable scenes. Every single match in the 2-1 qualification round has gone to the underdog. Redemption have knocked down Magnifico, Oxygen have beaten Gentlemates, and SA have beaten Vitality. That means 3 teams who did not make the top 8 in the previous event have just qualified with 3 wins in Swiss and only 1 loss.
I am quickly refreshing all the pages I can to try and figure out what our next matches are going to be, because that is a very scary round 5. As we said, Johnny, there's going to be Vitality in there. There's going to be Gentlemates in there as well. Magnifico, they're a terrifying team. They are in there as well. We've also got the likes of Top Cougars, a team that Ferrer was saying, guys, they could be top 8. This is their chance to prove it. It's proven grounds from both sides. On the lower teams, can they make it through the top dogs? And can the top dogs keep all of the others on a leash and away from what they will consider to be their spots?
Yeah, and it's going to need to be 3 upsets again. Magnifico, Vitality, and Gentlemates will all be playing against some combination of Bellegal, Top Cougars, and Fast Forward. So 3 upcoming teams with a chance to get some of the biggest upsets that we've seen in a long time in European RLCS. So it's just happened. We've had 3 upsets to knock Vitality, Magnifico, and Gentlemates down into the 2-2 round. If Bellegal, the top Cougars, and Fast Forward are bringing their A game, they've all just won in Game 5, by the way, then yeah, there's definitely blood in the water here. It's not as clear cut as it usually is.
And after the break, we are going to be having a look at Gentlemates versus top Cougars, Old Dogs versus New Cats. Who's going to come out on top?
with Redemption's win, round 5 of Swiss has arrived. The last 6 teams attempting to qualify now prepping for their matches ahead. Welcome back to the RLCS European Open Qualifier number 2. We've got one more to go. I'm Alif, CJ, and Johnny joining me now on this final desk. Finally, CJ, a smart desk.
Yeah, I know. It's phenomenal. Flawless from you again at the start there. I'm not sure if anyone caught that, but you have just been... The way that you can click one button to make sure your mic is activated is just...
Why did you? I got away with it.
It's really good. No, it's great to be here. We are round 5, and well, did we expect this? We were talking about you guys. I mean, Leaf, you're on the pre-show. I don't think myself and Johnny are on it, but you know, the top 4 from Europe Regional 1. It's going to be boring. We're going to see them through again. Well, did we expect 2 of them to be in round 5?
Oh boy, it's happening. Vitality, and not only Vitality and Gentlemates, but Magnifico as well. They seem like the obvious candidate to step up and fill the blanks when Gentlemates and Vitality were taking L's. But no, they've also lost. So now they're all having to fight for their lives in the final round of Swiss. And this is incredibly scary for multiple reasons. Firstly, I mean, you've got to get top 8s to keep your top 4 seed. But the top 2 are Karmine Corp and BDS. So you're not just trying to get out of this round, you're trying to be the team with the best record after this round. Because if you're not, you're playing against KC or BDS first thing tomorrow.
Yeah, looking at this round 5 matches, these are final 6 teams: CJ, Magnifico, Beligal, Vitality, forward. We have Gentlemates and Top Cougars as well. But yeah, as you said, Vitality being in the spot is crazy. I love to see again Beligal though, CJ, making it to another round 5. I hope they can make it through this time.
Yeah, they've definitely got the best matchup. If they had to play Vitality or Gentlemates, they'd be in a little bit of trouble. But again, they'll be underdogs, but they can get the job done. And as Johnny said, it is not just about winning; it's about game diff for these teams. And both Vitality and Gentlemates have a worse game diff win-loss than Magnifico.
Right.
So they're already starting from a little bit of a handicap. Gentlemates especially, they are 3 game wins behind Magnifico. So even if they sweep, it still wouldn't be enough to put them into 6th spot, which is where they need to be, Johnny. You don't want to be 7th or 8th. You've got K-Corp or BDS in the quarters.
Yeah, especially after a day like today, right, where they're already losing. It's not like they're playing at their best.
Well, chat, I was going to let you pick what match to watch, but I already know what it's going to be. It's going to be Gentlemates versus Top Cougars, isn't it? Oh, yeah, that's right. I knew it. Gentlemates, of course, has to be the match we have to watch. This team surprised us to a degree last time in the Open Qualifier 1, but they find themselves here now in a round 5 up against Gregan's team. It's the Top Cougars. And again, elimination, Johnny, for both of these teams. This is the final chance.
This is a team, we talked to Ferry yesterday, and he said that he thinks Top Cougars are getting top 8. Now, would he say that if he knew they were playing against Gentlemates for top 8? I don't think so, but the point is, you know, Farah rates this team very highly. I know a lot of us were surprised when they didn't make the first event. Now they're in the second event, and they're in the qualification round for playoffs tomorrow. So this is not an easy win for Gentlemates by any stretch of the imagination, especially with the difficult run that they have had today. And especially, you know, they've just lost 3-1 to Oxygen. That is a tough loss. Meanwhile, Top Cougars have just come off a 3-1 win to make it into this round. So, 3-2 win, sorry, game 5. So they're going to be feeling pretty hyped to be in this position.
And Gregan.
They Oh, here he is. Okay. How good is it to see? I mean, we're talking about on the NA side of things, analyst turned coach. We've got Achieves. We've got analyst turned coach Gregan. Or actually, let's say coach turned analyst turned coach again. Gregan, good to see you back.
I'm a little terrified right now, to be honest.
This guy just denied a reverse sweep, and that is the look that probably he probably put fear in his. Oh my goodness, this is.
Yeah, get the stare. Get the stare. He's powering up. He's powering up.
His eyes must have been in pain.
Production saved him. Production absolutely saved him. That could have been
a solid effort, though. I feel like it's a solid effort. I think, you know, it's deserved to have production, you know, pull the plug on that one. But yeah, what kind of pressure do you guys think the Gentlemates are feeling right now? Because this is a matchup they should win. And usually, you know, we talk about, you know, oh, well, this is a top 4 team in Europe. They should win this, and they're supposed to win. Surely that fills you with confidence. But that's not always the case. And, you know, a team like Top Cougars, like Gentlemates will know that there is a chance Top Cougars beat them, and that like is hard to ignore. But yeah, how confident do you guys think these guys are in this run after the day they've had?
I mean, I would still say they're pretty confident. I mean, if I'm then, you still saw smiles on their faces. I mean, this is a team that went toe in toe with the best of the best last time. They know they have it in them. I'd say that confidence is still going to be there. They just have to make sure they're not overthinking it. Really, I would still very much see JB confident.
You'd have to think so, but it is round 5, and that's just extra pressure. You know, you don't have anything to lose, and I mean, these guys are the underdogs over here. Gregan's troops, they've come through. They did it the hard way, as we said. They denied the reverse sweep in that round 4, so they've got the mentality, they've got the mindset. Game 5, they've got the clutch factor, but Gentlemates, really, they haven't played terribly. They lost in 5 to K-Corp round 1, so certainly still looking pretty solid. I'm not too concerned about how they're playing so far.
It's just that last round. I mean, did you guys have a chance to watch much of that one? Obviously, I was casting the other match, so I couldn't really watch. But was it Gentlemates that was struggling, or did Oxygen just finally look like the Oxygen we want to see?
Let me answer that question one sec. I got to make sure chat's spamming. You guys aren't spamming yet. You see the hashtags and you're not spamming. I'm kind of disappointed. We need to get this prediction locked down. We're tracking them, guys. Start spamming away here. But for Oxygen, I can't remember your question, so I'm going to ignore it.
Cole says they styled on them. Cole said that Oxygen were pogged. They styled
really
on them.
good. And that's the problem when you're the favourites, is that you can sort of go into your shell a little bit and think, you know, if we just don't have to do anything special, we'll get the job done. You can't really do that in EU. You can't really do that in round 5 of Swiss, because you know the top Cougars, they're going to be throwing the entire kitchen sink at this team, and Gentlemates need to play well. Having said that, we've all gone mates, but they should.
It's surely they get it right. You got to think surely, but they have to play aggressively here if they're going to have control of the series.
Yeah, of course. I mean, surprising, a lot of fans behind top Cougars, so we'll see if they fall through. But you're locked in for the Gentlemates, and that's what it's going to be across the board. We find out now who's right, because our match is coming up. Last life on the line. Gentlemates and top Cougars look to lock in the last spot for top 8. Get hyped for a show in our final round of Swiss and bring you to action. It's Cole and Stumpy.
Are we on the cusp of the return of something infamous, Stumpy? EU death. Is this where it comes back with a top Cougars upset against Gentlemates?
I thought you were going to say the return of something infamous, Gregan. But yeah, that's fair. No, I think that this has been the most interesting Swiss so far that we may well have had to analyse ever in European RLCS. Some will call it depth, some will call it top teams not performing, others will call it sheer and unbridled entertainment. I'm personally part of that third camp with a little sprinkling of both sides, somewhere in the middle. But it's going to be up to Gentlemates here to be that top dog that makes sure that they are being unbeatable. But to kick things off, it's Relating Wave taking full advantage of the toxic double demo.
That is what you love to see in game 1. Just throwing yourself at your opponent, showing them no respect at all. Toxic double demo. Beautiful. And seriously, that just completely eases you into this series. You can see Relating Wave, a wry smile. It's been a while since he's been sort of fighting for the top 8 in EU as well. As an individual, it's new for Toxic and Acro, and that start is exactly what they needed.
It's going to be a lot for top Cougars to prove here, though. Round 5 is maybe where they potentially expect themselves, considering the caliber of teams that we have in Europe. Gentlemates, not where they expect themselves whatsoever, considering that they started off the day, playing against Carmine Corp, and then they didn't actually manage to get the win versus them previously, either in the grand finals. We're going from a grand final to a round 5. That's not ideal whatsoever. Relating Wave taken to the skies. It's able to get a goal there, but the pressure is definitely against the side of Gentlemates right now.
Yeah, it's a great start here for top Cougars, but Gentlemates are able to deal with this sort of pressure against them, as you mentioned, Stumpy, way back in Series 1 against Carmine Corp. You can deal with it against them, you can deal with it against anyone. The top Cougars have a few bags, they'll have a few tricks in their own bag, of course, as Juicy comes forward. As he gets that one out wide, Seiko puts that one into the centre. You just feel that Gentlemates need to stamp their dominance on this series a little bit, and so far, top Cougars aren't letting them.
It's in a minute and a half, and this one goal has still stood as the only one. Toxic to shoot, but Itachi, a player that really last week was popping off and showing a brand new side to him that he couldn't really get through on Carmine Corp all the time. And Juicy, my word, what a new player that we have seen come out from him.
Yeah, looking like the version of himself he was always destined to be now. But still, Top Cougars not letting Gentlemates play. Seiko's going to have to make something happen. He is a player, a former world champion. And then second last season as well, that have his players looking for him. And these demos are completely slicing Gentlemates apart right now.
Yes, just comes down to that midfield to try and make sure the ball then doesn't eke out behind them and then end up being shot on target from an awkward touch. But that is a very awkward touch. Acro taking it away from Relating Wave.
Out, boy!
Toxic is going to be able to get one clear away, but now look, it just continues to be awkward for them. Juicy goes the ball, goes to the man. Toxic has to dive in again. Atachi gets dunked on by Wave. That's pretty open. Goes central with it. Toxic's there to shoot. Acro actually dives in place instead as Juicy was on the tail of Toxic. Pandemonium. And awkward touches, a shot off the crossbar. We saw that time and time again in the previous series too.
Yeah, and right now, Top Cougars battling for each other. If one of them misses, the other one is right back there. It's backs to the walls. Gentlemates have managed to wrestle the initiative from their opponents. It's maybe a sign that they're getting a little bit touchy, a little bit tetchy right now. Top Cougars just need to slow it down a tad, not double commit. They've been relatively comfortable so far in this series. That's better though from Toxic, intercepting and doubling their lead.
Just waiting patiently midfield. And you see Gentlemates, they freak out a little bit. You go Seiko to Juicy, but the third man Atachi, he wasn't part of that plan. He was waiting to see if any could move in later. Toxic sees it going central, says, I'm just going to punt that bad boy on target, then no problem, 2 minutes, 2 goals.
An attack. Top Cougars are looking excellent. Defensively, 1 or 2 shaky moments, but so far, they still have the all-important clean sheet. That might change now. Atachi lets it roll across his body. Not quite able to put it away. He should win this race if he chooses to the ball. Try to let his teammate in, but Relating Wave beats 1, beats 2, beats 3, but also beats the backboard.
Only that 90 seconds remaining and another shot on target. Juicy to save it away this time, but Seiko full control over the ball. Relating Wave, no respect, dives in, tries to bump the man. Juicy again defending. Look at the pressure really building for Top Cougars. I keep almost calling them top blokes.
I'm doing the same.
So close every time. They're not top blokes. These guys are just large cats. And Acro, he shows those claws, isn't able to get anything to land on target, but my word. What a performance we've seen so far. And Gentlemates, there's a lot of questions floating around them. Maybe the pressure of having over 100,000 viewers on their home stream is a little bit too much.
A minute left for Gentlemates to try and turn game 1 around. So far, a series of Top Cougars' dreams. So far to go, though, at this point, as Juicy can't quite get that one past Relating Wave as well. Defensive stalwart, so he is. This could be the one, though. Acro diving in from the side yet again. Top Cougars battling, following each other up. There's always someone there in blue, Stumpy.
And that blue side is definitely making sure they're making their presence known. The demos have been brilliant so far. Every single one has been impactful and brutal, you're right. Seiko wanting to go for one on Relating Wave, but with a delicate air duel, he can clear it away. A miss actually ends up being a fake, and Toxic can try and get a shot in the midfield. Isn't able to. 20 seconds now. Atachi not quite to the ceiling. Relating Wave pumps it away, as does Toxic. That 1-2 beatdown. Seeing nothing on the side of Gentlemates that convinces me that this game should be going anywhere other than to the Cougars.
And yet it's another block from Relating Wave. Just keep an eye on how many charge downs that man is getting. Completely comfortable at this level of European Rocket League as it stands right now. The game should end here with Seiko. Top Cougars take game 1. Man of the match for me, Relating Wave. I think he was stunning.
Yeah, honestly, all of them had just the individual standout players. Relating Wave, utterly fearless. Toxic sets a spike on the front of his car and drives immediately at anybody in a slightly pink decal, which I love. And Acro being a disruptor and making sure that he is solid defensively. Lots to learn for Gentlemates because they were not showing up in that game, but equally they were shut down frequently by Top Cougars.
Well, it started off with the goal from Relating Wave after the double demo. That was a scary moment. Acro maybe showing signs of how green he is, going back for that ball, not just rotating out. Maybe there was a miscommunication there. As it went on, Top Cougars improved their balance. It was a good save at the end, but it counted for nothing. Top Cougars keeping Gentlemates at arm's length.
Well, Top Cougars, can you keep it up? we've seen teams do this before. They go toe-to-toe. They beat out top teams in a game or two, but then they sometimes struggle to actually secure it when it matters. Game 1 going their way, and a best of 5 is going to be benefiting the Cougars as well. And when you look at minds in Rocket League, Gregan is going to be one that you have to put up there as one of the best. This team has been made fresh by him, with all of the players having that contribution, making sure that Relating Wave, I believe, was the original linchpin, and it's been kind of built around him, and they are still obviously out there looking for an org to represent them. And what a stage to be showing off on.
Can they build upon their stunning start, Top Cougars? Or a Gentlemate's going to do what we all expected them to do and come back. Seiko has to slot that one away. The finish isn't quite there, but it's more dives from the side for Top Cougars, but they're timing these last-minute blocks so well, Stumpy. You know, they're not wasting their car at any time.
They're definitely seeing a lot more, I feel, inventiveness coming out from Top Cougars too, whereas mates may be feeling like they should be getting it, and Top Cougars, not Blokes, are going to be securing another early goal. A brilliant bump from Acro sends Juicy flying, and Relating Wave can march it home.
It's like they're playing a game of curling and Acro is the broom. You know, Gregor's there going sweep, sweep, and they're just bumping away Gentlemates players left, right, and centre for these open nets. You love to see it. They're playing with such confidence. Inspiring stuff here from Top Cougars, but Gentlemates coming back yet again. Up from the kickoff, they've been on the attack. It's a poor touch from Toxic, to be honest. Can they capitalise? Not yet. Juicy, he's yet to get in this series. They all are, to be honest.
Great demo.
Finally, here's Seiko, breaks through the Cougars.
Outstanding demo as well, just waiting on that backboard, and then just sees, okay, we'll just get one. Hops down, takes him out. Seiko can score it. Bear in mind, the teammate that he came to fruition with Relating Wave back on Endpoint in the day, winning regional championships, going to majors as that #1 seed together, and now being on complete opposite sides of the pitch.
Yeah, their careers have gone very different ways since Seiko left Endpoint. You know, it would have been expected, but Relating Wave will always know that he has got the potential, the ability to get back here. That's what he's worked so hard to do. He was sidelined. He was watching on from the sides for such a long time, and now here he is, back here, trying to battle to get to the second day of this EU event, puts it on the post. This one remains 1-1. Gentlemates have improved, but Top Cougars, they're also stepping up a gear themselves.
Toxic going for a bit of a pointless flip reset there and completely taking his teammate out of it, and what does it lead to? An open net. Toxic, he had the reset, so he thought, well, I may as well use it, and you see just nobody can then find their way to the ball. Seiko beats out Relating Wave, and Acro, as he dives in, he did not know what the plan was. Slight overconfidence coming in from the Cougars, and Gentlemates taking full advantage of it, as they should do.
A couple of goals from Seiko as well, and so far the only player on his team with 266 who's got more than 100 points. So a real champion's performance from him so far. Most experienced player on his team. They needed him, and so far he's living up to that name. But here's Juicy. He's going to send it forward. Relating Wave charging down quickly again. That's what he was doing so well in the first game. A little bit more stretch this time, Top Cougars, as Seiko goes again. He wants his hat-trick. Almost fakes the flip reset. Acro is more than happy to air dribble away.
Juicy and Relating Wave off screen, taking each other out of the game. The physicality of this one certainly stepping up a notch. Acro backboard again. As you said, the greenest player on this pitch, and I'm looking to see what he is going to be bringing in the squad, because, of course, these relatively veteran players, they are going to be making sure that they are having as comfortable as possible, but you need to perform when you are put on a stage as big as this one.
Tachi's running out of boost. He's managed to get the flip reset, though. Is anyone following up? I don't think even Gentlemate's team thought he'd managed to get something from that one. Incredibly impressive mechanics there from Itachi, just to do something with that ball. It's Relating Wave here. Relating Wave gets the read. It's what he's been doing this entire series. Seiko is able to follow this one away. Pro waiting back, not diving in. That's much better defending from him, and he gets it to the side. Bounce out could have been awkward for Toxic. He did some good work with it. It does seem to me, Stumpy, that Gentlemates is starting to pull away.
Yeah, definitely feeling like they are playing more of their game style now, feeling a bit more open with it. And as we say that, Seiko, he can get that redirect, or rather he can get the bounce off that backboard. It was a miss from Toxic, opened up. It was a Relating Wave being outpaced by Itachi, and Seiko finally taking the shot quicker than the defense. At every turn, Gentlemates quicker than Top Cougars, and now they separate themselves by 2 solid goals.
The Gentlemates, who would have every right to be somewhat shaky, being here in the 5th match. They made the last Swiss 3-0, easy as you like. It's the first time as a team they've really been tested with this exhaustion of this format. And so far, they're just about standing up to the challenge here in Game 2, 4-1 now. And this is where their quality is showing.
Yes, where, as I said earlier, the top dogs really need to make their presence known. Toxic, a nothing touch central. Acro dives, gets a touch, sure, but enough to keep it out? Absolutely not. And with that 4-1, we can then start to look a little bit towards some of the other series that are going on around the Rocket League ecosphere at the moment. Vitality.
Whoa, 1 second, that might be going in. Okay, no, it's not. Carry on.
God, nearly.
Just
Honestly,
monster
mate,
pinch.
I was completely tabbed out, so thank you for shouting. So I would not have seen that.
It was a monster pinch. Seiko's going to follow it up. We'll hear from you in a second, Stumpy. There we go. It's 5-1. Game over. Talk us through the rest.
Vitality are currently 1-0 up in their series and about to go 2-0 up. It's 3-1 with 10 seconds remaining. And then Magnifico versus Belagol. Magnifico smashed Belagol in game 1. It's 7-2. They're now currently sitting in that second game.
Cool. Big performance from Magnifico. They'll have their own frustrations today as well.
Yeah.
So good for them for dealing with those. So far, so good. We'll stay right here. Is there anything that Top Cougars can do from this point? A minute and 30 seconds left. Surely it's just about getting your mechanics going, right?
I feel like it's not really about your mechanics. I feel like at this point they've started to look somewhat shaky, like they not mechanically, just positionally. They're like, okay, right, we need to make sure that we don't mess up any of these touches. But they've not really gone for as many demos. They've not gone for as many bumps. They're always playing reactively rather than proactively, and that's how they got 2 fantastic goals earlier on. In what was it? Like in the first 30 seconds, they got a goal, and then Toxic had an absolutely filthy interception when he knew what was going on. If that happened again in this game, I don't back Toxic to be in that same position or go for that same shot personally.
We have to remember as well, we are at the end of a trying day. 5 entire series right now for Top Cougars after they had to deal with the heartbreak of not even reaching this phase 2 weeks ago. So it's all new experiences for them. There will be signs of lethargy and exhaustion. But to survive the Swiss, Stumpy, you have to step right back up. That's what Gentlemates have done. They have performed valiantly here in this one. Seiko was the first to really come online, and since then, Juicy and Itachi have done the same. I wonder now where Top Cougars turn. I think it's a mentality thing.
Yeah, and I feel like equally, if it's a mentality thing, you're going to be really happy to have Gregan behind you. Somebody who has frequently studied that sports psychology, esports psychology, and has taken a fantastic holistic approach to a lot of the management side of Rocket League. And obviously a very good friend of ours as well. I mean, we know him as a manager. The way that he can turn a team around is something special. Equally, when there's a team like Gentlemates breathing down your neck, with a fan base like theirs, and with talent on the pitch as strong as theirs, it's an uphill battle, and it was always going to be an uphill battle.
As we watch Itachi here, I can tell you that Acro has left the match. He's changing his car, so maybe a bit of a placebo reset going on for him, which makes perfect sense. What we're witnessing, though, is a bit of a Seiko masterclass. He didn't have to do anything too impressive, but he did everything perfectly that he did do.
Yeah, his teammates setting up wonderfully too. 4 goals, every single one of them assisted on the side of Seiko. Itachi having the only solo goal out of them too. So, yeah, very impressed with how we're seeing Gentlemates bounce back. When previously, as you said, Cole, they haven't had to bounce back. You know, they went 3-0 through the Swiss. They then went, beat in the quarterfinals. They then won again in the semi-finals, and then grand finals. There's nothing to bounce back to. Like you go 4-2 versus KC, but then your day is done. The tournament is over with. Very impressed with how Gentlemates Alpine are looking, and the bounce back ability of that team. They look elastic.
Acro is currently restarting his PC, and so too is Itachi. So there might be an ever so slight delay going into this next game.
I'll restart mine. 1 minute.
All right, see you in a sec, mate. If you're holding out on getting a glass of water, oh no, don't make the noise. Especially when you make that noise and then we see just for a second someone's cam go to defaults.
I'm back. Hello,
he's back. Hello, Stumpy. You don't know what I was saying about you while you were gone. Horrible, terrible.
I will not watch the VOD.
I wouldn't.
Yeah, that's fair. I'm scared too.
I feel like
as well,
go
just
on,
quickly.
you go, mate. You have.
A few updates around. We're seeing Vitality go 1-0 up a minute and a half into Game 3, and they're 2-0 up in the series so far. That is on Fury Off on Twitch. You can definitely have a look at that because he is raking in about 11,000 viewers, so good for him. And then over on the side of Magnifico, they are 2-0 up versus Beligol. So the top seeds winning all over the place, apart from here where we are drawn, but obviously a very convincing Game 2 win.
An absolute goal fest between Magnifico and Beligol. 7-2 and then 5-3. So if you just want to see some goals, feel free to keep an eye on that one on your second monitor. You got how many monitors have you got, Stumpy?
4.
Only 4. Pathetic.
Sorry.
Call yourself an esports kiddie.
Sorry, I'm not an iPad kid.
Yeah, one game on one side, the shell on the other side. That's the future for us all.
I am
right?
playing a game on my phone at the same time as casting, though, because I just
that
cannot
explains
concentrate.
So much.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I respect it. Hopefully Itachi and Akra are going to be getting themselves back in the lobby nice and quickly as well. But this is quite a nice time for the Cougars. Like, for top Cougars, they're thinking, all right, this is sort of an impromptu timeout that they can take. A bit more time to chat, a little bit of the deflation coming in on the side of Gentlemates. They don't need to, just go straight into the next game thinking, oh, okay, I don't actually know what Gregan said. No, they can take their time. They can push their way through.
I think if anyone's going to make it abundantly clear what they said, it's Greg, and you'll hear it 15 times.
Oh, yeah.
Anyway, Game 3, and you are right. I feel like that is going to be a momentum check against Gentlemates. And for top Cougars, that'll certainly be a reset that they might need. Relating Wave shoots, Relating Wave scores. They're right back at it.
What a start! Immediately, 7 seconds in, Acro to that backboard. What a setup, and then nobody expecting the low shot. Juicy jumps straight over it, and we saw Astral going for that in the previous series too on Redemption. He shot low multiple times because of how prevalent we are seeing those pre-jumps coming in now. We're seeing the evolutionary arms race of both of these teams. Toxic now up for the second. It's not quite good, but Juicy certainly is.
Brilliant save that is. I was going to say earlier on that Juicy is the player who, to me, has been the most impressive as he gets another save for Gentlemates so far this entire season. He's been quiet this series. Maybe that's going to wake him up. Here he comes again. Toxic saves this time. Seiko's arriving.
Oh, gosh!
Away yet again. Tremendous defending in this game so far.
Double save from Toxic on that one too. Was being bared down on by 3 players from Gentlemates, and he managed to keep it firm for not 1 but 2 saves in a row. That ball bouncing out awkwardly. Akra has a little bit of time. He's going to bang it out far towards Relating Wave. Gets the touch on. Wave. Don't you dare!
He leans back in his chair. He knows he's done something sublime. Beautiful pass from Acro first. But that is as clean as it gets from Relating Wave. I mean, something they nail these ones in free play all day long.
Yeah.
But against Gentlemates, it's so much trickier.
And again, it's a shot low. He sees that the player goes in for that in and out save. And where do you want to shoot it if they go in and out? You want to go as low as you can. Great play
he
from
almost
him.
got another.
So impressive. And yeah, you're right. Yeah, he nearly just got another double tap.
It's the composure, the comms right now coming in from top Cougars. That the pre-jumps are coming in. The confidence is well and truly returned. And now the onus goes back to Gentlemates. Can you deal with the team that have their tails up, that are completely believing in themselves right now? They have the ability to suppress, but they have to make it happen.
On that back line, though, Acro looks a little bit dodged, sends it towards Relating Wave, who I don't think was expecting that ball necessarily, but he's going to get another dunk. Itachi crawls forward, but not into too much of a position of error. Acro misses a second pass central where Toxic was waiting to pass it back towards Relating Wave. And a nice touch finds Seiko with space with 40 boost. Challenging up high is going to be Toxic. Juicy pre-jumps for it. Relating Wave to block. Minute and a half into the game, or nearly 2 minutes into the game now. And this lead still maintained. Seiko cleverly working his way back into his own half to get a save away from the runaway ball.
Yeah, but these are dangerous moments yet again for Gentlemates. I mean, that redirect was almost there for Toxic and for top Cougars. Opportunities are showing. Akra has another one here, but he can't quite get it yet again. I feel like Gentlemates need to be charging down these top Cougars players much faster than they are. This is the tired period of this best of 5. I'm curious which team is going to break out of it first. It seems to be top Cougars.
Yeah, I mean, I think having that, a little bit of a tech reset, Itachi also doing on the side of Gentlemates, that has helped out top Cougars immensely. A little bit of a mental reset. And Seiko now, though, with halfway through the game, Relating Wave, no
so
fear, and a bump! That man is a bully!
Take that, former teammate. You left me to become a world champion. This is what I have to say about that. I do not respect your mind games at all, my friend.
See you later, mate, because that was something special. Relating Wave, a man on fire in this series so far, and in this game in particular, a hat-trick. 3-shot, 3-goal, shooting at 100% efficiency.
Wow. The thing about Relating Wave is that I've not really noticed that he's got the 3 goals. He's not popping off per se. Do you know what I mean? He's just making right decisions.
Do you remember goal number 2? That was Phil's goal number 2, where he receives
the double.
It from
Okay,
Acro.
that was nice. That was a nice double. Yeah, fair. That was a very nice double.
Bro,
It's not him. I was complimenting him. I was saying that he doesn't need to be, flying off the handle mechanically, but he's also got that in his back pocket for sure.
I personally think Relating Wave is quite good at Rocket League. I don't know. Maybe it's unpopular. I don't know. Maybe it's an unpopular opinion, but I think it's quite good. Anyway, before I let you retort back to me, a minute and a half remaining. 1 touch up. Juicy wants to prove that he's the man to keep an eye on. Instead, it falls back down. Falls Relating Wave with only 10 boost though. It's Acro now to shoot. Wave gets 1 block out the way, and look at the game management coming through for Top Cougars now. And all of these touches, all they're doing, they are serving to annoy and frustrate Gentlemates. And that shot on the open net, completely wide.
You feel like that one had to go in. Itachi, normally so dependable. He's looking a little bit tuckered out himself. Seiko, he's got some boost. Has to get things going. Someone has to be the spark right now for Gentlemates. Attempt at a fake from Itachi. Seiko was going for it, but Toxic didn't fall for it yet. Again, the Gentlemates mind games completely ineffective.
Pass central from Itachi. Acro then goes to the challenge, gets it around the side of Seiko too. 2 or 3 touches from every player on the pitch. Toxic swipes by, tries to take a chunk out of Juicy as well. 40 seconds. Seiko needs to begin something with this play. Juicy's the only one up. That's on target. It's bottom corner. No! Toxic from the save. Pitches it to the other side of the pitch. That is magical.
You know it's your day when.
Have we ever seen that?
I was wondering that myself. I think I've seen clips of different tournaments and I don't think in EU that's happened before.
I was here. And my word, we are seeing that Toxic is here, there, and everywhere. What a play.
Goodness.
Top Cougars, 4-0. The bounce back ability from Gentlemates I was praising earlier on, but Top Cougars take a bow.
Oh, mate, just blow the whistle, ref. Let's see the goals again. That's all everyone cares about right now. The next 5 seconds do not matter. The game is over.
But that's phenomenal.
Let's cut to these replays.
Special.
All right, yep. Top Cougars win 4-0.
Special.
There's
That's
spinning
what
car.
that is.
Let's see these replays.
Like you say, we see clips of that.
I want to see the goal against
clips
something.
of that in your Champ 1 games. They go all over social media because they're so unique and they're so peculiar, going from one end to the other. I don't even think it touched the ground. What on earth? Toxic, mate, what a brilliant start you're having.
Yeah. I mean, he started this series. He was the one who got the double demo. Here we go. All right.
This goal as well that was incredible.
It's good for Relating Wave, that's what we'll call that one. That was a classic Relating Wave goal. And then here we go, Stumpy.
Beautiful.
I'm so excited.
Right.
Oh, nice shot, Juicy. Wait a minute.
Bang!
Does it bounce?
No!
Oh,
It's a no-bouncer!
Wow.
Yeah, that's the reaction. You want to just lean back, give it the shush, lean back in your chair and just give it a, oh. Yeah, that's the one.
What a legend. Absolute legend.
There's obviously also other games going on all around the Rocket League world, although they have now concluded. Magnifico has 3-0'd Beligol, they have gone through, and Vitality have 3-0'd Forward, they have gone through. So this is going to be our final series. It's going to be deciding the final players in our top 8. Oh, and winner plays BDS, by the way, tomorrow.
Oh, man. Yeah, that's what happens when you have a shake-up like this. It doesn't get any easier wherever you go. Gentlemates, you need a couple of games in a row. An early goal would be exactly what the doctor ordered. Seiko gets it, and it's 1-0 Gentlemates.
In just 2 seconds, even quicker than Relating Waves ones earlier on. Toxic ends up driving straight through the middle, but Seiko, he banks on it going for that left pop-out, does take it. And I saw Relating Wave also, he giggled. He still take it relatively lightly. But yeah, that is the start that Gentlemates want.
Can they keep it going? Seiko's on the backboard. He's going to send that one as long as he can. Relating Wave already there. He's just, I'll say it again, he's had such a good series getting in the way of what Gentlemates are trying to do and trying to get going. But they do have the lead this time. Seiko wants to get the dunk on Acro, can't quite do it. And these are the moments that we saw, I think it was in Game 2, where when Top Cougars conceded a goal or two, they did crumble a bit. Let's see if they're tougher this time.
Toxic receiving one ball from Relating Wave, shoots it then to the bottom corner, the tick-attacker in that back third. Potentially going to be the game plan coming into this fourth match. Top Cougars need one more to get through into that top 8 and to knock Gentlemates out of it. What a touch round though, Juicy. Gorgeous assist, and Seiko is going to be the benefactor.
Here he comes, Juicy, yeah. Just fakes, waits it out, and then beats Acro for pace. Seiko knew it was coming. This is what we want to see from the Gentlemates. Upping that pace, digging so incredibly deep right now against Top Cougars. It's not going to be easy. Every goal they get is going to have to be battled for. That one was almost actually in straight from Itachi. Seiko, beautiful read. The pinch isn't quite there. Has Relating Wave overplayed across his own goal? Almost. And he does get tackled in the end. So, Gentlemates have upped the pace, Stumpy, and so far, it's proving effective.
Yeah, I mean, they're showing the quality that they've got that they just haven't been able to show off so far. Juice actually gets one reset. Itachi then shies away from him. Maybe expected him to leave it for him because he was in a better position. Seiko now 0 boost, gets removed from the pitch. He will be respawning with that 33. Minute and 15 has gone, and Relating Wave to clear it long to the backboard. Anybody going to be there? Yes, going to be a touch from Seiko. And Top Cougars, they want to push as hard as they can to make sure that Gentlemates don't settle into this game just as they did in the second one and then slot 5 past them.
Seiko is just waiting here. He knows that Relating Wave is probably going to be trying to take a chunk out of him as he goes by, so he just dawdles forward to get himself out the firing range. Gentlemates more than happy to do some defending. I don't think they'll mind too much that Top Cougars having a little bit of a play because they have proven to be slightly vulnerable on the counter-attack. Seiko rarely misjudges the first touch. Acro could be in here. Toxic's in the centre, shooting chance, and they get it out of nothing.
Going from the 3-man play from that back side too. Relating Wave beats out one. Acro's just chilling out in that back corner. Sees that Toxic's move central. He then sends it back behind the final defender. Lovely play from Top Cougars to move it all around the pitch, straight up into that orange half. And that deficit cut down by 1. One more that they need to pull back.
Yeah, swing in Rocket League can happen so fast. You think you're on top of the world, and then one goal goes against or one mistake, and suddenly the nerves come in. Gentlemates, though, not falling for that trap. I think there was actually a touch past Relating Wave.
I think Relating Wave got the touch that put it past him, unless it was Acro here. Oh, it was Acro, yeah.
I think it was Acro.
One touch around the side of Wave. I don't know if Wave was getting that anyway. Regardless, Seiko pushes, pressures, punishes.
And now we see how the Top Cougars can deal with a couple of goals deficit. It didn't go too well last time, but they're more confident since then. Juicy gets the touch from Toxic's speculative ceiling pinch. Massive demo comes in again. That has slowed down somewhat, I'd say, Stumpy. At the start of the series, they were getting so many demos on Gentlemates, and they're not really going for them as much anymore.
Hey, maybe figured out that they've got the fear of God into Gentlemates, where they can get the demos if they're there, otherwise there's no point chasing them. But we have seen so many bumps lead to goals, especially in both regions, in both North America and Europe at the moment. Ooh. Those bumps are crucial. Misses like that are going to be even more so. And we had the question, if there's going to be a couple of goals coming in for Gentlemates, do we then see Top Cougars crumble? Yeah. That is what we're seeing right now, and Gentlemates taking full advantage. They need to punish this. Game 5 very much on the docket.
I'll tell you what as well, Relating Wave wasn't laughing after that one went in. That was a genuinely frustrated lean back in the chair. So, from making mistakes and chuckling over them and dealing with them really well, just a little bit of tilt, potentially winner's tilt, our favourite term, Stumpy, starting to come into Top Cougars as they start to believe we might actually do this, and that ramps the pressure right back up, which is exactly what Gentlemates would want.
And the 2 minutes remain, and it's still Top Cougars going to be chasing, trying to see what exactly they can salvage from this game. Related Wave faking away, but to be honest, Juicy not really buying into it, and now Itachi passing over towards Juicy. Related Wave challenging. These hits going really to nowhere, previously finding their teammates. That one goal they got was a complete passing play, and Acro landed on, stopped in his tracks, and who's going to score it? It's going to be Seiko's 5th.
Itachi just completely fakes out Acro. Acro stops as well. He's like, you got me. Fair play. 5-1, Gentlemates. return back to what makes them brilliant. You know, Seiko, it's the Seiko show right now. He has scored all 5. It was Itachi with the fake, but Seiko is the fox in the box for them. And he scored 4 earlier on as well.
Yeah.
So the way this game and this series, presumably going to go to game 5 now goes, as he gets his second hat-trick of the game, tends to be how Seiko is feeling.
But then also, every single goal has been assisted. He's not had one solo play in this, which is just such a testament to how Gentlemates are aiming to play. And basically, to what Rocket League is nowadays. It's that full team game where you cannot just do it alone. You can't have one pop-off player. Congratulations, Seiko, on 1,000 points as well before we even enter the final minute of the game too.
This could be something approaching some sort of record if he can get himself a couple more, but I've thought that before and then been put well in my place.
His record's like 1,800 or something. Like, it's ridiculous.
18?
It's so high, yeah.
All right, so maybe 3 more goals and he'll give himself a chance. Toxic's just going for psychos all over the place. That's like 2 or 3 he's gone for now.
Yeah, I mean,
But this one is turning into a bit of a farce in the last 50 seconds. But that's fair enough from Top Cougars. You know, essentially down tools for this one. Pass it about, get the laughter back, get the enjoyment back, because you're going to need it for game 5.
I mean, there's something to be said for going into a series and thinking either we are going to be the ones to win this and we're going to smash it, because that can set you up for a little bit of failure. Then when it goes against you, you then struggle to turn it back around, or going into it and thinking, no, you know what? Like, they are theoretically the better team in this. We need to make sure that we come through as the underdogs, that we are going to pressure them and scare them.
I'm just looking at Seiko's little scorecard thingy.
Cool.
He's got 6 goals. Guess how many shots, Stumpy?
Go on.
5, mate.
Now, I'm not no mather.
I don't need new numbers.
I don't know what numbers are, but that don't make much sense to me.
No, it just don't add up, do it?
It just don't add up, that.
Oh, Seiko's now farming saves as well. Was he trying to get that one off the post?
Yeah, I think so.
To try and out Toxic. Oh, well, it's going to be 6-1. We're going to game 5, Stumpy, and a reminder that in the last series, Gentlemates did not turn up. That's not fair. Oxygen outplayed Gentlemates for a 3-1 victory. As for Top Cougars, it went to game 5 overtime.
What a lovely score from Seiko. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Aww.
That's delightful. A 1, 2, 3, 4 score for Seiko. You'll love to see it. Gentlemates, they have forced that game 5 as well. Top Cougars, when they lose, my lord, do they lose big. They love
yeah, true. Fair play to them.
They love to lose big. They're not really going down by a couple of score lines. They've won.
Yeah.
They've won a 2-0, they've won a 4-0, and they've lost a 5-1 and a 6-1.
I just wonder if the 1, 2, 3, 4 is that what our American friends call scorigami? Have we got any player scorigamis being tracked? Because I'd like to see that. I want to know some of these unique score lines that individual players have had in games. There it is, top right of your screen there. 1, 2, 3, 4.
I reckon it might be an individual scorigami, you know.
At direct, good luck, mate.
I don't reckon he is to look. I think we can just say it. I back us
so
to just
silly
say
if someone
it.
else has had one.
If they have,
it's going to be like Sicky in season 2. You know what I mean?
Sicky ruining everything, like that overtime that I'll never forgive him for in Madrid about 5 years ago.
Game 5 loads up.
Everything.
What are the coaches saying, Stumpy?
It's everything on the line. You can't make sure, you can't get your players to think this is where we decide whether we're in the top 8. You need to perform. We see whoever gets the early goal, they end up usually winning the game in the series so far. It's going to be very telling. We've not had an immediate early goal like we have in the previous games so far.
That was important.
Yeah, very important for both sides in this. Either way, you just have to put your best foot forward and see out of Top Cougars and Gentlemates who joins BDS and the other teams in the top 8 in Europe in our second open qualifier.
So far, it has been the Seiko show as far as Gentlemates are concerned. Much more of a team performance from the Top Cougars, all 3 of them taking turns being the star man. They've all had their moments. No moment is bigger than this one in this series. Acro, he gets the flip reset, not quite past Juicy. If Juicy can wake up Stumpy, he's not played bad, he just hasn't really excelled, then that could be key for Gentlemates.
Yeah, I think we've seen Juicy taking on much more of that supportive role, which has been decent for him, and that shot is going to be huge for Itachi. Still relatively early, within a minute, and it's a loose touch from Toxic going for a sidewall redirect in the midfield with low boost and low to the ground. You're not going to get anything from that, brother. Relating wave, can't chase it back. Gentlemates Alpine get the lead.
Yeah, I feel like, excuse me, I feel like Top Cougars were sort of relying too much on their teammate getting that touch. it's not a percentage play. You know, you have to know that it can not happen. But anyway, it's 1-0 now. It's over. Toxic gets it over the top. Could be the equalizer here. Instantly, Relating Wave makes it 1-1.
And what a touchdown from Toxic too. Manages to relinquish the ball control from a player on Gentlemates. Relating Wave can tap it in, and that is a confidence boost after you gave away the ball previously. They score again in just 11 seconds.
An imperative goal right there from Top Cougars. We do not want to see them collapse yet again. Juicy, he almost goes underneath Relating Wave. Crow's going to be the beneficiary. Can he get it over Seiko? No. Clean hits right now from both teams. No one taking any risks of these challenges, but that's a poor touch. Juicy wins it. Toxic should be there, gets it to Acro, but it's not ideal from Top Cougars.
It's on target, but then look at all the pressure that it's managed to actually create. Juicy can then go up to the second. Acro misses, as does Juicy. They're very lucky on the side of Top Cougars there, realistically, and the pressure building all from that one error. Relating Wave takes it low, forgives the ball, goes over towards Acro, who lands on his back. It's going to be completely open. Toxic saving it away, diving across the net. 3:15. And the pressure, you could just feel it is bubbling up. It's rising for both of these teams.
Gentlemate's doing an excellent job right now of punishing Top Cougars for these overplays. If they're taking too many touches or being a little bit basic with the dribbles, then there is always a Gentlemate's player there to make them regret their actions. And here's Seiko. He's so far made his opponents regret so much, but quiet so far in this game 5. Juicy's been a little bit louder. Waits for Acro. Acro barges it through. Toxic almost takes advantage. Relating Wave has to make sure he doesn't hit this one backwards. It's a mistake. All 3 Gentlemates players are there. Juicy shoots. Juicy misses to the post. Seiko's up next, but he's got no team left.
The post not being quite as kind to either of the teams so far, and a bump off the wall sees Itachi dive in. Acro then goes long, but with no boost. Relating Wave can't get the redirect on it. Seiko fancies it himself. Juicy removing Acro in the midfield. Relating Wave goes high, hopes nobody spawns in that corner. They don't. He does go for the swipe across though, just in case, to try and get that double demo secured. 70 boost, and Toxic can't get the ball away from Itachi.
Itachi's coming forwards now. He doesn't need any boost. He's got his flip reset. Just wants to get that dunk and challenge to let his teammates in. Juicy gets the flip reset. Not quite the angle to shoot. Does so much work though, but the ball cannons over his teammates. And suddenly, from a position of promise, Gentlemates find themselves in trouble. Here's Acro, goes to the backboard, but Juicy gets it long.
And Relating Wave, you see him waiting central. Is there a chance for him to poach, as Seiko has done multiple times, to absolutely smash the lead for Gentlemates? Seiko now long with Relating Wave battling in that back corner. 70 boost, sees Toxic on the right-hand wall. That pitch is high and fast. Relating Wave will be first to it, but uses so much boost to get there. He can't really cover it too much further. Drops down intelligently by Seiko, and that is Toxic diving face first at the ball, as they did in the games that they have won. Acro crawls up a little bit too far, though, and Juicy, full advantage.
Juicy doesn't even have to do very much at all. He saw that Acro was in a tough position and just threw caution to the wind, send it long. If I get dunked, so be it. If not, if I predicted this correctly, it should be 2-1 for my team.
Gentlemates that late lead in the game, minute 20. Top Cougars have fought so far to get to this point, but as we've seen from them before, they capitulate. They let these goals go. It starts as 1, it ends as 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, and that is the 3rd going in, and Itachi extending the lead with a beautiful dunk on Relating Wave to 2 goals.
The demo as well. How good will that feel, considering the way this series started was a double demo on Gentlemates. Now, finally, at the death, they are giving Top Cougars a taste of their own medicine. But don't count the Cougars out just yet. Juicy gets over the top of Relating Wave. They have to get a foot on the ball. They have to get some control of proceedings. Gentlemate's doing so well to keep it away from them, Stumpy. Are we going to have 1 or 2 more blue chances? This could be one. Acro has to win it, but doesn't. It's brilliance in the midfield from Juicy.
For any Top Cougars fans, you're looking at Gentlemates thinking they are playing so frustratingly well. When they get the lead, they do not abate. They don't have anything to chance. That one central, though. Relating Wave shot on target, but Juicy to save it. Itachi to that backboard. Low on boost, so Acro can clear it away. 40 seconds ticking down.
That could have gone anywhere from Seiko, the pinch. It was fairly safe and tame in the end. Juicy over the top of 1. This could be the moment. No, Acro gets it to the side, but there's just another Gentlemates player there. The wall is impenetrable. There's a fake there from Toxic. Could that be the answer to open things up? Seiko going back towards his own goal. Steals so much time, Stumpy, and sends it back.
a Hydra's head of every single player on Gentlemates. As soon as you get it past one, there's going to be another to clear it away. The final 10 seconds tick down. Juicy keeping pressure on that ball. There's not going to be enough time. Top Cougars couldn't do it, but you bet that Gentlemates can. Welcome, yet again, to the top 8.
And it's a top 8 as they stand up to have a deep sigh, a big, well-earned breath that will be against Team BDS in the quarterfinals.
Doesn't get
An
easier.
absolutely massive matchup down there, but that's for tomorrow. For now, they can just say phew.
Brilliant play from Gentlemates. Yes, it took them to 5. They were not expecting that. It took them to 5 in series. It took them to 5 in the game as well. But in the end, they managed to shut it out when they needed to. Top Cougars, the performance that they got in their first main event appearance is something to be so incredibly proud of. Goal of the tournament so far as well from Toxic.
Oh, yeah.
Getting that side, getting the post pinch. But Gentlemates, they find their place again on a Saturday. They want to try and battle through to that top 4 spot for the Sunday.
I mean, what we have learned about Gentlemates is that they have that battle. I mean, we saw it 2 weeks ago as well. But when it comes to the Swiss, when you're multiple series in on the same day, they still have that fight, Stumpy. You know, credit to Top Cougars, but Gentlemates just a little bit better in the end.
Yeah, and the quality that we see from Gentlemates is going to be continuing. Hopefully they're going to be able to keep it up. Ooh, that's all the Rocket League done for the day. Let's get to a little bit more yapping.
Yeah, I think they said it right. You just got to let out a breather right now. If you're Gentlemates, a quick whew to let that go. But what a fight. Pharaoh was talking about the squad on the other side, Top Cougars, about how this was a team to watch out for. I think, Johnny, they woke up just a little bit too late, but definitely a team to keep your eye on in the future.
Oh, 100%. I'm impressed with this team. That's a really tough draw in round 5. They're probably thinking of that 5th round. They're going to be playing against one of the teams who just upset round 4. You know, Redemption or Oxygen, who are having a bit of a hit or miss day, or Saw perhaps. And no, Gentlemates, tough draw, but you gave them a good run. I'm impressed. And yeah, what a goal by Toxic. I mean, that's a great celebration as well.
Yeah.
It could be a goal of the year contender straight away. So yeah, I think they played a great series, and Gentlemates used every ounce of their experience to make sure that they still got top 8.
Yeah, CJ, I mean, across the board, too, it wasn't even just that goal. It was, and we saw Relating Wave popping off, too. I think just they figured out where they want their footing, but, you know, unfortunately, as I said, a little bit too late at this point. They are knocked out, won't have this one in. And again, in this split, CJ, you gotta have to have a top 8 by this point because it gets tight for that major.
It does, and I think that it probably showed that series just it's just a bit inconsistent, wasn't it? They had good games and then they got stomped, and then they had a good game and then they got stomped, and then the game 5 was similar. So they've got a lot to work on still, but we see when they're at their best, when they can find that top form, they can take it against those top 4 teams.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how teams are going to approach them in the future. Again, there was already some respect on their name, but we're going to see it again. You mentioned that goal by the end of it, but across the board, highlight play after highlight play. I think the top plays for tomorrow are probably going to include a couple goals from this series alone. But I love that we got such a close match to end things out. The other 2 matches in this, Johnny, went 3-0, 3-0. Vitality and Magnifico pushed through, but I'm glad we got a game 5 for this. There it is. Just launched.
And the reaction as well from him. Look at this.
Yeah, that's cold. I mean, what a play. What a way to really introduce yourself to the main stream, the featured match. I think, you know, Toxic's still going to be a new player for a lot of the viewers watching, but he was phenomenal. Top Cougars, they pushed Gentlemates all the way down to the wire, game 5. And I think that they can. It looks like he was even trying another run there. That was probably a goal attempt there by Toxic. Anytime I see him near a post. But yeah, I think we're going to see this team be a contender for top 8s again. Obviously, it's really, really hard in Europe. You've got to worry about qualifying first. So next week they're right back to open quals, which is not going to be easy. They didn't make it through the first time, so they can't look past that. I think, yeah, we should definitely be seeing this team back. That was a quality performance for large parts of that series, but Gentlemates are just a bit too good, even on a bad day.
Looking at our Swiss, CJ, we across the board, we started pretty crazy. I mean, our first featured match was KC Gentlemates, and then we had KC Vitality right after.
I mean, I was going to say it's a regulation top 8, but look at this. It's insanity how we got there. We still have the top 4 in the top 8. However, seeding will play a massive factor. We can't get the same top 4 based on what we've done here. So
Yeah.
it's been an insane Swiss stage. You weren't expecting to have the grand final rematch in round 1 of the Swiss, as you said, leading into Vitality K-Corp. But credit to some teams as well. I mean, we talk about top Cougars almost making top 8. You've got to talk about Belly Goal as well. Another team that just round 5. They love round 5 of Swiss. They just can't quite get the next step.
Hey, I'm just throwing it out there too. I had some eyes on Suff from the beginning, so I'm excited to see that. And again, Belagol getting to 2 round 5s, as you just said, was fun to see in the region. Taking a look at the top 8 bracket, you just mentioned we can't get the same top 4. We put our hands up at the beginning of who we thought it was. I want to get your you guys weren't on the pre-show, so I want to get your thoughts on who you think it might end up being in the top 4. Early predictions. Put them on the board. I want to see them.
Well, I'm back in after today. BDS, Oxygen, KC, Magnifico. That's just, I haven't thought about that. Just looking at these matches, where I'd have to go.
I'd go similarly, but I think I'll put Sa in there. I think Magnifico, we talked about it in the green room, Johnny. Letting us down.
Actually, I don't mind it. Oh, true. Yeah, I've 2 of my incorrect predictions are going for Magnifico. What am I doing? I take it back. Sa all the way.
You wanted the hat trick.
Vitality today. Yeah.
I mean,
it's just the top seed teams.
Sa have beaten K-Corp and now they've beaten Vitality as well. So they've got the runs on the board. Magnifico still, they're that team that's sort of around the mark, but they're not beating the top 4 teams.
They're top 8 twice now. That's the big thing for Magnifico. They have made top 8 twice. All the other teams, apart from the French Big 4, have not. So Magnifico, if there's going to be a team to steal that spot from, let's say, Vitality. Vitality lose to KC tomorrow, Magnifico win 1 series. They're tied on points. And Magnifico could still win more, so it really is insane how close the points are. After regional 1, we thought, well, that's it. It's confirmed. Those are the 4 best teams. But actually, it's a whole lot closer after just 1 day of competition.
Yeah, and again, this is crazy. That LAN in Copenhagen is coming up real fast here. So this is an incredibly important bracket, and I want to see you guys there. So make sure you get your tickets. We tried this earlier pronouncing. Just type in BILLETLUGEN.DK. Yeah, well, I don't know if that's how you say it. I've not got confirmation. I will talk to someone from Denmark after. And let's hear it again. What's your best?
We'll have a go at it.
I'm guessing, bro.
Let the Australian have a go at this. I think I should nail it.
Go on. I think you can go.
Billet Lugan.
No, it's not like song and dancing. I feel like it needs to be a bit more bouncy to be Danish.
Billet Lugan.
That's way too flat, bro. You got even more flat. All right,
we're probably getting yelled at by production right now about how this is going, so we'll stop making them suffer. Just get over there or go to socials and click the link. Get your tickets. Again, it's going to be exciting based off of all the gameplay we've seen from all the regions so far. And taking a look at tomorrow, we do have our playoff bracket starting our quarterfinals. We'll be hitting with Sa and Magnifico off first. We'll go from bottom to top, and you'll get that BDS Gentlemates match as the last one. But I gotta say, across the board, Johnny, these are some good looking matches.
Oh boy, I mean, if Saturday last weekend was predictable, good luck predicting this one. This is not going to be quite as straightforward. We've got 2 all French matches and then everybody else battling for semi-final as well. Absolutely phenomenal stuff.
Best of 7s as well.
Yeah,
I love the BO7s. Timeouts, everything. I love timeout buff, everything involved. It's just beautiful. Back into the playoffs. Forget about this double elim stuff. These lose 3, win 3. Just win and you're in, lose and you're out.
Simple.
I'm looking for the Denmark buff, though. We might see maybe redemption with Fruity. It got them here. We'll see you tomorrow. That's only way to find out is to tune in. So I hope to see all of you tomorrow, 4:30 CEST for that pre-show. You don't want to miss it. We have a lot of fun here. But for now, there's no Rocket League left, so come back tomorrow. We'll see you then.
Busy streets and lost time. Gotta rent a car, gotta stay a while. If I don't move ahead, then I get stuck behind. I'm at a friend's place, gonna stick around. The puzzle pieces fit for now. The things you said were playing loud. There are people outside living their lives. Thousands of stories move through times. Only one face on my mind. All I want is you. All I want is you. There are people outside living their lives. Thousands of stories move through times. Only one face on my mind. A century long ago, I traded in my halo. Whoever it is that you think I am, I'm still figuring it out. I'm jealous of the people outside, just living their lives. Millions of secrets get lost in the light. Tell me how to reach you, show me inside.